是的，那我来讲一下 ACT 这支队伍吧。那这支队伍的话，虽然说在夏季赛阶段没有说如愿进入到季后赛啊，但是他们队伍的实力绝对是不容小觑的。同样也是一个双监管的配置，在本次 IBS 的参赛名单当中，有前手的这个真真九，他会有跛脚羊啊、时空之影这种四大天王的角色，然后后手的话还会有九优啊，他也是一个绝活破轮，无论是面对到 BO3 赛制，或者说更长的赛制，我觉得无论是 ACT 还是 M2C， 它都是会非常具有持久作战的能力的。
今ハンターについてお聞きしたんですけど、サバイバーでの注目ポイントとか、こういうチームだよっていう、サバイバーとしてはこういう強みがあるよとかっていうのはありますか？
因为刚刚也是说到了 MRC 的监玩者这边嘛，那就说一下求生者这边吧。其实我感觉他们目前主要是说他们对于版本的一个适应可能还不是说特别的好，所以说他们作为这么有底蕴的一个求生者非常强势的队伍，可能最近的一个得分率并不是很高。但我其实是非常相信 MRC 这个队伍的，希望他们可以继续加油吧，改一下状态，可以的。
那我来说一下 ACT 这边吧。ACT 的求生者的他们的整体风格 MRC 的区别还是比较大的，他们的风格主要还是以稳为主。他们的整个的队伍的 BP 的求生者 BP 风格基本上就是贯彻落实一个可能不会做出很秀的 BP， 但是争取不犯错。就比如说第一局的 BP 来说，他们是很少选择在常规角色之外的角色去打跛脚羊这一手的，所以在持久战里边的话，我认为 ACT 他们的求生者的他们的一个角色池可能会是一个比较大的考验，对于这支队伍来讲。
ありがとうございました。いや確かに中国本土地区の公式キャスターの方から直接こうやってお話を聞けるっていうのはすごい新鮮だし貴重ですよね。
はい、それこそ今回新しい環境、弓使いが使えるようになった環境とかなんで、より他のチームがどういう戦い方をするのか楽しみですね。
楽しみです。
はい。
はい。
ではそれこそ自分その IVL の方ミラー配信させてもらってるんで、より本当楽しみになりました。
たくさんやってらっしゃいますもんね。はい。より楽しみということで期待していきたいと思います。
はい。
好，那可以麻烦两位给我们介绍一下日本赛区这两支非常强力的队伍 Zeta 以及 RC 的他们一个备战情况吗？
じゃあまずはリジェクトからお答えしたいと思うんですけど、リジェクトはもうこの夏季2025夏季 IGL での優勝チームでもありましたし、その中でやっぱりその赤の悪夢の影響力、他のチームに対しての影響力はやっぱり絶大でしたし、あとはもうアルフのもうボンボン、それ以外はもちろんなんですけどかなり強力なチームだし、あとサバイバーのスポーン位置とかも結構 IVL とかでも真似されるぐらいの、参考にされるぐらいの影響力もあったし、あとは個々のチェイスもさながら、連携力っていうのも世界レベルなので、今回の IVS はかなり期待してます。
ゼータはですね、まずサバイバーからなんですけど、それぞれの個々の PS が高いんです。で、その個々の PS が高いのを、存分に発揮できるほどの思考力があるんですね。羊相手に呪術師を使って確定で時間を稼ぐ。檻がない状態でのチェイスをね、もう確定で稼げるようなプレーをしたり、これからの奇策がとても楽しみですね。で、それでハンターですね。ピーター選手。恐ろしく速い影移動と、フラバルの高いサプライズ精度、一人でも多くのサバイバーを、持っていく、強い意志を感じる選手です。そしてミコメロディ選手ですね。ミコメロディ選手。案の精度は素晴らしいですね。ランウェイプラス猫の出し方、本当に素晴らしい選手だと思います。
那我想问一下两位一个非常有意思的话题啊，因为噩梦这个角色其实在很长一段时间内维持100%胜平率在两个赛区，但是呢，在前段时间 IBL 这边的噩梦100%胜平率已经被打破了。想问一下两位，你们觉得IGL 这边，尤其是阿卡这位选手，在继续使用噩梦的时候，能否把他100%胜平率的这个记录给保持下去呢？
いや、そうですね。赤の悪夢の連動っていうのはもう世界レベルなので、 IVS でも、おそらくマップに依存するキャラクターではあるんですけど、マップによってはおそらく出すし、その勝率っていうのはもう維持できるぐらいのレベルの高さだと思うので、 IVS でも出ると思いますし 100% 維持はすると思います。
那么在 IBL 和 IGL 两个赛区在上一次深渊正面交手的时候呢， IBL 这边是遗憾落败了，所以我希望这次在 IBS 的对决当中呢， IBL 赛区的两支队伍一定要更加的加倍努力啊，争取拿下比赛的胜利。
それでは 続いての質問をしていきたいと思います、中国、香港、マカオ、台湾地区の今回 KLっていうチームが IVT で優勝をしましたけれども、このチームについての特徴っていうのを教えていただいてよろしいですか？
我觉得这次的话，其实 KL 战队他们有点像打破了以往 RD 的那种统治嘛，是拿到了我们的这冠军，进军到 IVS 里面。那我觉得其实他们的监玩者真的是功不可没，因为他们监玩者整体的一个角色池跟熟练度是非常非常高的。
なるほど、やっぱ4強で持ってるハンターの方はやっぱ強いっていうのはもちろんですもんね。世界で大体やっぱりハンターの人は4強を持ちながら戦ってますからね。
そうですね。サバイバルの方はどうですかね？
我来说一下 KL 这支队伍的求生者吧。这支队伍的求生者，其实他们作为一支素人队伍，就是非职业化的队伍来讲的话，他们求生者的水平其实是相当之高的。可能大家在看 IVT 的时候，会因为这支队伍的监管者卡隆的强力发挥而掩盖了他们求生者队伍的一些光芒。但是他们的游戏理解，无论是从 BP 还是到局内具体的对局来说，都是非常高深的。所以说这支队伍，我觉得他们的求生者其实是一个隐藏的强点，容易被其他队伍去在备战上去被忽略掉的。所以很多队伍在面对他们的时候，在备战上真的要格外小心，是一支非常危险的队伍。
なるほど、ちょっとリジェクト味をちょっと感じますね。
そうですね。
ハンターも強いし、奇襲という形にもサバイバー側が仕掛けてくるかもしれない、っていうチームになるっていうことですもんね。
ということですね。
いや楽しみですね。
楽しみですね。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
IVS が始まるということで、ここでね一旦お別れとはなりますが、ぜひ上海にいた時には美味しいご飯がいっぱいあると思うので教えてくれたら嬉しいです。
好，当然可以了。上海有很多美食等待着你们，我们上海见吧，拜拜。
拜拜，
拜拜，谢谢。
中国のキャスター陣とこういうことを話せて、いや本当楽しかったですね。
いやそうなんですよ。現地で結構お会いすることはあるんですけど、こういう第五人格のチームの、そして試合のことに関して喋る機会っていうのがあんまりなかったので、すごく楽しかったです。はい、
楽しかったです。次は欧米地区と東南アジア地区、そして韓国地区のチームについても見ていきたいと思います。
はい、こちらはですね、現地の公式キャスターさんから、コメントをいただいておりますので、それを早速見ていきたいと思います。
Well, with IVS coming up soon, as we saw the announcement as well made from NetEase alongside with all the social media as well, it'll be starting from the September 11th to September 14th. Of course, your caster here, Kurosho, will be guiding you through the NAU and the Southeast Asia teams that will be representing from the global side. For NAU, we have B4U, previously known as Rivals, will be representing from the NAU side. As a region themselves, they've always been the most dominant team in our current NAU region. Overall, their team comp has been pretty solid from their side, with being able to get a 3-man escape, a clutch 3-man endgame 3-man escape, if I may add, during our finals of match 2 first half. And then of course you have Sprinter as well, who's been very solid as a hunter. We finally seen his Ivy being played as well for our first days of finals 2, securing a 4-man elimination. And of course you can't forget about that last game on An getting another 4-man elimination up against Omni 2.
はい、ということで、欧米地区のまずは動画を見たんですけれども、結構アイビーの露出が高いのかなと思いました、見てて。
そうですね、アイビー4釣りしてる場面が多かったと思いますね。
あとはサバイバー陣のやっぱりこの4釣りをされない力だったりとか、1逃げをこだわるっていうところだったりとか、あとやっぱりその重要な場面での3逃げっていうところも今動画の中で詰まっていたと思うので、サバイバーハンターともにかなり安定したチームなのかなと B4U は思いましたね。
B4U は皆様も聞きなじみのあるチームだと思います。その中でもスプリンター選手ですね。あの選手、今回新しい環境になると思うんですが、その中でもどのような戦い方をするのか楽しみですね。
楽しみです。
次は東南アジア地区を見ていきましょう。
Then of course you'll have the Southeast Asia representatives, FT, who's been representing Southeast Asia division for almost 2 to 3 years now, so we also do have a long standing from Asia side too. They have been very clutch in getting 1-man escapes here up against Hushen's, Wu Chan in game 2 in River Park, and of course Das Sculptor in game 3 in Lakeside Village. So much hype between these two teams. I'm sure they'll be able to bring us fantastic games going into IVS 2025.
はい、ということで東南アジア地区の、動画を見ていきましたけれども、実はですね、その IVT に出場していないハンターの方が今回 IVS に参加されるということで、新しいハンターが来るというので、すごく楽しみにしていただきたい
めちゃめちゃ楽しみ、
思います。それでは韓国地区の動画を見ていきたいと思います。
안녕하세요. 한국 지역 IVT 진행을 맡았던 PQQ입니다. UD는 언더독이란 뜻을 가지고 있는데요. 언더독이란 스포츠에서 우승이나 이길 확률이 적은 팀이나 선수를 일컫는 말입니다. 실제로 지금까지 한국 지역에서 국제전을 갔었던 팀과 선수들을 상대로 우승 후 IVS 진출권을 획득했습니다. 결승전에서는 올킬이 거의 반 확정이 된 상황에서 지렁이 컨트롤과 상작강에서 나온 아대로 생존자들의 끝까지 포기하지 않는 플레이로 지하 통로 탈출을 기록하며 올킬을 내어주지 않았던 플레이가 기억이 나네요. 팀명 그대로 한국 지역에서의 언더독의 반란을 보여줬던 것처럼 IVS에서도 멋진 활약 기대하겠습니다.
韓国地区の動画でした。
はい。
そうですね、名前初めて聞くチームだったんですけど、名前についてもやっぱりしっかりと意味を込めてるなって思いましたね。
ありましたね。
はい。
あとサバイバーについてもねかなり触れてましたけどどうでした？
はい。そうですね、もう4釣りしそうな盤面でこらえて1、2ゲーをしっかりと。やっぱりそのサバイバーの粘り強さが注目になるんじゃないかなって思いましたね。
そうですね。
はい。
エゴ選手の粘着色。骨董オフェンスっていうのがかなり試合の中の展開を早めたりとかもしてたのでここは特に注目かなと思いました。カエルさん、はい、今回の、IVS 大会予習いかがでしたか？はい、
そうですね、自分それこそその日本地区と中国本土地区の大会とか見てるんですけど、その他の地区についてはまだ情報があまり入ってなかったんで、これを機に、勉強しつつも、はい、選手たちの戦略、はいを見るのを楽しみにしてます。い
やそうですね、はい、まさにその国際大会なので、COA 以外でのこういう貴重な場っていうのもありますし、やっぱりこういろんな地区いろんなチームがありますし、アマチュアプロのチームが混ざっての戦いになるので、いろんなチームいろんな選手っていうところっていうのもやっぱりこう見ていただきたいですよね。
そうですね、本当にもう違うチームにフォーカス、しっかり当たると思うんで、楽しみにしていきましょう。
そうですね。はい。こういうところでこの大会予習という番組を通じて少しでもやっぱりこういろんなチーム、いろんな選手の見どころだったりとかっていうのが伝わればいいなと思っております。はい。はい、
皆さんも応援の準備を整えて、素晴らしい試合を楽しんでいきましょう。
はい。さあそれでは IVS 本戦でお会いしましょう。バイバーイ。
Hello， 大家好，我是 MRC 战队的奈奈。大家好，我是 ACU 狗狗。
大家好，我是图图 KL 的求生者，咱们的签字会和是机会的。
大家好，我是 FT 的 Mini Blue， 也可以叫蓝莓。
My name is Schmitty from B4U from the North American region。
はい、ゼータディビジョンの破滅です。
リジェクト所属のラウリーです。
저는 UD 에고 선수라고 합니다。
毕竟之前我都没有什么采访的，这一次选到我也不知道为什么。
저도 제가 왜 트래시 토크를 하게 되는지 잘 모르겠어요.
官方之前看过我的直播吧，平时打排位遇到一些状态没那么好的队友的时候，就是会语气比较重，有点压力他们。然后官方可能就看上我这点，然后是邀请我去参加垃圾话这个环节了。
可能是因为我比较狂吧。
I've been the captain of B4U for 7 years. Probably the most notable face when it comes to North America is that I'm the most competitive. I want to win at all costs, and I'm not afraid to say it.
你选中了我。 因为我比较喜欢放狠話被打臉。
COA だったりもそうなんですけど、僕ちょっとインタビュー多いなとは思ってて、なんでなんやろうと思ったんですけど、僕面白いからですかね。
いつもふざけているので、ふざけたインタビューの回答が欲しいからだと思います。
I came briefly to Shanghai for KOA 2, but that was in 2019. So I'd love to see the city, but most of all compete in IVS.
最希望在上海夺得这次 IVS 的冠军。
还是把这个比赛打好吧，
打好比赛吧，发挥自己最好的状态。
很希望能拿出我的绝活，然后在赛场上闪耀就是毛女的一个风采。
最希望在上海参加 IVS， 除了这个也没有别的事了。
僕が好きな中華料理をたくさん食べたいです。チャーハンとか牡蠣とか焼きナスとかです。
最近6公里。
泊まっているホテルにビリヤードがあるので、ビリヤードを楽しみたいと思います。
상하이에 와서 그 게임 하는 게 유튜브에 나오는 게 하고 싶었어요. 왜냐면 멋있어 보여가지고 방송으로 볼 때 그래서 한번 해보고 싶었어요.
心情不可置信，算挺开心的吧，因为第一次以战队的形式来参加 IVS 嘛，也是第一次来到上海来打比赛，
非常的激动吧，只能说想要展现自己的队伍的实力。
이번 IVS 임하는 소감은 제가 할 수 있는 최선을 다해보고 싶고
オフシーズンが削られているので少し疲れた 心境です。
This IBS, we're very confident. We've been putting a lot of work in and a lot of practice in.
我也是非常的惊讶吧，觉得自己可能技术没那么厉害，就相比起比较常见的职业选手，表演没他们的这么精彩，有点喜出望外。
비록 조금 위축될 순 있어도 그냥 최선을 다해보고 싶어요.
打到最好，尽量可以打赢职业队吧。
However, we're excited to play whoever we play, and it'll be a fun match no matter what.
僕自身も IBS は4年連続かな3年連続か3年連続で出ているんですけども、やっぱり結果は準優勝の2位ばっかりで、この IBS 自体が日本勢は多分最高順位2位しか取っていないので、もう絶対1位取りたいなっていう気持ちで参加しました。
最希望对阵的队伍应该是 FT 吧，因为之前听到别人说他们的监管是什么最后的底牌，就是也是比较期待跟底牌进行对决吧。
不是，这也太那个了。
等一下。
最希望交手的还是 MRC 吧，非常早在深渊里面出现的一个队伍。当时他们那个监管者小陈嘛，就打得特别厉害，我也非常喜欢看他打。就是有机会的话，想跟他一起交手。
I would really like to play FT AD. We've been friends and enemies for a few years now, and it'd be really nice to get a rematch from KOA 8.
一番対戦したいチームはミラクルのバイリュー選手なんですけど。やっぱりその戦ったことがなくて、その初めて戦うハンターはすごいワクワクするので、どんなハンターなのかすごい楽しみです。
저는 제타 카즈네코 선수가 너무 플레이를 보고 멋있다고 많이 생각을 했어서 한번 겨뤄보고 싶어요.
非常cao的队伍是泽塔吧，深渊输给他们，就是想再打一遍。
ちょっと考えます。
ミラクルと ACT です。理由は一度も戦ったことがないからです。没了，没了。
应该是 RC 战队吧，因为 RC 战队的屠夫方面玩的比较花一点，各种各样的角色都有，还是比较喜欢交手的。
Zeta we don't want to play because they seem the strongest. They just won KOA.
ありがとうございます。
Their hunter is probably the strongest hunter in the world.
这塔吧，因为之前遇到这塔的都是有一种降维打击的感觉，就是被打得心苦口服，只能说。
그것도 제타 카즈네코 선수 팀이랑 안 만나고 싶어요. 왜냐면 만나고는 싶은데 너무 강팀이다 보니까 아무래도 만나지 않았습니다.
データディビジョンです。ついこの前決勝で戦ったからです。
対戦したくないチームはリジェクトで、やっぱり赤魔女選手の悪夢がとても怖いのでもう戦いたくないです。
最不希望碰到队伍是 MRC 跟 RC 吧，这样的队伍感觉都有点难打。
最不希望在前面就碰到的队伍应该是 RC 吧，因为他们其实实力很强劲，希望他们能多打几场，然后有点路线供我们研究。
最不希望还是 RC， 因为他们那个两个监管者都很强，他们的角色池也非常的广，就是除了四大天王，还有影视啊、风眼啊这些，我不太会去面对的一些监管者。
本次 IBS 的目标的话，我们肯定是保持队史吧。
心苦口服，只能说。
優勝して賞金をがっぽり稼ぎたいです。
Our goal is to show everyone around the world that we can be number one, and we will do anything it takes to be number one.
やっぱり、優勝はしたいんですけど、コーチ変わってまだやっぱ新体制っていうところはあるので、ちょっと世界戦 COA にやっぱ COA が最終の目標なので、そこに向けての経験を積んでいけたらなと思います。
做一个幻想就是冠军吧，看看能不能达到吧，尽自己全力就好。
어떤 팀이라도 한번 이겨보자 이런 마음으로 임해보고 있어요.
打好自己，打出自己的风采，还是那一句拿出我的毛女，就这么简单。
目标是冠军嘛，每个打比赛的选手目标都是冠军嘛。
我们在巅峰对决吧。
这届 IBS 我们队内选手经验，老家是上海的，这里是他的主场，你们准备被他打爆吧。
第4天的比赛现场，我是今天的主持人小小，很开心见到大家，又到了我们非常熟悉的赛前暖场环节了。今天看到我们的阵容非常的豪华以及庞大，请大家奔走相告一下，我们的赛前暖场已经进军国际世界了。那我们首先也是有请 我们 IVL 舞王自封版慵懒兔先来和我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，各位观众，各位线上的观众，你们好吗？我是来自 IVL 的解说 ，IVL 舞王压挤蝈蝈，大家好。
欢迎慵懒兔（括号压挤蝈蝈版）。那我们也是请我们的日本解说跟大家打个招呼吧 ，Say hi。
Hello Hello， 大家好，我是南米咖喱，我们是日本的解说，よろしくお願いします。
我是パリピズム，よろしくお願いします，加油！
好的，谢谢我们2位日本的解说，也谢谢兔兔。那么接下来就开始我们的才艺展示，献丑了大家！导演，音乐。怎么音乐戛然而止？我们4个还沉浸式的享受在我们的舞蹈当中。大家觉得我们跳的怎么样？给我们一点鼓励好不好？太捧场了，太捧场了！我爱你们。那今天的话也是会有2场比赛，第1场结束就是会有我们最后的一个总决赛。今天的话也是会有我们总决赛的一个开幕仪式，非常开心能够在这里和大家见证我们本次 IVS 冠军的诞生。希望大家今天享受比赛，玩得开心。我们一会儿再见，拜拜。
After years of perseverance, I've strived to stand among the top tier hunters.
胜出来可以去闪电弹一个双刀。啊！真这里好像有机会排到，找到一刀，
拿到刀了。
B4U has made history, and regardless of the outcome, this will be our proudest moment.
抢一点完，极限点开了，
有机会爬吗？
能签吗？能爬吗？
哦，差一点。
哇，那这样的话，奈奈的位置就很尴尬了，直接一个闪现击倒。
那这样要拿下一个4抓了。
このシーンを見ているとちょうど終わったばかりの IGL 夏季決勝を思い出します。リジェクトは粘り強く前に進み、最後には逆転を果たしました。
我就站在原地等队友出门，双重惊喜一掉，
我这个又要过去怼一下了呀！
让胡斗山先过来进行依旧，来小飞轮同样把这个标记想破掉。先武者现在也没有着急出刀，
打个双倒先。
どんなに強い相手でも勝てる自信があります。IGL の誇りを守り抜きます。
但是斗笠鼠这个位置，哎呦，秒掉了一个移形，非常的果断。但是还抢出来脸上，飞轮还是倒了。
跌跌撞撞，我们走了很久很久，电竞的道路很残酷，谁都不甘心成为无名之辈。
哎呦，这是什么？这是一把信号枪，再加上一个手电筒啊！这太死了！我们也最怕的一段。
观察一下，
直接切！哦，这个是不是在骗？
他前方没有自愈了，但这个人要飞了。
手里这个火球一定要丢的，一旦过来丢的话，人就要飞了。一个火球丢过来，打了这个科目刀
啊！
事已至此。iOS 的冠军，我们一定要带回去。
欢迎来到2025 IVS 洲际邀请赛第4天第1场的比赛现场，让我们掌声有请两队登场。首先有请 B4U 战队 ，Welcome B4U。
我其实很想跟 RC 搞暧昧的，但是比起搞暧昧，我更想让他们看看第1赛区是怎么拿下冠军的。
Welcome Schmidi Green 狼焰 My Luck。Roland, Anton, Sprinter。下面有请 RC 战队 ，Welcome Reject。
いや B4U マジで強えけど、絶対俺らには勝てないよ。だって俺らの方が強えもん。
City, Unity, 阿勒夫、阿卡、Soba、Lovely、富库。这里是第4天第1场的比赛，由 B4U 对阵 Reject。我是主持人小小，让我们期待双方的精彩对决。
They will going against ACT. Today we had B4U going against RC.
I know
Yesterday's
B4U
matches,
versus RC. That was just insane. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's historical. We're lost for words, guys. How are you guys doing in the chat? We're lost for words because B4U has done the unthinkable, right, Gummy? Defeating Zeta, that's the first stop. And then defeating MRC, the Miracle Crown, and that's a miracle play coming in. And then now finally going up against RC, and that's just one step away from the grand finals. B4U. officially the strongest top 3 division right now, and I'm super proud of what's going on here. NAEU community, I know you guys definitely should be celebrating, rejoicing, because this is history in the making. And Gummy and I, we're really happy to commentate this today. Gummy, how excited are you? Because I saw you like just jumping up and down yesterday. So emotional, seeing Sprinza cry too.
So we saw B4U defeating Japanese teams number 2. Japanese teams number 2. But RC
world champions.
Yes, but like during IJL summer.
I know.
We saw
I
RC beating Beta, and now they have to go against Japan's number 1 in IJL summer, RC.
They got this. 800,000 Chinese yuan on the line. That's 110,000 US dollars. But honestly, forget about the money for a moment. Forget about it at this very moment, because the recognition, the fame, the recognition coming in. Just look at the brackets itself. RC versus B4U happening right here, right now. Just one more step away, Gummy. Imagine if I actually said, let's shave our heads if B4U actually wins. I would have needed to shave my head twice because they won against MRC too.
So I did also write in our casters chat that if B4U wins IVS, we are going to do a TikTok challenge all together.
Let's go!
So far, everyone is on, except Poch hasn't replied and Kuro is still on the fence. Guys, we need to
get Kuro in.
We need to encourage Kuro. We need to do this dance. If B4U wins IVS, we are doing a TikTok dance challenge.
Exactly. Let's do it. If B4U wins, we should do it, right? We should definitely do it.
Absolutely.
I don't care. Kuro, this is your region. You should do it.
This is your region, Kuro.
Right? You should be the one initiating it, right? But honestly, first things first, guys, let's calm down a little bit, because right now, rejects are going to ban out Red Church in Chinatown, and B4U is going to choose Lakeside Village, and the survivors are going to go first. So, Gummy, talk to me about this, because usually we see Sprinter setting the pace first, right? So, do you think Rejects knows that this is the plan of B4U and like, yeah, you know what? Let us have our hunter to set the pace first.
Right. We've been seeing B4U actually selecting Lakeside Village as their first map for previous games. So, they definitely have a strategy up their sleeve. They did bring out that wax artist in the first match. The survivors brought out the Goatman comp meta. What is it on the survivor side? Yeah, they were getting ready for that Goatman, and they got that 3-man elimination with Sprinter in his wax artist when they were on Lakeside Village. They also performed incredibly well when they went against, I'm gonna say, when they were going against that Ivy. They got that 2-man escape. I think it was MRC. So they definitely have a plan up their sleeve. They are really strong on Lakeside Village.
True. And let's just keep it real for a second here. But I have to introduce this guy first, Roland, right? We gotta introduce this guy because B4U right now, Roland, the trusty rescuer of B4U. And honestly, I'm just glad that B4U did not fall into the rescue Terrashock curse. Right?
So we saw a lot of those.
Right. Yesterday, a lot of Terrashock rescues. But because of that, they rescued a little bit earlier, rescued safely earlier, but it doesn't matter because it was a successful rescue. Couple that with Green, that's the next survivor for B4U. Gummy.
Right, and we've been seeing Green playing interesting. He's played Puppeteer the most 4 times within IVS. Then he's played Aeroplanist, so he's taking a lot of the kiting roles and also assisting with the rescues as the aeroplanist. We've been seeing him do a very good job. In the first days, he took first kite twice, and he was able to do 3 Cypher kites.
Yeah, that's just amazing too. And he brought out the prisoner too, right? So that's amazing. There you have it, Schmidty right there. David's the light. It's probably the cook that inspired them to play so well yesterday.
Those
Hopefully that's gonna... I know!
Brownies!
Hopefully that's going to inspire them to play even better today, because they are up against Rejects, and Rejects is a super crazy aggressive brawler team, right? But here you have it. That's Lian for B4U, and I think it's safe to say Lian, the top kiter of B4U right now. Definitely did so much yesterday as well. And that amazing, beautiful 1v1 Professor versus Goatman, allowing him to escape, right? And
absolutely,
it's just amazing. Yeah, so I'm definitely looking forward to more of his performance here. But honestly, Gummy, let's talk for a bit. Let's talk for a second about B4U survivors, right? Before this, the problem with B4U was Sprinzer got the 3K, got the 4K, right? But it's always the survivors that kind of falls behind a little bit in the past. They couldn't cover the grounds, the opening created by by Sprinzer, right? But now things have changed. We're going to talk about this later, right? So Gami, just a little bit later for this thought, because right now, Aka will be taking that first round. Are we going to see that Nightmare first round in Lakeside Village? Or are we just going to go straight up Goatman in this? But Gami, talk to me about, let's talk a little bit about B4U, right? Because right now, what has changed? What do you think has changed?
I mean, if we just want to talk about Aka and his potential picks, he hasn't utilized a Nightmare during this entirety of IVS. So if it does come out, it's going to surprise the survivors quite a lot, and they'll have to be very prepared for this matchup. He's only played Goatman, Hermit, Ivy, Mad Eyes, and Hullabaloo. So and Alf actually came out with that Nightmare, so he may or may not be playing this, but Aka's Hunter's picks are just so unpredictable. He suddenly came out with the Mad Eyes yesterday, so there's absolutely no way of knowing what Hunter Aka is going to be picking.
That's true. And not to mention B4U survivors are gonna go up first. So probably a plan by Reject saying that, yeah, we do not want B4U to dictate the pace. We don't want Sprinzer to dictate the pace first. So we want Aka to do that first. We want to break their morale. Reject wants to reject B4U out of this opening, whatever opening that they think they can achieve. They want to shut it down right now first, because Aka's going to come out. So now B4U survivors got to be the one to set the pace first. And with this lineup, it's a very, very solid anti-Goatman composition. So band picks going great so far. You think we're gonna see the Goatman 100% here?
There's so many options for Aka. We saw the Mad Eyes yesterday. He didn't actually get a lot of eliminations, so most likely either a Goatman or a Nightmare, but he hasn't shown us the Nightmare in quite some time. We've only seen it in IJL, and that's how they actually got that win, 4-man elimination every single time. So if we start seeing this Nightmare coming out again, I'm going to be very scared, because it is definitely very hard to work around, and he is very skilled at that Hunter.
It is. But with this lineup that's countering Goatman so much, right? I wouldn't be surprised if Aka wants to go with the later Horseman, which is like maybe Ivy, you think? Ivy? I mean, they don't really have mobility here. Ivy would be pretty good in instilling fear and cancelling off the stun skills by the Professor. So, food for thought, Gummy? Like, you think Ivy is a good choice here? I mean, if he doesn't go Goatman?
Every single time the Hunters chooses a character other than Goatman, it just catches the survivors off guard, and they have a very hard time trying to work their way around it. So Ivy is definitely a good choice, but it looks like he's going to go for that secure Goatman who's going to be able to give him the number of eliminations. He's going to be choosing the Goatman.
He wants that mind game, right, Gummy? He wants that mind game going on left and right. So hopefully Leanne, we saw Leanne did amazing with the Professor yesterday. Hopefully this is going to be the case again today, because right now it is Aka's Goatman that's going to go up against him. What do you think Aka should be bringing as trait though? Bling? Abnormal? Excitement? I mean, what do you think is best in this map?
We've been seeing the Goatmans bringing Abnormal in yesterday's games, and that's really helped stop the Cypher progress. But this is a much bigger map, so that means if you want to Abnormal, you have to travel a lot of distance just to get to that Cypher machine. So not likely Abnormal. Of course, we can never be sure, but some teleport or warp will help with big maps, but he also does have that cage. If he wants to get the quick first down, he's going to be bringing Blink. And here are our spawn points.
This is hard. That's Green, that's Schmitty. He's definitely going to go between one of those two, right? But Schmitty is going to have a really good place to kite, especially in this middle boat area. Whereas, you know, everyone else one is on the big boat and the other is just far away. So honestly, one of the two might not be too bad. Puppeteer, Magician, two are very, very good choices to go first. So There you have it, Skyfall, the coach for B4U. So the pride of Thailand right there, guys. Shouts to Skyfall. Amazing coaching so far. And dare I say, that might be the added factor that B4U has in order to keep their win streak alive. So right now, Gummy, not the Blink, not the Abnormal, but the Patroller. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, it counters first officer, so that's pretty good. But they do have 2 flywheels. They have triple tide turners. And of course, they have 2 borrowed time. So this lineup going up against the Patroller Goatman. Game number 1, first half. Make some noise in the chat, guys. B4U or RC, who's going to win? Because this is Nello and that's Gummy. We'll be covering this first match.
Aka has spawned and he's making his way towards the shack where he'll be running into Green as his first chase. He needs to actually be able to see the survivor first before caging him because you don't want to mess up that cage. He sees the blood trails on the ground. He's hiding behind this wooden wall and he's going to be able to set up his first cage. Nope, he's baiting the Blink, but he doesn't have Blink and he has Patroller. The survivors don't know this. He's going to be transitioning away and still not utilizing the cages.
Yeah, it's probably just want to build a bit more resentment, right? Oh, and that one is gonna be a pretty quick cage. But of course, when you're in puppeteer form, Aka probably just wants to make let it die out a little bit before hitting. Okay, that's gonna be a hit. That's gonna be half health already. It doesn't really matter. He still has 1 more puppet to use. And now the cage to initiate. Let's see if Green will be using it anytime soon. He's gonna use Little Lewis going through the pallet and then trying to break that. But the Patroller, the bite of the doggo, the devil dog coming in. Will Green be able to negate that? Because right now, the answer is no. Patroller bite is so deadly. Aka's gonna get him down in less than 2 whole ciphers progress, Gummy.
Yeah, that was a pretty early down for the side of Aka. He destroyed all the pallets so that even if he transitions out, he can't really get to that pallet. That pallet was already gone. Then he utilizes that Patroller at the perfect moment. So he was stuck, he had nowhere to go, and he was able to just take that down. It looks like Roland's coming in for the rescue, utilizing his pocket watch.
Yeah, using the pocket watch, very good. Don't be greedy. Just make sure to buy enough time as much as possible. You know there's no Patroller in place, so you can definitely go in and rescue. Okay, just a matter of time. The swing, that's gonna end Green with the last effort. It doesn't matter because Roland is still at full health, but Aka trying to get the damage onto Roland, but realizes that, yeah, maybe not so much, but beautiful rotation by Green, using that cage to go towards the other side and build distance. So even if he's going down, doesn't really matter because now Roland can start a new cipher, and meanwhile, the other person, which is Professor or even Schmidi on the Magician, can come in for the rescue just to save that tide turner.
We can see that 2 Cypher Machines have been completed, but the last 3 Cypher Machines need a little bit more work. Hunter already saw Smitty and is going to be getting a very early hit onto this Magician, forcing him to get that early rescue onto the Puppeteer. And get an immediate hit. Was not rescued with Tide Turner, and that is back to the manor for this survivor.
Honestly, this is going to be a really hard game for B4U survivors, but it's okay because, again, you have to just focus on getting 1-man escape and not getting 4K. That's going to be the key point here in order to be for you to stand a chance. AI is saying that there's a 28% of 4K for Aka, but that also means more points in case of a draw. So let's see if that's going to be the case. Beautiful flywheel by Schmidi, and then going invisible with the 1 again. No more 1s to be used. Schmidi has used up everything. So Aka is going to finally down Schmidi, but it's okay because the rebound kite at least helped that 3rd cipher to be at 90%. So ciphers are not really enough, and it's a really big map. So I'm saying Aka has the advantage right here to get a W.
The good thing for the side of the B4U survivors is the fact that they're still both at full health. We're going to utilize the pocket watch right away to avoid getting hit and trying to buy a little more time so they can finish up that 70 and 40% Cypher Machine. And he's being very patient, utilizing all of his pocket watches. We'll be taking a chip hit here and getting that rescue before half.
Beautiful play right there. Schmidi is gonna go down almost instantly, but fortunately, Roland still can rescue 1 more time. But without any items, I don't know if he should still go for it because right now, they have to focus on finishing ciphers. But this is where things get very dangerous. Aka knows that no one's gonna come and rescue Schmidi. Oh, changing to abnormal. That's it, guys. Aka going full aggressive, fully committing onto abnormal. No last cipher, only at 34% so far, but Leanne gonna come in for that rescue, Professor! Oh my god, just walking through. Leanne's like, okay, I'm just gonna go through. And the beautiful scale! But oh my god, Schmitty is gonna expire very, very soon, but he's gonna get that free rescue. Beautifully done. The Tide Turtle is gonna buy enough time, and now you can see that first officer is finishing that 4th cipher, but the 5th cipher has been abnormal, so things are gonna be really, really dangerous. Schmitty right here, just trying to still kite. He's still kiting. He's just wasting time right here at this moment. Last effort is gonna be popped. Schmitty is gonna die at the corner, just trying to make sure that the last cipher is not being interrupted. But honestly, this situation is super, super dire. They need a 6th cipher somewhere far away.
Right, it does look like Roland has finally started the cipher machine towards the shore corner, and Elian is going to be feeding the hunter Tinnitus. He is at full health, so if he utilizes his scales well, which he did when he was coming in for this rescue, allowing him to be at full health, it looks like he's going to be able to... Oh, he misses his cage again!
Nice,
But he's right in front
beautifully
of
done.
him and will be able to get the hit onto the Professor.
It's okay, because if he can still buy enough time, he still has scales to work with and flywheel to work with. He can buy enough time for Roland to oh no, that's not going to be enough time to employ the flywheel, and this might look like a 4K on the side of Aka, because now Roland has no items. Roland really should commit to finding one item in the bay, and if Leanne struggles free, it might be an opening for them at this point. So Roland really needs to find something out of the chest, maybe find a bot, find a football, a pad. That would definitely help him in the long run. Although my personal favorite is the doll after all. Yeah, I think the doll is my personal favorite. Yeah, that abnormal really sucks. It really sucks.
Back down to 25%. The other cipher machine at Shack at 46. They did do the complete opposite 2 cipher machines on the opposite corners to try and keep the ciphers as far apart as possible and keep themselves as safe as possible. But right now, Aka is having quite a lot of... He's wasting a lot of time trying to look for Roland, so that's allowing the Professor to heal up, and he can also crawl to a different area. And if he if the side of the survivors allowed Professor to almost bleed out, and he gets back up, hits him, then they can get that dungeon escape.
Oh my god, he still cannot find Roland. The Tinnitus has not proc. Yeah, beautiful. And I like what Salty Suki said. Never say it's over till it's over, because remember that happened with Zeta, that happened with MRC.
Roland
but no, the crows are gonna reveal Roland. Leanne has to stand up right now. He has to make that play right now and try and decode the cipher. But it doesn't really matter, because Roland can still take one more hit. He has a mini scale to work with. So honestly, that next hit is gonna matter a lot. So they know for sure. One fact is Aka cannot change his trait anymore. He's stuck with that normal. So that might help him a little bit. The mini scales needs to be timed really well. Oh, and he's just gonna block the scale. It's not gonna be used in time. The reaction not fast enough. So no. Oh, there. Roland's gonna go down. Still has exit path, so that's good. But Leanne's already recording like 75% onto that last far cipher. So the idea might be he has to chair. He has to chair.
85%. It's almost... Oh no, it looks like he's gonna leave the cipher machine. He's gonna be a little safe here. And since he is chaired, now he has to go for this rescue. Or he has to wait till the first officer bleeds out.
Yeah, that's
true. But the hunter looks like he already found him, so it's gonna be a very hard kite for the Professor.
Nice.
Wonderful scale pushes the hunter back.
Beautiful reaction time as well. But now this is gonna be really hard. Oh, the Parashock's gonna happen. Valiant effort coming in, but unfortunately Aka is prepared. He's saying, B4U, you've already taken out Zeta, you've already taken out MRC as a fellow IJL team and the #1 IJL team at the moment. I'm gonna give you my full power right here. I'm gonna give you my fullest wrath, my full power, and that's gonna be a 4K onto Aka to start things off. But honestly, the back and forth was really good. It didn't really feel one-sided. It felt really felt like it was neck and neck. But Gami, talk to me. Like, what happened during that match? What do you think was the turning point where B4U survivors are starting to see less of a possibility to win?
I think that first down was a little early because we saw the cipher machines were around 40, and 30. And I think that just kind of stopped the Cypher progress, and then Aka was able to utilize that patroller incredibly well. Then as soon as he noticed that there was a Cypher machine right next to him, he utilized that abnormal, and that suddenly slowed things down so much for the survivors, because we did say in the early time he downed pretty quickly and then he utilized abnormal. That means they need more Cypher progress, and right now they were fighting for that Cypher progress. We can see that Roland has the most hunter containment time at 84 seconds because he did utilize that watch incredibly well before going for those rescue. And then the second rescue, quite unfortunately, he rescued without Ty Turner because it was Smitty. Smitty was found almost immediately behind the windmill. He had to, he took a hit, so that forced him to go for an early rescue, and he was rescued without Ty Turner, and they just didn't have enough Cypher machines at that point. And the abnormal just really hurt the survivors, and he was able to get that 4-man elimination.
Totally agree. It's definitely the first early kiting, not as long as they expected out of a puppeteer, and the abnormal that you mentioned really sealed the deal, put the nail onto the coffin, so to speak. And thanks to that, Aka was able to capitalize because he abnormal the Cypher twice. So no way before you survivors were able to get that Cypher to pop. Not to mention, it was a very, very slow chair for the first officer. Roland was sitting comfortably there, just slowly dwindling, the health slowly dwindling, and it wasn't enough for Lian to buy his time, enough time to kite towards the dungeon as well. So very well played by Aka, recognizing that he should go all out from the very beginning. That's exactly what he did. But before you survivors as well, a good fight coming from them, right? I mean, like it didn't feel like I did not, although it was a short kite, a pretty short kite, it did not feel, I did not see any misplays. You know, any clumsy play, misplays. Yeah, so good job, good fight.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that they did really well was the fact that when Elian went down, Roland went all the way around so he didn't feed Tinnitus at all, and he was able to make it. He was trying to make it to that other cornfield Cypher machine inside of Shack, but he just didn't have enough time, and then the Crows just gave away his position, and then he couldn't touch the Cypher machine in time. But let's introduce the RC survivors.
All right, Ampi is going to be that first person to come up. We all know and love him for the OB work that he's done, especially onto that forward. We've seen him done amazing with the forward harassments, especially during the middle to late game. So that's what we can expect to see. Rowley as well, the Rowley Ampi tandem coming in. We've seen Rowley as well on the meteorologist, on the professor as well, and even just, you know, the super aggressive playstyle by this duo tandem is definitely showing a lot, especially when it comes to harassing mid-game, late game. This power duo is definitely a force to be reckoned with. So if one's the professor, the other's the forward, wow, that's going to be a hell of a fight going on. Gami, talk to me about Soba.
And I also wanted to say he was the 5th in hunter containment time at around 70. And on the side of Soba, we can see he's the 2nd at average deduction points. So we have a lot of high-ranked survivors on the side of RC. They were able to get the win continuously until they met ACT. So their stats are definitely very high. Soba's known to be the kiter and the decoder. In the past matches, he's played Puppeteer and Embalmer as the most, which was twice.
Yeah, not to mention his beautiful Explorer pallet slamming, the breaking wheel in order to get that dungeon escape. So that's definitely one play to watch out for as well. Welcome City, the rescue main for the team. Fortunately, he has not joined the rest of the team with a Terrashock fail rescue compilation video. I don't know if is Broxen here? Broxen from TikTok. He makes a lot of contents. If you can make contents about this Terrashock fail rescues, that'll be amazing content as well to clip. But coming in here, these survivors, these teams, they are ready to make sure they don't make that mistake.
Right. Definitely. We have Stable Rescuer. If we saw his rescuing, his rank was also very high. His escape rate was around 70. So he's a rescuer that can get those rescues without getting those terror shocks and also escape. So lots of high stats on the side of... Oh, and let's look at Sprinter's stats. Yes, he's ranked 3rd in average decoding average deduction points, my bad. And 3rd in average knockdowns. He's 3rd in average eliminations. He's 4th in average terror shocks. And he's 4th in average time to knock down. Oh,
I
and
mean,
3rd in a 4-man elimination rate. He got so many 4-man eliminations. He's 3rd.
I know, like he powered up. All his stats has been boosted up simply because of yesterday's amazing performance, right? Against Zeta, against MRC. So this guy now officially the top hunter, not just in NAEU, but in the whole world. This guy is definitely up there. Sprinzer putting the name NAEU on the map right there. So guys, please do give you a shout out because now Sprinzer has the impossible task. I want to say it's the John Wick impossible task, but he's done the 4K so many times before against other teams. So I feel like, I wouldn't say impossible task, but he has the really, really difficult task to get a 4-man elimination just to equalize game number 1.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of pressure since the survivors went first and they did get a 4-man elimination. Sprinzer wants to try and tie up that round 1 and stop that progress on the side of the RC survivors. He's gonna go ahead and ban the Seer and the Professor. He doesn't want to deal with those scales. We've been seeing Elyan do a very good utilization of the scales, pushing the Hunter back every time he is caged. So the side of the survivors, they will be picking the First Officer and Puppeteer.
Yeah, very stable picks, right? And you can see that these are the exact same picks as what B4U Survivors did, because this is going to be a mirror match. Goatman's definitely on the table for Sprinzer. So the matter is, what's going to be their last pick? Is it going to be the exact same one coming in? Because if that is, what's the last one that they played? Magician, Puppeteer, First Officer. What was the last one, Gummy?
Professor, but it was banned.
Professor,
so
it was banned. Maybe Archer? Archer would be great.
Oh, against the
Archer would be great.
Goatman. Oh my goodness. They brought the Archer. What?
Yeah.
We did
good
see that
substitute.
Archer was very useful in other games at the late round when they're just trying to keep that one person alive. So definitely very unexpected, but they want a harasser. We see that RC likes to harass, so they're gonna use the Archer this time.
Yeah, this is an Archer that does not hesitate to shoot twice just to get you the 100% laceration. So
Yeah.
depending on the play style, let's see if that's going to be enough to buy time against Sprinzer. Hopefully we'll be able to see a mirror match spawn location just so that we can see a repeat of Puppeteer versus Goatman, or at least a Magician versus Goatman. Then at least we'll be able to see if it really comes down to that first kite that brought the difference of 4K or not in the first half. But Sprinzer, it's a very strong Goatman here, yeah?
Yeah. And it's a Goatman comp. And yeah, we're gonna see the Goatman. They're gonna play it safe. They're gonna use the best hunter on this game right now.
Yeah.
He's giving you the results. We saw Akka just get that 4-man elimination. He needs to get that 4-man elimination. And he
Yeah.
can also help block off the Archer with his cages, so she might not be able to harass as much, hopefully. We'll see.
Hopefully. Like, stop shooting me with your Cupid arrows. Come on. Don't make me fall in love. But no love right now for any of these teams because they definitely want to win and move forward towards the grand finals, right? So B4U, rejects. This is round number 1, second half. Let's see if Sprinzer will be able to get that 4-man elimination, because this is a totally different spawn location, but still Magician and Puppeteer will be sandwiching the Goatman right here. So let's see if the Puppeteer will be that first chase by Sprinzer and if it will be a fast down or not. But Kami, I'm so interested with this match as well, because do you think Archer's a very how do you put this? Would you prefer a Professor or an Archer in this case?
I mean, personally, I would prefer a Professor because in this meta, everyone has to just kite as long as possible on their own. There's not a lot of support happening because it can be easily blocked off. But I mean, we've been seeing Archer doing a pretty good job on other matches, so who knows? The meta can change at any time. It could become a support meta, harassing meta. We'll have to see.
Yeah, no patroller, that's for sure. It's a blink Goatman right here. Double tight turners, double flywheels, and of course, triple borrowed time. Let's see if that's going to be enough in order to face off against B4U Sprinzer, the Sishan, right? Coming in. That's Gummy and Nello, and we'll be commentating the second half.
And it looks like he's going towards the middle, and he will be running into Umpy. He has tinnitus, but it's not the survivor that he's looking for, or if they've already transitioned out. He's going to the walls here, but there's no survivors in the vicinity. He does get tinnitus once more, so it is going to be the archer that will be taking the first chase if the hunter does end up finding him. He's doing such a good job hiding behind that rock.
Yeah, beautifully done. Like, you know, that's the art of kiting. Hide first, and you can hide, you get discovered, then you run. Oh my god, Sprinter really is playing against an explorer right here because Anpi tiptoeing. Oh, it's finally going to be caught off guard, but beautiful back step going on right there. And the laceration is going to be almost 100%. Doesn't really care, but now Anpi knows what's up. He knows what's up. He knows that he just needs to kite through. Beautiful flywheel coming in. Anpi has survived that cage, and now Sprinter! He still needs that first hit, but Anpi so slippery, and the pallets land. Anpi onto Sprinter. Sprinter, you gotta calm down a little bit. You gotta make sure that you do not let the archer set the pace, because you are the GOAT, man. You are the GOAT. So right now, Anpi is surviving another cage trap. So beautifully done by Rechecks. Gummy, beautiful kite.
She's utilizing the pallets incredibly well. She's getting ready to utilize her archer's bow, but it's going to be finally taking a chip damage. She still has enough resentment so he can cage her once again, but she's slowly running out of resources. She has 2 more bows left to utilize. He misses his swing again. The laceration effects are building up once again, and he's not able to get the hit, so he's just going to take the stun. 2 Cypher machines have been completed. The last one, the third one will be... he blinks and he finally gets another chip damage on the archer, but she's still at half health.
That's already a 3 Cyphers kite by Anpi. He's already won for his team in this early kite, right? So even if Anpi goes down here, which he still hasn't, he's finally gonna go down finally. But Gummy, look at how much time he's bought for rejects right there.
Yeah, and he's right next to one of the survivors, Rioli. He has Ty Turner, so he can definitely come in for this rescue. The survivors are not afraid. They're starting up 3 Cypher machines just in case. And it looks like the Magician will be forced to take the rescue here, but he's looping this area, so he's not going to go for that rescue until it reaches half or he takes a hit.
Oh my god, this is looking like a very hard game for Sprinter because the survivors are pressuring the Cyphers so much. The rescue is going to happen really well, and not to mention Anpi still has a second chair to work with, so plenty of time for him to kite, to buy time, and Rowley just trying to block off with the one, but the presence of mind coming in, doesn't matter, last effort is going to be triggered, but Anpi is going to try and die all the way towards the river. And oh my goodness, what a time to be playing right now, because look at the Cyphers. Gummy, last Cypher remaining.
Yeah, we can just see the 4th Cypher machine has been completed. City is already coming in for the rescue. It is the first officer, so he's going to utilize that pocket watch, and even if you cage him, he's going to have a hard time hitting the main body, and he's going to just take his time here. Is able to get the chip damage onto the first officer. Now he's going to go for this rescue and is able to rescue. Oh no, he's going to buy even more time. He's just waiting, and he's going to utilize the last of his pocket watch. He's waiting for the Cypher machines to be primed as 83.
Oh no. Yeah, he's definitely trying to play it safe, but Sprinter, his cage is going to be broken again and again, and this is really an occurrence where it's like, if your cage keeps getting broken off like this, it's going to be really hard. Anpi's going to go down, but Cypher has already been primed. They're not even going to bother because it's only a 25% chip damage. 4-man in-game is guaranteed right here. Gummy, Rechecks showing why they are the #1 IGL team right here. It makes Sprinter's Goatman feel like it's being toyed with at the moment, but Sprinter, he cannot allow the 4-man escape to happen.
Alright, Cypher machines have been popped. He is not going to lose sight of this archer. He needs to at least ensure to get that 1-man elimination. He is going to finally be able to get this down onto this archer after the Cyphers have been popped, but the exit gate is being opened. It's already at 80. It's reaching 90. He's going to be able to chair this survivor. He does have teleport. Are all the survivors? Rioli is still in the middle, so he can get 1 more man elimination. He doesn't have tinnitus, so he doesn't know exactly where this Magician is. One survivor, two survivor has
Everyone's
left.
going
Magician,
through the back gate, and Rolly
for
going through the dungeon.
and he is able to get the dungeon escape.
3-man escape. Rejecting before you, saying that, you know what, we reject everything but victory. Gummy, what an impressive showing by RC in the first game. Wow, congratulations. Round 1 win by RC and such a strong showing as well. But Gummy, we've seen this happen before. We've seen it happen yesterday in game number 2. It was 8-1 against MRC, right? But that happened in game number 2. So I would say I want to be really positive and I want to be really optimistic because this is just game number 1. They can still come back in game number 2, reset, coming back in game number 2, go with round wins. Right? They can go with round wins.
It's not over, but
it's not over.
I mean, the point differential is very scary. They have to be able to win the rounds, and I mean, with that kite of that archer, there was just nothing Spencer could do.
Insane.
And on the side of Spencer, I don't know if he was a little nervous, but the cage placements was usually you want to cut off these pallets so that they can't utilize that pallet, but his cages were a little off, and so he didn't break off that pallet area, so then she could keep going back and forth. And on top of that, unfortunately, he kept missing his swings because he was afraid that laceration effect will come in and he'll get stunned, so he swung a little early at times, and that just kept allowing the archer to continuously loop around that one area. They just finished up 3 Cypher machines, and then he was finally able to down her, but they already primed the last Cypher machine when they were coming for that rescue.
Solo kiting right there, the best of Anpi right there, ladies and gentlemen. But Gummy, do you believe in rhythm of pacing? I believe because I feel like it's kind of like because they already know the way Sprinzer's rhythm is, and that's why it's always like a mismatch. You know, like when you go with a certain tempo, and then the survivors just went with a different tempo just to disrupt that usual rhythm by Sprinzer, because you don't normally see him miss his swings. You don't normally see him misplace his cage. So I feel like it's just really a disruption of tempo right there. I think they pretty much got Sprinzer figured out in his 2 fights, analyzed against Zeta, against MRC. So I feel like it might be that case. So right now, I feel like Sprinzer really needs to just set back his own tempo, because it was really just the archer setting the pace just now, right? So let's just go back and see the highlights and check it out.
I don't think I'm gonna go back to the middle. You can kite. Tell me when he's about to die. Tell me when he's about to die.
Not yet. 8 seconds, try.
Okay,
No, don't double kite, don't double kite.
Okay.
Don't double kite, go for one. It's fine.
興奮あるからね、MP。鬼没はまだまだ。興奮だけケアでいいよ、まだ。まあ、3割ある。合計3割ある。オッケー。もう折りたっぷりあるよ。どこに待ってる？恐怖なければいい。
結構待ってる。
めっちゃナイス。
偉い。
いける。よし。
And there you have it. The highlights just showing the excitement coming in, and not to mention the pallet slam as well. I definitely bought so much time for rejects in order to contain Sprinzer as much as possible. But before anything else, that's Gummy. I'm Nello. We'll be your casters for today. For those of you who have just tuned in to the 1,025 people watching right now, this is IdentityV Stellaris Challenge, last day. And I know you guys turned up to show some love for both of these teams, but especially B4U, I feel. Because right now, we're cheering on for Sprinzer. Both teams, but Sprinzer is definitely... B4U is down 1 game, 8-1, but they can definitely come back in game number 2. So just saying a quick hi to Ronnie, Katja, Nikushenka, Garuko, Maneke, Luminous Doodles, I see you, Lil Starling, and of course Circus Freak, Salty Sugi, Dewey, Hopefully you guys are having a good time because we are definitely excited for this second game. Gummy, talk to us about this map ban selection.
Yeah, it looks like the side of B4U, they will be banning out Ever Sleeping Town, and the side of RC, they will be choosing Chinatown, and they will be the survivors of RC going first, so that this may be the change of pace that B4U needs, allowing Sprinter to take the lead, and then having the survivors play and try to make up for whatever result that Sprinter comes out with. A few interesting things that I saw yesterday that I also wanted to mention was Fafa IDV. He's on YouTube, Fafa IDV. He utilized all of his prediction cards on B4U. He was a true fan. So check out his YouTube. God. And on the side of Pit Stoppers in his Twitter, I saw that every time he ate a piece of pie, that B4U would get the win. So start eating those pies, Pits.
All right. A true believer.
Give them the strength that you need.
Oh my God.
We'll be seeing the RC survivors. They must be feeling very good here. I believe that Spencer was really caught off guard with that Archer. As you've seen me, I was always like, Archer? Like, okay, a free down for Spencer was what I was thinking. And I mean, maybe Spencer was thinking the same thing, but he was caught off pace, as you mentioned. He kind of lost his rhythm. And so that, you know, it's those small minor details, but, you know, he just needs to focus and don't lose your confidence. We know you're good at these 4-man eliminations. You really pulled through many times, so you can show us once again.
Every tournament, every single one, I imagine myself winning, me and my team. And we're actually, after so long, beating pro teams. Zeta, MRC, they are not easy whatsoever, but I feel very, very accomplished after all of these years. It is better than what I expected. I practice a lot with me, my team, myself when I rank in NAEU, and it's truly difficult to get as high of a level as China and Japan teams. So I'm actually really glad for my performance. It's something, once again, that I always dream about before the tournament even begins.
If you can dream it, you can definitely achieve it. Stay strong, my king, because that's what King Sprinter is saying. Very, very real. He's very real, like shaky. I can imagine only the nerves going up against these giant teams. But he's proven himself, and you're just one more step away from going to the grand finals. So leave everything on the table, put everything on the table, no regrets, just do your best. And you know what? The whole community is behind your back. Gummy, Sprinter's going first again.
Yes, and that's always a good sign for B4U because we know that he's gonna be strong this time around. I'm just thinking, I'm so nervous just watching this match. Imagine how nervous the B4U players are. They're representing NAEU. They've never made it to top 3. The least you can get right now is 3rd place. But you want to get that more. You've made it so far. We just want to take that one step further. We want to see them in the finals. But all the nerves, I mean, they must be so nervous right now. On the side of RC, they're used to this. They've played so many tournaments. Yes, they still get nervous, but they can really keep their calm. They can keep their head. They can keep strategizing. And they came into this fight prepared. They saw what B4U did to Zeta and MRC. They're like, we can't play any games here. We are going to bring our full force as Japan's #1 team.
True. They cannot allow anything else to upset that position, because right now in Reject's mind, they're probably thinking, let's just get this over and done with as quickly as possible, because mind you, the winner still needs to go in a B or 5 match after this in the grand final. So they definitely want to reserve as much energy as they can. But right here, Sprinter, he needs to get this 4K right here, right now. Because if he gets that, he sets the pace that will allow B4U to at least gun for that 1 or 2-man escape that will give that round wins to them, and they can engage in BO3. But going against Unpi, Rowley, I mean, if you are Skyfall right now, Gummy, what would you advise Sprinter in facing these two brawlers?
Well, we've seen that in some matches, Sprinter struggled against downing this one certain player. But in the next match, we saw him chasing him again. That's some confidence there. We saw that happening in Koa 8. We saw him going against FT Kuga. He was kited pretty badly with that airplanist when he was playing that Goatman. But in the very next match, as his opera singer, he just kept terror shocking him. Every time he vaulted, he got terror shocked. So as long as he doesn't lose his confidence, it's very important for hunters to have that confidence and keep their cool. Okay, shake off the last game and bring a new mindset coming into this second matchup.
I like it. Just keep calm and never give up trying. I would have a different advice though, Gummy. My advice is don't chase the person who wants you to chase them. Right? Because they want team fight. They're like, chase me, bro. Right? You know, it's screaming like Unti, Rolly, they're screaming like, chase me first. So I would say, why not go and chase Soba first? Why not go and chase City first, right? So, but regardless of what, I think Skyfall definitely has that advice coming in for them as the coach. But right now they are prepared with a priestess, with a meteorologist, with a coordinator and a mercenary. So this lineup, wow, a priestess is gonna be super interesting in Chinatown. So what do you think Sprinter is going to play against this lineup?
I mean, he is the best at his opera singer. He does a very good job with his opera singer. He's played it 4 times already and he's gotten good results. You want to get those fast downs. You want to try and give your survivor side the advantage. We'll most likely be seeing an opera singer to try and quicken the pace, catch them off guard. A lot of good supports here. Coordinator really helps when the rescue happens. You could always utilize that stun gun. If you go for the first chase and he brings excitement, that could completely catch the survivors off guard. It's just depending on what trait and how you can catch each other off guard. Who are you going to chase? It's all just all the mind games that happens here.
Yeah, the mind games coming in left and right. This is definitely going to be very interesting. But Sprinter is going to opt for the Hullabaloo. I mean, it's good. The red mark can definitely cancel off the Priestess portal. So that's a play. I mean, it can definitely, like in Pursuit, right? What's the most annoying thing going up against Hullabaloo? Your skills constantly getting silenced, right? So
yeah,
that can
every
be
time you go to a pallet or window, there's a clone waiting for you to land another colored bomb at you.
This is really, really hard. But then again, they probably have an inkling of an idea that Sprinter might bring out the Hullabaloo, right? Because they did not ban out the Hullabaloo. So maybe they're prepared for it. So let's see.
He hasn't played Hullabaloo at all during IVS though, so...
Secret weapon!
Secret weapon, exactly. We got the mercenary in the middle as the rescuer. We have the meteorologist on the top. On the bottom, we have the priestess. She's going to be giving a lot of support when needed, making the portal. So she's going to be around the middle of the map. And we have the coordinator inside of the hotel bridge. And Sprinter will be taking up that tunnel area right next to the coordinator and the mercenary.
Yeah, bring it home, guys. Bring it home, says Kacha right there. And of course, everyone in the chat, make some noise because this is Sprinter's game to take with Hullabaloo. I mean, he hasn't shown Hullabaloo, right, Gummy? You said it yourself. Probably his secret weapon coming in. And honestly, Ivy would have been countered with this combination, but doesn't really matter because Hullabaloo is going to be the choice. And let's see if that's going to be the hunter that helps bring B4U back into victory. Let's see.
On the traits of the hunter, he's going to be bringing Warp, Insolence, and Trump card. So no detention on this Hullabaloo. On the side of the survivors, we see 3 flywheels, 3 borrowed time, 2 tide turners. So They're coming in ready for this matchup. This is game 2, first half inside of China time. I'm Gummy here with Nello bringing you the commentary for this match.
All right, do it. Go big or go home. Sprinter, the clown. Let's see if that clown is going to be the one hunter that helps him get that 4-man elimination, because he definitely needs it right now in game number 2. Looking for his first target. City is in the vicinity, but he obviously wants someone other than Rowley and Unp. So Soba's actually in the vicinity. Rowley's around the corner with a flare gun ready to use. But honestly, I feel like he really wants that Priestess first. He's going to spot off that blood trail. Soba's going to take that first chase. So let's see if Soba will be able to buy enough time for him to go. Oh, going up that first play. This is actually a very, very hard place to kite against a Hullabaloo. But no, that's going to be that first white bomb onto Soba.
He has a lot of distance so far, but Hullabaloo can catch up. He doesn't have first presence yet, so she is able to make it. Oh, she's going to utilize her second, and that's the last portal for the time being until the third one charges. She's going to utilize her vaulting speed and will be able to make it back inside. Oh, she doesn't have knee-jerk reflex, but another bomb has landed onto this Priestess. He's trying to utilize his clone. She's going to flywheel to get to that pallet, and she's going to walk right through.
Probably gonna just take that first hit. Doesn't really matter, because right now he still has one more portal to work with. It's gonna be a little bit of a game coming in here. Oh, very bold, sir. Very, very bold. One more white one is gonna do it. He's gonna be cancelled off. He's not even gonna be able to go through. The portal was cancelled, and now Soba's gonna be on that chair. So Gummy, good start so far. I mean, it's 2 ciphers, 2.5 ciphers going in, but hey, at least you got rid of that Priestess and the portals.
Right, so a pretty good kite on the side of this Priestess. He did kind of walk around the map to look for her. Cedar is already in this area, but he has one in order, so the hunter knows exactly in what direction he's coming in from. He's going to utilize that elbow pad as soon as the hunter gets close, so he's just going to be waiting around the middle, trying to land another color bomb onto this mercenary.
Unfortunately, not going to be a Terra Shock so far, but he wants to go for the double down, but beautifully done by the mercenary. One more. Oh, he's going to use that. He's going to use that pad just to run away, but the warp is going to help him catch up to it. Soba trying to go back through the portal, but that's not going to happen. Soba is going to go down very time soon now. But beautifully done by Sprinter. Because of his really, really decisive and quick action, he's going to be able to stop Soba from going back into and just downing him straight away. So this time, nice job, Sprinter, getting him down for the second time. But the ciphers are a lot of progress. Actually, there's progress on some, but nothing too threatening just yet. Oh.
And a stun gun from the coordinator. She's going in for this rescue right before the Priestess expires. We can see that the mercenary is also being healed up by the meteorologist. Hunter doesn't want to lose sight of this Priestess. He's going to be able to land the black bomb on her right away. She's hiding very well behind this pallet. Wonderful pallet stun, and able to transition away.
I feel like everyone here just wants the pallet slam all the time, right? But now the bot blocking coming in, Unp trying to do it, but it's a Hullabaloo we're talking about. Oh, it's going to be pushed away a little bit more. Soba has a portal. No, does not have a portal to work with. And he's also going to be kiting, but the beautiful flywheel coming in, just trying to buy a little bit more time. Soba still has one red bomb, one white bomb left in order to go down. But ciphers are going really, really well. The third cipher, the fourth cipher are almost going to be done, but so is Soba. That's the first person going to be sent back to the manor. 3v1, 90% on the fourth cipher. Oh, God. Do you think here, Gummy, he should commit to changing into abnormal some point in time?
I think it's a little late for abnormal because we have 3 healthy survivors, and on top of that, he doesn't have detention, so things aren't looking too good. But it looks like his next chase is going to be Raioli. She just utilized her stun gun. She picked up a pocket watch though. She was able to, so it looks like she's going to be taking this next kite, and she's going to be buying a lot of time with that pocket watch as well, trying to get another bomb on her with that clone, but can't really figure out which direction she's going in.
Yeah, not really, because of the pocket watch, right? And that's exactly why I hate playing against someone carrying pocket watch, because the mind games are real. But now that the clock effect, hypnotism effect is over, Rowley is going to be kiting next, still at full health. One more white bomb's going to do it. Oh, beautiful flywheel! still canceling off the effects of the white bomb. And they are still at full health. The Cyphers are both going amazingly fast. One's at 72%, the other's already at 70%. It looks like they're gonna prime both Cyphers. Oh no, the pass lamp's not gonna happen here. The trapeze trying to catch up to Rowley, but Rowley doing amazingly well. The white bomb is gonna solidify it, but he's still kiting out of his mind. Oh, he's finally gonna go down. Unfortunately, the Cypher has not been primed yet, but Unpi already making a beeline towards where Rowley is. And the dungeon is around this vicinity too, Gami.
And we can see Umpi's coming in for the rescue right away because Cypher machines are primed and you don't want to get caught off too far away from this chair, especially against a Hullabaloo. He's going to be able to down the coordinator. Cypher machines pop. She's right back up 3-man endgame situation. She has no items. 2 color bombs on her. She needs to avoid the black zone. She's hiding behind this pallet and Spritzer's trying to force her to vault. She's able to vault pieces and is finally able to down this coordinator. And he needs to make it to the exit gates. They're going on both directions, so he can still get a 3-man elimination. But
oh god, he has to tell. He has to use it now. He has to use it now. He has to use it now. He has to use it now because City is going out. If he doesn't use it, then that's gonna be oh, wait. Masonry can still go in. Masonry can still go in for the rescue. This might be a chance right here. So Rowley is going to be rescued by City, and now Unpi is the one that's going to take the kite. But honestly, it's already at 98%. He's just toying. He's just toying at this point. It's like saying that, hey, oh, no, the gate's not open yet, but peekaboo, 2% more, it's going to be open. Ampi's going to go down, but doesn't really matter because there are 2 survivors that are running amok. RC City is still at full health. He can definitely come in for the rescue if needed, and he can also use the pads to run away if needed as well. So Ampi right here has flywheel to work with. Oh, he's going to allow the struggle to happen. Careful! Don't forget, there's a dungeon nearby here. Gummy, will Ampi be able to escape through here? Are they confident enough to say, leave the house, leave! Leave the gate. I'll be able to kite. I still have a flywheel. No, I don't have a flywheel. Sorry, that's gonna be it. But still, Gami, a 2-man escape against the Hullabaloo. And the survivors' streak of RC continues. Oh my god.
Still did a very good job getting that 2-man elimination against this team. They did a very good job. Spencer went after that coordinator knowing that she didn't have an item, but unfortunately she got a pocket watch and that just bought so much time for them. They were able to prime up that last Cypher machine. If she was a no item survivor, this would have been a completely different story, but the survivors took advantage of the fact that Spencer will now most likely go after that coordinator because she has no items. She has to raw kite. So they prioritized her getting an item and then expected to get that kite. At this point, it was very hard for Spencer to change targets. She has utilized that pocket watch. She's like, do I have to wait till she finishes this pocket watch, down her, or do I have to just go to a different survivor? But they already had the number of Cypher machines. He was able to secure that 2-man elimination. They almost got that dungeon escape. Things were looking a little scary, but despite the circumstances, he was able to eliminate 2 RC survivors. So that's still a good job on Spencer.
In a lot of situations, this would definitely be very, very, how do you put this? This would still be good enough, right? Because you get a draw here, you probably let your survivors go in. But unfortunately, this is RC we're talking about, and RC was the team that sent Zeta Division to the lower brackets in the first place. And now you can see the difference between the teams show, because RC survivors are monsters. I do not want to play against a team of aggressive, fierce brawlers right there, because Rowley, Unpi, even Soba joining the fray, it was just amazing to watch what was going on throughout the entire game. Just look at it yourself, 102 seconds containment time by Rowley, not to mention the pallet slams by Soba as well, 97 seconds. And City obviously having the best time of his life, going in for 2 rescues, but still able to decode 2 ciphers. So, Gummy, my god, right now it's do or die, 3-man escape.
Yeah, this is a time for the survivors to step up, be like, it's okay, Spencer, this time we'll take it. We're gonna either get this tie, get that 2-man escape, or we're gonna get that 3-man escape and get the win for round number 2. But here's the thing, if they don't get that 2-man escape, that is the end for B4U. They will be taking the 3rd place, and RC will be going back to face ACT once again and have their revenge match.
True. That's very true. I mean, regardless of what happens here, B4U has already secured a minimum of third placing, right? So nothing to be ashamed of. In fact, everything to be proud about, right? Because right now, B4U, they're playing, they're living their best moments, like playing all the way until last day. That's in itself is already history being written, right?
It is.
Yeah. So here, like what you said, you pointed it out. Two-man escape to bring it to game number 3. But honestly,
He bought his lucky charm.
Lucky charm.
Yeah, his KL Polaroids.
It feels like Sakamoto days. Do you watch Sakamoto days?
No.
Like Sakamoto days is like there's this person that's like a fortune teller, and then he always has like a lucky charm. And when he has a lucky charm, he always plays better and avoids misfortune. So maybe that's why Lian has his own lucky charm right there.
Please.
Oh, please. Yeah.
Help them.
Help them.
We
for
want to
sure.
see around 4. They've been doing so good.
For sure. Lian needs to put himself in the position to get chase first. Yeah, he definitely needs to put himself in a position. Him or Schmidi, honestly, should be chased first, and that might open up an opportunity for them. Two-man escape will ensure a BO3, but a three-man escape will ensure a round win victory. So honestly, if they can get a three-man escape here, that would be best case scenario. And then round 3 you can get to see Alf. Round 3 you get to see Alf.
Oh, another challenge for the B4U survivors. Oh, we got some B4U fans.
Let's go.
They also had a fan meeting in the morning, and apparently the room was crowded and they waited like a very long line just to see them, take pictures. I'm not sure, I wasn't there. Unfortunately, I was at home.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Guys, I wish that I could have watched as well, but here's a fun fact. As soon as I finished yesterday's game, I had a 22 hours blackout, and it only came back like 2 hours ago, and that I could make it for this game itself. It's like a way of saying, you know what? You get electricity back just to cast IDV. So I'm glad that it came back so that I can cast with you this amazing game. But it doesn't change the fact,
what would be
right?
really funny is as soon as you finish casting, the electricity goes out again.
No,
so it was
please
just here,
don't.
just for you to cast.
That's
a miracle in itself if you think about it.
Jesus.
I mean, you'll still have to suffer without electricity, but you know, we get to have you here.
I know. I don't know why. I feel like I'm cursed. I feel like my state is cursed, and it's so weird because my portable fan died. 3 of them. My 2 power banks died. My phone has no signal. I have no aircon. I have no fan left. I have no light, and I feel like I'm living in a cave. So, please.
But if we do look at the survivor bans and picks, we do see Aka has banned. Oh, sorry, did I move on too fast there? Or should I have been able to grieve for you a little more?
Okay, it's good. Yeah, let's not talk about it. Let's not jinx it, right?
Oh, okay,
if
right.
I disappeared,
yes.
that means you jinxed it.
Oh my gosh,
if I suddenly disappear,
Right, so there's a possibility that I will just be taking over this entire stream. We're gonna be back talking about Nello. I'm just kidding.
I'm so sorry.
Yes, to the ban picks. We're gonna have the hunter banning the seer, airplanist, and the meteorologist. On the side of the survivors, they will be banning off the hullabaloo.
Yeah, probably does not want to deal with Aka's hullabaloo, right? It's just insane. But here, realistically, Aka can can still lay back on his 2K 2-man elimination and just move on to BO3. But I'm sure that they want to try and finish the game in 2 rounds, but that would mean that they have to play greedy, right? And you know what happens when you play greedy? When you play impatiently, you play greedy, you might get the comeback because B4U has a journalist ready right here. I forgot what journalist counters.
She counters, I mean, as long as she can body block, she will counter a lot of the hunters. If it's a hunter that can get around the body block, I can't think of any at the moment, but there are a lot. That's why she's not played as a first pick, but she is very tournament viable. We've been seeing her do a very good job, and it is Ellan, the new recruit for the side of B4U, that has that he is able to play that journalist. So we've been seeing it played for the first time on the side of B4U.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I just saw like chat as well. Please join in, because I remembered there's a hunter that actually wants they want to play a certain hunter. That's why they ban out journalists. So a specific hunter that they want to play, but I'm not really sure what it is. But you know what? Please let us know in chat if you have any idea of what it is. But right now, one thing's for sure, Aka is going to go with the opera singer. And here, I don't know, but green seems like a very juicy target, Gummy.
And the side of the survivors, they're playing this really safe by having 2 rescuers. They're going to be bringing in a lot of tide turners to try and buy as much time as possible. They need to get those Cypher machines done in order to get that end game situation. They need that 2-man escape. That means they have to finish the Cyphers. They need a lot of people tanking a lot of hits. They need to make sure to get those rescues, hopefully with tide turner. So yeah, they're doing a lot of strategy, trying to do anything they can just to make it to round 3.
True. If they can get a 3-man escape, that would be the most optimal condition, right? But if they get a draw, they get a BO3.
We'll still be happy. We'll still be happy, yeah.
We'll still be happy. Sure.
They have a chance, yeah. They'll still have a chance.
Let's go. So here we have it. Opera Singer is going to be spawning between Journalist and the Fire Investigator on the bottom left. Wow, juicy targets for either one of them. But honestly, Fire Investigator would have a better time, at least with the balloons. He'll be able to move a little bit better. But Journalist as well, with the help of the little boy, might be able to camp behind certain pallets. That would help a little bit, or body block while walking alongside the little buddy. So let's see. Coaches are going to shake hands right now. This might be the last game, Gummy. This actually might be the last game.
This will decide quite a lot of things for us. On the side of the Opera Singer, she's going to be bringing in Blink, Detention, and Trump Card. On the side of the Survivors, we have 2 Borrowed Times, 2 Knee-Jerk Reflex, 2 Tide Turners, and 2 Flywheels. So a very diverse persona trait on each of the Survivors. This is game 2, second half, potential last game. I'm Gummy here with Nello, bringing you the commentary for this match.
And there's so many carrots in the chat right now, chanting David's delights.
Go before you.
Come on. Let's go. We want to see BO3. Yeah. But let's head into the game. All right, Aka rocking left and right, trying to make that dash towards the closest target. Schmidi would be in the vicinity of where he's trying to go, but Schmidi's already making that rotation away. Doesn't matter, because we're anticipating that either Schmidi or Lian will be taking that first kite. So Schmidi, now or never, that's going to be the first balloon being employed. Aka's, with that right charge hit, is going to remove that first balloon, but it doesn't matter because Schmidi has already gained distance thanks to that. So Schmidi going through the window with a knee jerk reflex, that's going to give him a little bit of speed boost here, although might not be a lot here. Oh my god, almost getting hit in the process here. Put down the pallets. No, he's not going to put down the pallets. Schmidi's going to put down the pallets this time. Break it, use it probably one more time. That's going to help a little bit more. All right, beautiful. There's another pallet waiting here to be used. At least force out the blink, you know what I mean? Oh, he's gonna go through. He knows Schmidi's not gonna put it down. And now Aka, within 3 seconds, will have a blink ready, Gummy.
Going back to the remnant and is able to down the Fire Investigator right away. A lot of mind games. He was being very patient at pallets. Aka realized he was being very patient at pallets. He walked right through and got the hit onto the Fire Investigator, then surprised him with the remnant and got the down onto him immediately. Cypher machines, all 3 of them around 50%. So a little early down. It was a very good kite, but then again, it is the Opera Singer and she is very scary and very fast. It looks like Roland's coming in for the rescue.
Yeah, Rapido and Furiosa, which means fast and furious. Roland has to be careful not to get hit. And not to get terror shot, but obviously with the Opera Singer, it's a little bit harder to get hit right here. But Schmidi, in the vicinity, has no pallets to work with. He's just going to get ready and get hit here. And with the help of last effort, is going to be able to at least make that rotation away. Good job, though, getting that balloon back. That's going to buy time for him. But for now, Gummy, look at the Cypher progress, though. Second chair.
We have 1 Cypher machine completed. Second Cypher machine will almost be completed. We have progress on the 3rd and 4th Cypher machine. They've started off their 5th Cypher, so they are working on their Cypher machines. They're changing the Cypher machines around. because he's of the placement of his chairs and they might have to rotate. But the thing that Smitty did while he was on that tide turner was he did pick up his airbag, so he's looking for that potential in getting that rebound kite. We're gonna have the journalist. Oh, she avoided the hit and she's gonna be able to get the rescue. Now she's able to body block, so that's gonna give him the rebound kite opportunity. Oh, she flywheel, but the hunter walked right through and got the hit onto the fire investigator.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate.
The last chair for Smitty.
Yeah, that's true. Very unfortunate, but it's okay because now, oh no, Lian stayed a little bit too long here. Not sure if that should be the case. You do not want to get injured, but it's okay. The teleport's going to come back here. And that's going to be the end of Schmitty. Going to be the first one to be sent back to the manor. But thanks to that containment time, at least both ciphers are at 50%, right, Gummy? So there's still hope. There's still hope for a draw. They just gotta play it
but
right.
Unfortunately, she's going towards Roland, the only half-health survivor. Oh, she's gonna blink and get the immediate hit. So he's gonna be going down. He needs to die far away from this last cipher that has 58%. They're just gonna start a 6th cipher machine. They're not gonna push their luck. They just need a 2-man escape. So if he can just buy a little more time on this chair, push those objectives, they will be okay. We do see that the 2 survivors are still at full health. Lucky Guy is utilizing a bot. That's why we see an extra cipher machine.
That's true. The bot's gonna die out really soon though, so he's probably not gonna use it until completion, just to give that tinnitus at the late game. So smart move, guys. In case you wonder, the tinnitus is really useful coming off the bot.
Oh, no.
So green!
He was looking at a chest box, but then the hunter saw him, got the hit onto the Lucky Guy, and he was able to utilize that elbow back to at least get that rescue onto the mercenary.
Beautiful.
Oh, he avoids the hit, so he lives a little longer, playing a little mind games, dodging back and forth. Okay, it looks like he will be finally getting the hit onto the Lucky Guy, but this is good. They're taking turns on the chair. The mercenary was on the chair. He got rescued. You don't really want to go after a mercenary. He has that delayed damage. It's going to be the first chair for the Lucky Guy. The 4th cipher machine's almost complete. Last 2 cipher machines at 50, so it's not quite over for the B4U survivors.
It's not quite over indeed, but no more resources to be used. Only 1 more camera to be used by Lian, 1 elbow pass to be used. Don't forget, Green has no more items even if he gets rescued here, and no borrowed time as well. So Lian coming in for the rescue. That hit's gonna register, but it's okay because it's gonna be a before half rescue. But now Aka just gonna pursue onto Green. This is actually a very, very weak kiting area, so this is going to be hard. Aka teleporting back. At least the pallet's down here, so that's going to help a little bit of time. But Lian is also in the vicinity, so has to be really careful. Not sure! Oh no! Trying to use the little buddy to body block for Green, but that's not going to happen.
Oh, look at the cipher machines. It's
so
almost
fast.
primed. They're gonna have to rescue right away, even if it's an immediate down. Aka might
No borrowed time
know
on
this.
journalist,
He doesn't
though.
know. Oh,
No borrowed time on journalists, so how are you going to
my
rescue
goodness.
here? How are you
he
going to
has to
rescue
use the
here?
little Orphe. Did she use the little Orphe already to go for? He's gonna utilize the little Orphe and go for the double rescue. He got the rescue. Oh my goodness, he took the hit. He took the Lucky Guy.
No borrowed time.
Oh, he doesn't
No
have
borrowed time. Everyone doesn't have borrowed time. Yeah, only Mercenary has. This is very unfortunate. But you know what? If they can get a 2-man out here, that would be amazing. The dungeon is actually next to the bot, but already the trump card is also ready to be used. So honestly, I don't think they can rush the gates just yet. They probably need to go and buy time and open up some chests, get some resources. Roland! Beautiful pallet slam onto the face of Aka, but Roland's not out of hot soup just yet because that's gonna be, oh wait, Lian's in the vicinity. Aka knows, will this be another 4K? It looks like it's gonna be another 4K. Roland is still running towards the vicinity. Yeah, the delayed damage might help him survive a little bit longer. He still has exit path to work with. So honestly, Lian should not be spotted out at this point. He needs to survive long enough until Roland's up. But Aka saying, no siree, I'm gonna shut the dream down right now. Because if Aka gets 3K here, that's it. They win 2-0.
Yeah, and there's not much Elian can do because he's at half health. He is waiting around that dungeon, is potentially trying to get at least a 1-man escape. Oh, but will be going down with that pallet. And that will be the 4-man elimination for the side of Aka. And they will be moving up to the finals against ACT.
Aka too strong. That's the only conclusion I can come up to. Aka's too strong. The survivors are gangsters. I would just, not gangsters, brawlers. Because they are so aggressive and rejects. it's just unfortunate because Reject's playstyle just counters B4U as well. So not shutting down both factions, that's going to be really, really good by Rejects. And they are going to be the second grand finalists going up against ACT after this, ending it with 2-0. But good job also to B4U putting up such an amazing and interesting fight. In fact, they look satisfied. Like, sure, we'll take third place.
B4U, we know they have what it takes to perform, but they've never made it this far before. So and we can see that even during Kowa when RC went to the finals, it was the first time ever for a Japanese team to make it to the finals. They were very nervous. A lot of mistakes were made. I believe that's the same case here. They've never made it this far before. They're very nervous. I mean, compared to RC, they've made to the finals for IJL. They've made it to the finals for Kowa. They're calm, collected. They're used to this kind of air. So there's unfortunately, there's that kind of, they have that upper hand, and it looks like the nerves might have gone to B4U. They had so much pressure. They've already made history. They're third place. So let's not cut that out of their, like, they still did amazing.
Exactly. Amazing is the word. Everyone in the chat as well, spamming the orange hearts, spamming the carrots. Beautifully done. Congratulations B4U. And congratulations to RC as well, moving on as the grand finalist to face up against ACT. But honestly, B4U third place, that's already history being written right there, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Like, just shouts to Nikushenka. B4U, we are proud. Kacha saying we love you B4U. Just reading a few comments right here. Irene with all the orange hearts. And of course, Bumsy, orange hearts as well. Katja, Dewey, Wonderfish, Arthur, beautifully done. And you can see as well, Leanne kited so long, 110 seconds, but unfortunately, the lucky guy, after using up all the items, was not able to come back from that. So, after all has been said and done, Gami, any favorite parts of the two games that you love? I mean, after looking at this match results, B4U, RC getting 2-0 against.
I mean, it was such a hard matchup for B4U. If there was a tie game, or if there was at least one win on the side of B4, I think that would have been my favorite. But yeah, I have more sadness today than memorable moments at the moment. It's a little bit more sorrow here on my side. I can't have any memorable moments at this moment. Yeah. How about you, Poch? I mean, Nelo.
Yeah. Well, I'm sad you called me Poch, but because Poch looks much smaller than me, so I don't know. But honestly, I share sentiments. But honestly, I'm more proud than I'm sad because they still make it this far, right? B4U making it this far is definitely history in itself. So I'm having high hopes for them in the next stage, which is Kowa, Call of the Abyss next year, and of course for the Asian Games. In Aichi, Nagoya, that's going to be one more event that I'm looking forward to in 2026. And I hope you guys are looking forward to it too. That would have been really, really amazing. But we're going to head into the highlights.
モデルしかね、いやいや、マジよ、マジよ。こっち来い、こっち来い、こっち。ダブサブもない、ダブサブない、ダブサブない。乗り越えなくていいと思う。Yeah,
3, 2, 1. Brings up. Basement in the middle. Did he have normal middle? I don't think so. No, he never left my chair. Agree. Yep. Oh, nice, bro. I'm gonna go middle. You can die here. I'm gonna go middle.
All right,
so during
they have
highlights. The reason Smitty vaulted into the Hunter was they were predicting the blink. You saw that, I think it was Elian counting down. He was like 3, 2, 1, and then he vaulted. So they were trying to get that blink out. So that was the unfortunate part there.
No, it's okay. I mean, communication, right? Like, okay, it's okay. You can die here. But you also saw, right? Like, there's that green. You can just fall here. So that's communication at its best. But what a game to witness. Yes, 2-0, very strong standing for RC. And I wouldn't expect anything less because RC is the #1 IGL team and they are going up against ACT. So they got to start strong. And what better way to start strong than a 2-0 in this first match? But ACT versus RC.
Before you fought well. You made us proud. We were so happy to be able to witness all your games.
I know.
Such history has been written here. You should be all so proud of yourselves for making it this far. Congratulations for top 3, 3rd place on IVS.
Exactly. Congratulations as well, B4U. Everyone should be very, very proud of what they've achieved. Hopefully there'll be more events. Hopefully there'll be more competitions. Yeah, one more, right? Would be even better if there's 2 representatives.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Because
they do have 2 representatives for COA and AU.
I mean for IVS. Oh, but yeah, just 1 for IVS, right? Yeah,
they do
have
for
2
IVS,
for
yes.
COA. Yeah, for IVS that would have been nice as well. That would have been like more teams would have been able to show what they're capable of. But honestly, this has to be the proudest moment for NAU because this is one of those few times where we get to witness history in the making. And to tell you the truth, if you've been here as long as I have, like Poch and I, we've been here since forever, you would tell how much this means to us because it means so much to them. We saw how they grow from the very beginning until now. And we always hear the things like, oh yeah, we're gonna retire, we're gonna do this, but they always stuck together. They always come back together, and because we know them at a personal level, it feels like we're really proud and like, guys, you are still slaying despite the pressure coming from others.
Exactly.
Yeah, but before all that, MVP Aka Gummy.
Definitely. I mean, he was able to secure that 4-man elimination for his team on both the games. So that takes so much pressure off of the survivors. And that also ensures that even if they make it to round 3, they'll always have that advantage. They'll always have either a win or a tie. And Aka was so good in providing that for RC. Just amazing performance on the side of Aka.
Yeah, Aka definitely deserving that MVP, right? Like what you mentioned, back-to-back 4 eliminations and just flawless performance. And that's exactly what he needs to do because next up, they're going up against ACT. And this year, ACT's a beast.
They are.
Like, yeah.
They haven't gone to round 3.
Yeah. But you know what? We'll talk about it more after this interview. So thanks for having us.
大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人小小。首先要恭喜 Reject 获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们今天请到了阿卡还有阿勒夫来到采访，先请2位选手和我们大家打个招呼吧。
まず本日勝利おめでとうございます。ではまず1人ずつご挨拶をお願いします。
大家好，我是 RC 的阿卡。
欢迎阿卡。
大家好，我是阿勒夫。
欢迎阿勒夫。2位又是非常熟悉的中文的一个自我介绍。那首先第一个问题给到2位选手，其实，在昨天比赛失利之后，感觉今天大家状态明显的调整的非常非常好。想要问一下2位，大家今天队伍整体的一个状态是什么样子的？能和我们分享一下吗？
まずお二人の質問で、昨日の試合では負けてしまったのですが、本日の試合でも明らかにいい感じに切り替えたと思うので、この試合に向けてどのような切り替えとかどのようなことをしてきましたか？
チームのみんなと、しっかり話し合って、次の試合に向けた作戦を考えました。
那么在昨天打完了比赛之后，他也和队友们做了非常多的这种反省，也为了今天的这个比赛做了非常多的准备，所以有今天这样的状态。
就觉得大家能够在这么短的时间里面调整到这么好的一个状态，非常非常的厉害。那阿勒夫有什么想要分享一下的吗？
選手もお願いします。
そうですね、もう負けられない戦いだったので、相手の、傾向的なマップとか、どういうキャラ使ってくるとか全部研究して、もうこの編成でこのマップで戦おうっていうのを決めて、それを練習してました。
那么对，因为今天这场比赛他们已经不可以再输了，所以他们也做了非常多的准备，比如说对方会用什么样的地图、什么样的阵容，那么针对他们，包括他们自己在什么样的阵容地图下会拿出什么样的阵容，做了非常非常多的研究以及准备，面对了这场比赛。
就是能够感觉到大家赛前的准备，包括复盘做的非常非常的到位。那下一个问题想要问到阿卡选手，今天第一局的时候直接带了一个放狗，针对到木偶师。其实，在挂飞之后能注意到外面的状态还是比较健康的，他当时会有一些什么样子的思路，说去继续扩大他的一个优势，拿下一个4抓呢？
でまず赤選手の1戦目の足投げが羊で、まず巡視者を使って人形師を無事弾を取れて、そしてでも人形師を飛ばした後に他の3人はある程度健康状態でもありますが、その盤面ではどういうふうに立ち回りをして、無事4釣りを果たしましたか？
そうですね、マジシャンじゃないわ、人形師を飛ばした後にもう負傷状態のマジシャンが近くにいたので、もう即ダウン取って、ラスト暗号機を回させないように寄せて釣ってで飛ばし切りを狙ってました。
因为在挂飞了木偶师之后，附近有一个受伤了的魔术师，所以他当时的想法就是尽快将魔术师击倒，之后守住最后一台密码机，顺利拿到了这个4杀。
思路非常非常的清晰，操作也很在线。那下一个问题想要问到阿勒夫选手，今天其实他在后面看我们求生者在打的时候，能够看到大家也都是稳中带秀的，但是想要问他一下，有没有觉得他自己觉得看下来说觉得哪一波会比较惊险，会比较刺激一些呢？
続いてアルフ選手、本日、サバイバーの皆さんのプレーも本当に素晴らしかったと思うのですが、実際楽屋で見て、例えばちょっとヒヤヒヤとした場面とかあったりしますか？
ヒヤヒヤした場面とか特になかったですね。練習してたことを、みんな発揮できてたので、特に不安もなく安心して見れました。
其实并没有非常让他紧张的画面，因为今天的比赛内容他们在训练当中很多都有训练到，所以他反而是一个比较安心的状态去观看了今天的比赛。
就感觉大家其实准备的非常充分，然后也非常信任咱们求生者这边的发挥。那下一个问题想要问到阿卡选手，在刚才结束的最后一局比赛，他是抱着一个要终结比赛的目标上台的吗？那整体会有一些什么样子的思路，跟我们分享一下吧。
続いて赤選手、最後の試合ではもうこの試合で勝ち切るのつもりで挑んだのか、そして実際この試合の中でどういう立ち回りをしましたか？
そうですね、勝ち切るつもりで挑んでましたが、まずは1人を飛ばして引き分けは以上確定させた上で、サバイバーの動きしっかり見て、仲直りなしをついて、3人釣りで、セットを取ろうと考えてました。
首先他确实是想要在这一场拿下这个胜利，但是他毕竟在局面中的话，一开始还是想尽快挂飞第一个人，能保一个平局的情况下去多关注求生的动向。那最后就是找到那个没有回光返照的人，顺利把他挂飞了之后拿到了这场比赛。
目标非常明确，那一局其实就想要快速的终结掉比赛，然后最后配合自己的操作也是顺利的做到了。那马上我们即将要面对的就是昨天的对手 ACT， 对于 RC 来说也是一场复仇之战，所以想要问一下两位选手，有没有什么宣言或者想说的话要在这里对于他们的对手说的？
では次の試合はACT との対戦ですが、もう昨日も経てリベンジ戦というわけでもあるので、ではこの試合に向けて何か意気込みとかありますか？一人ずつお願いします。
次の ACT 戦も全部4釣りしてチームを勝利に導きます。応援よろしくお願いします。
下一场对战 ACT， 我会全部拿下4抓，我带领这个战队获得最终的胜利。希望大家继续支持我们。
哇，感觉阿卡已经做好了万全的准备。那还想问一下阿勒夫，因为刚才其实他没有机会上台大展身手，他此时此刻有没有摩拳擦掌，准备好去迎接接下来的这一场对决呢？
アルフ選手、先ほどの試合では出番がありませんでしたが、もう次の試合に向けてもすでにワクワク準備はできていますか？
昨日 ACT に負けちゃって、そのリベンジもしたいし、僕個人としては1年前にこの決勝という舞台で敗れて、で悔しい思いをしているので、この日のために、頑張ってきたので、僕たちが1位になるところを見届けてほしいです。応援よろしくお願いします。
首先对于 ACT 来说确实非常的不甘心，所以今天他也非常想再次战胜 ACT。那对于他个人而言，其实去年的 IVS 也有一个非常不甘心的一个结果，所以他也为了今天这一天做了非常多的努力，也希望大家可以继续注视着他拿到最终的胜利。
相信我们阿拉夫跟阿卡已经做好了万全的准备去迎接接下来的这一场比赛，也希望我们今天不要再有遗憾了。那刚才其实在上台的时候也听到台下我们所有的粉丝呼声非常的热烈，而且看到大家有准备到我们2位选手的应援，想问一下我们的选手有没有什么话想要回应给这么多热情的粉丝朋友们的？
本日本当にたくさんの応援していただいているファンの方が現場に来ていただいているので、では一人ずつ皆さんに向けての言葉をお願いします。
いつも応援ありがとうございます。次の試合も全力で頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
谢谢大家一直以来的支持，下一场比赛我也会继续努力的，希望大家继续支持我们。
让阿卡听到你们的声音好不好？
ではアルフ選手。
いつもたくさんの応援ありがとうございます。決勝も勝って優勝できるように頑張ります。
谢谢大家一直的支持，我们在决赛也会继续努力拿下最终的胜利，希望大家继续支持我们。
也让阿拉夫听到你们的声音。谢谢大家非常热情的应援和欢呼，也是感谢2位来到赛后采访，再次恭喜 Reject 获得了本场比赛的胜利。接下来马上要进行的是本次 IVS 的总决赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Hello， 大家好，我是 MRC 战队的奈奈。
大家好，我是 ACU 狗狗。
大家好，我是图图 KL 的求生者，咱们的前置位和射击位的。
大家好，我是 FT 的 Mini Blue， 也可以叫蓝莓。
My name is Schmitty from B4U from the North American region。
はい、ゼータディビジョンの破滅です。
リジェクト所属のラウリーです。
저는 UD 에고 선수라고 합니다.
毕竟之前我都没有什么采访的，这一次选到我也不知道为什么。
저도 제가 왜 트래시 토크를 하게 되는지 잘 모르겠어요.
官方之前看过我的直播吧，平时打牌会遇到一些状态没那么好的队友的时候，就是会语气比较重，有点压力他们。然后官方可能就看上我这点，然后是邀请我去参加垃圾话这个环节了。
可能是因为我比较狂吧。
I've been the captain of B4U for 7 years. Probably the most notable face when it comes to North America is that I'm the most competitive. I want to win at all costs, and I'm not afraid to say it. 你选中了我。 因为我比较喜欢放狠話被打臉。
塩江だったりもそうなんですけど、僕ちょっとインタビュー多いなと思ってて、なんでなんやろうと思ったんですけど、僕面白いからですかね。
いつもふざけているので、ふざけたインタビューの回答が欲しいからだと思います。
I came briefly to Shanghai for KOA 2, but that was in 2019. So I'd love to see the city, but most of all compete in IVS.
最希望在上海夺得这次 IVS 的冠军。
还是把这个比赛打好吧，
打好比赛吧，发挥自己最好的状态。
很希望能拿出我的绝活，然后在赛场上闪耀就是毛女的一个风采。
最希望在上海参加 IBS， 除了这个也没有别的事了。
僕が好きな中華料理をたくさん食べたいです。チャーハンとか牡蠣とか焼きナスとかです。
最近6公里。
泊まっているホテルにビリヤードがあるので、ビリヤードを楽しみたいと思います。
상하이에 와서 그 게임 하는 게 유튜브에 나오는 게 하고 싶었어요. 왜냐면 멋있어 보여가지고 방송으로 볼 때 그래서 한번 해보고 싶었어요.
心情不可置信，
算挺开心的吧，因为第一次以战队的形式来参加 IBS 嘛，也是第一次来到上海来打比赛，
非常的激动吧，只能说想要展现自己的队伍的实力。
이번 IVS 임하는 소감은 제가 할 수 있는 한 최선을 다해보고 싶고
オフシーズンが削られているので少し疲れた心境です。
This IBS we're very confident. We've been putting a lot of work in and a lot of practice in.
我也是非常的惊讶吧，觉得自己可能技术没那么厉害，就相比起比较常见的职业选手，表演没他们的这么精彩，有点喜出望外。
비록 조금 위축될 순 있어도 그냥 최선을 다해보고 싶어요.
打到最好，尽量可以打赢职业队吧。
However, we're excited to play whoever we play, and it'll be a fun match no matter what.
僕自身も IBS は4年連続かな3年連続か3年連続で出ているんですけども、やっぱり結果は準優勝の2位ばっかりで、この IBS 自体が日本勢は多分最高順位2位しか取っていないので、もう絶対1位取りたいなっていう気持ちで参加しました。
最希望对阵的队伍应该是 FT 吧，因为之前听到别人说他们的监管是什么最后的底牌，就是也是比较期待跟底牌进行对决吧。
不是，这也太那个了。
等一下，
最希望交手的还是 MRC 吧，非常早在深渊里面出现的一个队伍。当时他们那个监管者小陈嘛，就打得特别厉害，我也非常喜欢看他打。就是有机会的话，想跟他一起交手。
I would really like to play FT AD. We've been friends and enemies for a few years now, and it'd be really nice to get a rematch from KOA 8.
一番対戦したいチームはミラクルのバイリュー選手なんですけど、やっぱりその戦ったことがなくて、その初めて戦うハンターはすごいワクワクするので、どんなハンターなのかすごい楽しみです。
저는 제타 카즈네코 선수가 너무 플레이를 보고 멋있다고 많이 생각을 했어서 한번 겨뤄보고 싶어요.
最想交手的队伍是泽塔吧，深渊输给他们，就是想再打一遍。
ちょっと考えます。
ミラクルと ACT です。理由は一度も戦ったことがないからです。
没了，没了。
应该是 RC 战队吧，因为 RC 战队的屠夫方面玩的比较花一点，各种各样的角色都有，还是比较喜欢交手的。
Zeta we don't want to play because they seem the strongest. They just won KOA.
ありがとうございます。
Their hunter is probably the strongest hunter in the world.
这塔吧，因为之前遇到这塔的都是有一种降维打击的感觉，就是被打得心苦口服，只能说。
그것도 제타 카즈네코 선수 팀이랑 안 만나고 싶어요. 왜냐면 만나고는 싶은데 너무 강팀이다 보니까 아무래도 만나지 않았습니다.
データディビジョンです。ついこの前決勝で戦ったからです。
対戦したくないチームはリジェクトで、やっぱり赤魔女選手の悪夢がとても怖いのでもう戦いたくないです。
最不希望碰到队伍是 MRC 跟 RC 吧，这样的队伍感觉都有点难打。
最不希望在前面就碰到的队伍应该是 RC 吧，因为他们其实实力很强劲，希望他们能多打几场，然后有点路线供我们研究。
最不希望还是 RC， 因为他们那个两个监管者都很强，他们的角色池也非常的广，就是除了四大天王，还有影视啊、风眼啊这些，我不太会去面对的一些监管者。
本次 IBS 的目标的话，我们肯定是保持队史吧。
心苦口服，只能说。
優勝して賞金をがっぽり稼ぎたいです。
Our goal is to show everyone around the world that we can be number one, and we will do anything it takes to be number one.
やっぱり、優勝はしたいんですけど、コーチ変わってまだやっぱ新体制っていうところはあるので、ちょっと世界戦 COA にやっぱ COA が最終の目標なので、そこに向けての経験を積んでいけたらなと思います。
做一个幻想就是冠军吧。 看看能不能达到吧，尽自己全力就好。
어떤 팀이라도 한번 이겨보자 이런 마음으로 임해보고 있어요.
打好自己，打出自己的风采，还是那一句拿出我的毛女，就这么简单。
目标是冠军嘛，每个打比赛的选手目标都是冠军嘛。
我们在巅峰对决吧。
这届 IVS 我们队内选手经验，老家是上海的，这里是他的主场，你们准备被他打爆吧。
铁幕中起，6大赛区枷锁竞赛，王座空悬，月亮河冠耀世而生。空先の王座、今月影の冠が世界を照らす。The throne stands empty. The crown of the moonlit river shines upon the world. 是问鼎狂欢之巅摘取星辰，还是共筑传奇永刻荣光？最终华章即将揭晓。下面让我们有请2支决赛战队登場。星を奪うが伝説を刻むが最終章、その答えはすぐに明かされる。さあ、決勝の2戦杯登場だ。The final chapter is about to unfold. Let's welcome the 2 finalist teams. Welcome ACT Esports Reject. Welcome 13。Welcome City. Welcome 新燕。Welcome UP。 之环已高悬天穹，唯有仍敢纵身一跃的勇者，才能接住胜利的彩球。2025第5人格洲际邀请赛总决赛狂欢开演。それでは2025 IVS 決勝戦いざ開幕。The grand finals of the 2025 IVS begin now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the moment we've all been waiting for. This is the grand finals of IVS Invitational 2025. You know, over the past 4 days, we saw a lot of upsets, comebacks, and clutch plays coming from both teams. And finally, we are here down now onto our grand finals matchup between ACT versus Team RC. And this commentary we brought to you live by Kuroshiro Gaming and Chocho. So, Kuro, how are you feeling about this?
We're back, Chocho. Once again, it's you and I in the finals here. Just one extra thing as well for our viewers. First and foremost, just for everyone wearing headphones, might have to turn down your volume throughout these games. Also for my co-caster as well, very sorry. If you remember what happened last year, Zeta versus GR, might happen again this year, because Alf is back with us. However, this is a huge hype, Chocho. We have ACT 9th place going up against RC first place. We didn't really expect ACT beating RC yesterday. We thought they would be the one going to lower brackets finals. But at the same time, we also thought B4U would lose against Zeta and lose against MRC. But it just hasn't happened just yet. Therefore, it means ACT actually still has a chance. Even though it's a best of 5, we'll move on towards the map ban picks first.
Yeah, as we see RC betting out the Red Church and the Chinatown. ACT has selected Ever Slipping Town, and Survivor faction of ACT will be coming up first.
For Ever Slipping Town being chosen out first, it's a bit harder in a way from the side of RC, just because of the fact that Aka doesn't really play, you know, Goman in Ever Slipping Town as often. So it's a potential for survivors from ACT as well. We have seen them utilize Archer really well up against Goman in this map too. So this could be a potential tightener from the side of ACT, but it's still a best of 5.
Yeah, so it's still really hard to say. We did see how the two teams kind of battle it out in the BO3 format, and ACT did ultimately dominate them in a 2-0 fashion. Really quick, really swift, and very decisive win. So coming into this with this BO5 format, not just about the hunter pool or the survivor pool, right, but also the stamina of these players. Are they able to pull through this 4 to 5 hour games that we'll be seeing right before us?
That's true as well, and like we also can't forget that ACT only currently has one main hunter on their team, which is ZZ9. However, from the side of RC, we have Aka for round 1 and round 2, and then Alf for the remaining round 3, 4, and 5s. But as we see here too, home team will be given to ACT as they did get to choose the map, and the away team will be RC.
Yes,
we see
so
here as well the stats comparison, Chocho, if you wouldn't mind.
Alright, so we are seeing that both teams excel. Their preferred map is Ever Slipping Town. So whether ACT is picking this map just based off what they're comfortable with, are they sure that they can go up against RC just with this map selection? Because RC, they excel as well. We've seen Clutch Dungeon Escape at the center of the map before. Will we see it again? And unfortunately, we didn't. Alright, and we're seeing ACT. Yep, Kuro, you can go ahead, please.
We're good. It's been a while, Chocho, since we actually talked for such a long time, but we do see lineups up between these two teams with ACT and RC here. There hasn't been many changes from the side of ACT, but we get to actually see Umpi coming back from SSD back towards the RC roster. Umpi, who once played with Alpha as well, so energy is still there. But we'll move on towards the trash talk first.
我们会让你们的遗憾延续到明年。みんな、俺が帰ってきたぞ
Okay, here we go. Once we finish the trash talk right there, we can't forget what ACT just said. They're going to make sure that RC doesn't win this year. And of course, with Alf coming back, finally, he's here with us once again. We're going to be able to see send here statistics with 8,888.5 first place average deduction from the side of him, and of course 173.17 average decoding progress, overall of 5th, and escape probability of 67% overall 3rd. Our preferred character usage here are Acrobat and of course the Puppeteer.
Yeah, and moving on to their next player, next survivor here, it should be 11. 11 coming into the mix. Escape rate, in fact, is even higher than yesterday's. At 83%, first place still. And as for his average rescue is at 1.33, being second place. So we're not really seeing him getting chased, as we see the containment time being exceptionally low as compared to his teammates here.
But 11 has been such a solid rescuer from the side of ACT2. Like, we've seen so much terror shocks happening over the past few days. However, here we see our secondary container / supporter, Xiao Yan, who is 4th overall with average containment time at 77.79 seconds, average rescues of 0.67, average decoding progress of 104.83, average escape probability is 50%, and of course our deduction points is 7,986.67. With a preferred character usages of Lucky Guy and the Archer. His Archer has been one of the most exceptional Archers I've seen, especially when going up against the Goatman 2, and we do hope that we do see more of his Archer from the round 1 and round 2 games.
Yeah, that definitely will keep us anticipated at the edge of our seats with his gameplays later on, maybe at Ever Slipping Town like you've mentioned, as we see Go-Go stats here. Yep, very high escape probability. Actually, in fact, this entire Survivor team has very, very high escape probability, which means that they might be one of the best performing Survivor teams among all within IVS Invitational 2025. And Go-Go coming in here, we've seen him play the Magician as well as the Fire Investigator.
Yeah, ACT Survivors has been doing so solid during these IVS runs as well. It's also the fact that, they were 9th place in IVL, we can't forget, and being able to go straight towards finals is such an incredible feat, beating RC. However, once again, they'll be meeting up against Aka here, as they have just yesterday too. We're going to be able to see here with an average deduction points of 11,608.25, 5th overall, average knockdowns of 7.5, as we can't actually see the rankings, but it is shining golden for a reason, and of course average eliminations of 2.38, which is of course 5th overall as well. We have 0.25 average terror shock, 63.98 seconds average time to knockdown, alongside with a 25% rate for a 4-man elimination, with preferred character usages of, the Goman, Ivy, and Color Blue, as we have seen in our round 1 / round 2 stages.
Yeah, and just looking at his stats itself, right, it's not really maxed out, but later on when we see Jin Joe's Hunter stats, it's gonna be maxed out. You guys are gonna be so shocked if you haven't yet to see it. But as of now, let's look into their coaches. Their coaches here, excuse me. LCS coming in, and for RC side we have HHU.
From both coaches, I say both coaches are definitely really proud of their players. It's still a lot of pressure to handle here as well, especially from ACTs too, right before we're moving towards the ban pick phase. It's just so the fact that Aka is considered, a multi-round hunter as well. He's only been specialized for round 1, round 2s, but if ACT remembers what happened back a few koas ago, he still does have this Mad Eyes in every sleeping town. So you have more than one hunter that you have to counter on this map that he specializes in.
Yeah, interesting thought, Dokuro, because yesterday, Aka did bring out the Mad Eyes at Ever Slipping Town, but unfortunately did not get the results that he was hoping for. He only got a 1k against ACT survivors. So I'm not sure. Yesterday I had the discussion with Posh. Felt like it was a little bit too risky. If you're gonna bring something out like this right from the BO1 get-go, like he did yesterday, it might hurt him in the back at the end, and it's just not too favorable for RC, considering that first match BO1 would be very important to set their footing on.
Yeah, and I do think this is kind of the strategy in which ACT is trying to go along with as well. Just because of what happened yesterday, today we could replicate the same thing. Because if Aka really decides to get that Mad Eyes out, all current top survivors do counter Mad Eyes pretty hard. You have the Puppeteer who can get rid of his, cages real fast, or even just skates. And then you have, a Meteorologist, Archer who can tight contain, and just so many more options that is out there as well. So from the side of ACT, it's a really good map pick here from their side. Just so then there is no ever sleeping time for the regular rounds, in which Alf definitely exceeds in, especially with his Geisha, and of course for Aka here, the Mad Eyes is definitely out of the equations too.
Yeah, so out of the equation, then we'll probably be looking at the top 4 meta hunters at this point in time. And it's just a waiting game at this point in time to see how and what kind of characters they're going to be picking here. We're seeing a lot of support coming in from the live audience itself, but of course, for people that's watching this live on YouTube, on TikTok, do give your support to your favorite teams, ACT or is it RC here? Two very strong teams coming in, and they are trying to potentially bring back all the pride and honor back to their own region. In COA, we saw Zeta Division from the Japanese, one of the Japanese teams winning, but this time around, it's once again a Chinese mainland versus a Japanese team.
Yeah, and especially with the fact that now it's kind of like, it is Alpha's redemption as well. From his side too, like there was so many regrets happening last year where there's so many chances we could have gotten format eliminations up against GR. However, this time it's a little bit different. Alpha is now back from a very long break. We have also seen Alpha's Twitter getting 5 Survivor S badges in one current season. So I would say still a vantage point is from the side of RC just because of the fact that Alf is a dual faction player and he's never turned back to being a full hunter main. So from the side of Survivor strategies, I'm quite sure Alf has just as much knowledge as all the other coaches too.
And also to add on, right, regarding RC's way of playing the game, they like to have a lot of non-meta characters coming into the trying to push for those of their own characters to push into the meta, but sometimes not really working out. But the fact that they're now fighting for that first place here at IVS Invitational just shows that nothing's impossible. They can definitely bring in all the non-meta characters and they can make it work. And let's just trust in RC as we head into the ban pick phase for Game 1 first half.
It's going to be Seer and Gravekeeper first 2 bans, as it seems like ACT is going to go anti-career first pick up against first officer. I do wonder if we're kind of expecting the opera singer, or would Anti be actually useful up against Goma? We haven't seen Anti going up against him much, but it has been chosen.
Is selecting it here right from the get-go. So coming into the later rounds, Aka wouldn't have to bother banning out the anti-career already since it's globally out. And a lucky guy, it seems to be that from the Chinese mainland teams, they really love to pick that lucky guy in their rounds compared to the Japanese teams.
But lucky guy third pick, meaning that he's going in towards global bans now. As funny that Meteorologist is also out of the equation too. This just means that for our last pick, we could potentially speaking round this up with a Puppeteer for potentially, 4th round up against Opera Singer, or IV Puppeteer is nice. However, seems like ACT wants to go for a different route. We're going to get that Fire Investigator out after he's been banned so much over the past 3 days.
Fire Investigator. I'm not too sure whether this is a great pick here because we also had a lot of other characters like the Aeroplanist. You mentioned the Puppeteer. So Fire Investigator coming into the mix here. They're saving this for the later rounds as well, Kuro. So this is a team comp that ACT have selected. They've always done well as a Survivor team. One of the best performing ones we've mentioned. So we just gotta trust in this system or potentially a strategy that they have with this.
Yeah, I do feel like from the side of ACT, it's just because of the fact that this is Aka, he can always play the top 4. So you find Investigator to counter IV, you've Anti-Current to counter Opera, and then Lucky Guy can kind of do a mix of both in between the top 4 too, and then just First Officer is already a very staple rescuer when it comes to professional first round 1 and round 2 scenes. So it does seem like ACT has huge respect towards Aka here. We're picking characters that can each counter top 4 hunters within our current meta.
Yeah, and that's the thing about ACT survivors, right? They're able to craft the team comp that kind of make it very difficult, put Aka in a tough spot, just like this moment here. Now we'll be waiting a little while to see what Aka's gonna pick. He's about 15 seconds left. This is gonna be crucial, right? Because once we mentioned again, BO1 is the place where you put your footing in. And he picks a Hermit in BO1. Kuro, it's hard. I don't really know about this non-meta pick. Yeah.
Yeah, because Anti-Current can just spin to loop around you. Lucky Guy can get a Perfume, can get a Pocket Watch. First Officer might be the best chase because that's what Aka has done during day 2 with Patroller on that Hermit. But then, it still takes you so long to land additional hits. It still takes you so long to even, get more on towards that first officer as well. Especially with Anti being nearby too. This character can rotate out instantly, pop open that pocket watch while your Patroller is still on cooldown.
Yeah, I just don't know how Aka can go around doing this. You mentioned that he could potentially bring a Patroller. But you do think it could also be possible that he might pick the teleport instead?
There's a chance, but we really have to see, won't we? It's just in up against this team comp, like for Akka, everyone pulls distance, so it's hard. But in towards the area selection mode here, we go first. Let's see. It's gonna be Antiquarian here spawning towards the entrance of Graveyard. Meanwhile, the Flying Investigator will be at Balcony, as First Officer will be spawning in middle, and of course, Lucky Guy by Tram spawn here.
Yeah, and if he's trying to potentially drive everyone out of the graveyard, he might want to spawn himself inside the graveyard just to negate any possibility of them rotating back in. But let's just wait and see, because Hunter seems to be indecisive at this point in time. As of now, positioning, I would say that alright, he has decided to spawn at the geisha, but Kuro, first chase here.
First chase might actually be Lucky Guy. What I worry here the most for Akka is the fact that no one will decode initially early game and everyone pulls out. So from the side of ACT survivors, they could be looking for that accelerated decoding endgame to see it for a tie. So with Akka here, if we did bring teleport or warp, it would definitely be for the best, especially with this team comp who does love to pull distance too.
Yeah, so this is going to be very difficult, right? Because if he brings a teleport or a warp, like you've mentioned, then maybe his chasing ability might not be that great coming in. But without further ado, let's look into their personas. Also a big decision as to whether they are prepared for this. And it seems like they might be with all these flywheels.
Oh, we're gonna be able to see Flywheel TIE Turner on Flying Investigator, Flywheel on Antiquarian, yes, Flywheel on Lucky Guy, and of course that TIE Turner on First Officer too. Akka will be bringing Instant Detention alongside with Warp here inside of Teleport. And of course this will be IVS 2025 finals between ACT versus ORC. We're gonna meet these two teams once again as ACT has knocked down ORC towards lower brackets, but ORC being able to climb back up here once again. This will be game 1 first half, and of course professional commentaries will be brought to you by Chocho and Kurosho.
Let's do this, Akka. With this Hermit from the get-go, this is our grand finals first match. So I'm just excited, but at the same time nervous for Akka here. He's heading straight for the Lucky Guy to predict the Kuro, and still out of sight, out of mind.
It's such a long distance pull too. We already have 2 pilots here broken down, meaning that survivors can decode for a really long time before Sen even gets that first hit. It's currently Instant Potential also with Wanted Order Hunters, Instincts, and of course Panic. Sen having an additional Ebel pad here just means more corners can be pulled. But that blue mark was brilliant from Akka, as finally we landed our polarity.
Yeah, literally on the edge there. Amazing, precise aim from coming in from Akka. Zen trying his very best here. We do see that he still has yet to be stunned. Flywheel will be up in about 2 seconds. He has the elbow pad. He's pulling even more distance now, Kuro, as we see the Cyphers are moving exceptionally well.
But now the issue is no one can body block for Sen. We're on blue, beautiful Flywheel here past the pallet as we no really vault over the window just yet. However, we still have Tram Senpai nearby who could potentially buy us just a lot more time. So for Akka right now, if we don't connect, this just means Survivor gets a free 20% decoding progress as the dodge came in so...
The timing coming in from Zen, the moment it was shoot out, he just went up the tram. But we'll be seeing a hit here, unfortunately, and he will be able to get that speed boost. The veteran speed boost will allow even more distance coming in. We're seeing the first skill popping in as well. Cypher progress so good right now.
Oh, but the blue there lands on time. We've self-hits already on the side of Akka, but if there is a basement, that just means this is really bad. Can we teleport on? We just locked Sen out of the entrance. Nowhere left to go. Basement is our only retreat option here, as finally that lands with a stun, and Sen will go down in basement for free for Akka.
Kuro, just a quick question. Was it a mistake that he accidentally dropped down into the basement?
I think he did want to dodge at least some sort of polarity orb there coming from Akka, but it wasn't really the best here, especially if it's Hermit, you know? Like a lot of survivors do these as a hit there, finally landed on towards First Officer. We're going to go in for the rescue here with only barely a chip damage landed on. But in this case, it is quite an early rescue, but the earlier the better it is as we force Lucky Guy out. Meanwhile, Levin can also be safely returned outside too.
Yeah, I think as of now, ACT, the fact that they only got 1 hit coming out, right, it's just great already. Now let's see how Zen is going to be performing after the second rescue. And looking at our Cypher progress, we're looking at a pretty good healthy rate here. As you see, First Officer will be decoding, and I believe Antiquarian will be coming in.
The survivors did a good job there, honestly, into switching polarity the moment that Lucky Guy got red. However, right now we're still missing quite a lot of Cypher machines just because it's Hermit too, so it will be slowed down by quite a lot. It is tieable, it is definitely tieable here for Aka, but from the side of survivors, we're at a point where it's like if we made one mistake, Aka can just easily get this from elimination because it's still warp. We're gonna play mind games here. Sai coming in for the rescue.
Yeah, and he doesn't have flywheel. So, sorry, doesn't have tight turn, what I'm talking about, as we see him trying to just get that distance away from Zen here between Aka and Zen, as we see the hit, the down onto the anti-Quarian, so no harassment coming in. Cypher is not enough. Zen, does he have a flywheel? He does.
Ooh, no hit past the pilot. We're able to get over that on time, but no self-assist is used from the teleport. First off, the cancel body block. There comes Aka, and down comes the Hermit. And the hit will register, but it's okay. This man's still alive. Cypher machine here for Cypher, 81%. Meanwhile, the fifth is at 50%. One more blue is all what we need to go down. But this is such a hard place to contain up against. That's a dodge from Sen. We vaulted over on time. And we might be, can we kite for a little bit longer? We still have flywheel. The mind games. Sai coming in for the backdoor rescue.
Anti-Quarian's coming in.
Ooh.
Can stun. He stuns for the first time. Zen,
we changed
flywheel
to
already.
red.
The stun comes
We
through.
changed. But it's okay. It's okay, Sai, body block side. That's a nice swipe down. We need one more. Cypher machine at 72% right now.
Still not enough.
No teleport ready.
My gosh, XY doing such a good job distracting the Hunter here and now getting the hit onto XY. Zen still lives for another day. Cypher at 82%. And Aka, it seems like he might be a little lost here as we see Zen pulling so much distance all the way to the geisha area.
Oh, but there comes a teleport from the side of Aka right now, stand near the dungeon with 2 pilots here to work around with. We didn't get anything on towards this guy. Can we potentially get a little bit more? We dodged so many things. That hit over came true. But all what we need here. Can we pop? We popped! And there's the disarm. We didn't get any pilots on there, but it's okay. He can't hit here just yet. As the survivors run out, everyone has borrowed time excited for Fire Investigator. But the gate is still pretty slow.
Yes, very slow, but both sides are being pushed, which means that at least one gate will be open here. Warp will be up in about 2 seconds. And right now, Aka, who is he going to focus on? Zen, it seems.
Oh, that's still a Lucky Guy currently a half health, but if we get a red, no one, we can't really body block blue here. Fine Investigator going down, Fine Investigator will go down, but Lucky Guy still stays up alive. Cypher machine Krillin 90%. 11 has to be very careful as we finally pop open the pocket watch. But it doesn't seem like Aka wants to look for it anymore. We are being very careful here, but we managed to stop that one just on time as well. But this is looking at a 3-man escape as the other gates at 99%. We're teasing Aka here a little bit, or maybe the polarity just wasn't enough here. However, there is still an upstairs area. We see Fine Investigator healed by Anti-Quarian. 11 can't come in for the body block, but it's a beautiful 3-man escape from ACT. The Anti-Quarian this time came in so clutch as Sen finally will go down.
And what an amazing start coming from ACT survivors. A 3 escape just from the get-go against a Hermit. So we've mentioned this already, Kuro. Bringing in a non-lethal Hunter coming into BO1. What do you think really went wrong in that matchup?
I think Aka did well, honestly, within the first, 3.5 Cypher machines. But it was that Anti-Quarian, once again, that defies the end game scenarios, that defies all the hits on towards that Lucky Guy. And we have also seen Lucky Guy being very smart as well with the utilization of getting towards the Cypher to change to the red to force an additional body block as we finished our very last Cypher.
Yeah, and I also just want to mention Zen, the fact that he was able to kite it out so long after he was rescued for the second time. It was just amazing. I mean, XY, of course, Anti-Quarian, without the Anti-Quarian, it would have worked out. But the fact that Lucky Guy also didn't make any missteps at all, lasted all the way till the Cypher was primed, and kited all the way to the Fake Gate. I think it was just amazing. Zen did a great job. ACT survivors, when it comes to support, when it comes to solo kiting, never doubt them.
Exactly. And we saw the flywheel on the Lucky Guy too. Every single flywheel cancelled the stun. There was not a single failure on that flywheel. And it was so close to Hermit as well with those flywheel baits. So from that side, it's huge, personal skill set shown from the side of our Lucky Guy as we move on towards his match stats right now.
Yeah, 200 seconds of containment time coming in from Zen, just with the Lucky Guy, and the support coming in from XY, 67 seconds of containment time. All of this add up to that 3 escape against the Hermit coming into BO1.
Yeah, from Aka earlier on towards the round, it was actually smart of him to close the connection you know, when he got the blue straight towards Lucky Guy, but it was once again that Tram that came in so clutch to buy that additional 20 seconds just so we can decode even more. We see here as well with the current points, it's currently 3-1 to ACT, and now it's the ACT's Hunter going up against RC Survivors.
Yeah, and I really like the fact that you mentioned the tram, right? Because twice in a row, the tram appeared at the fake gate at such a godly timing. And Zen also, I mean, we gotta say, the fact that he managed to, you know, fast reaction, once it's thrown out the red one, he goes up onto the tram immediately, wasting that charge. So this is just amazing stuff coming in from ACT Survivors, and I can't wait to see them more in BO2. But right now, let's hit on to BO1, second half with RC Survivors.
And of course, it'll be Umpi first with Forward and Archer here, the main harasser of RC, which average containment time of 87.98, which is 5th overall, average rescues of 1, decoding progress of 77.6%, average heals of 0.1, escape probability is 30%, and average deduction points is 7,457.7. From the side of Umpi, I do believe that we do think Zhen Zhenjiu is going to come out with that Goatman first. So we might as well get the Archer out and see how we fare up against him, just because we need a 3-man escape or a guarantee tie this game too.
Yeah, it's just really up to how they want to play this mind game, this gameplay here, forcing Sutton to correct this out. But looking into Rowley now, we do know that he has this thief up his sleeve, but I'm not sure whether we'll be able to see that. But Meteorologist and Professor is the preferred characters. We're seeing his 5th containment time at 75 seconds and average reduction point at the 4th place.
Yeah, from the side of Rowley, overall as a secondary container, he's not bad. He does do pretty clutch plays as well throughout these games too. However, I just feel like this time it might be a little bit more pressure compared to usual. We could definitely get Professor out first as well, and you know, the Meteorologist does work really well in this map, as we have seen many players do it before up against a Goldman.
Yeah, and this is just gonna be very difficult as we look into Soba's stats here. He did play the Puppeteer, Lucky Guy, Journalist, Explorer, Magician, as well as the Embalmer. And looking at his stats, it's not maxed out in any way. It's just a very, very balanced player here with no exceptional rates here.
Yeah, Soba is one of those very kind of, not really, I say happy-go-lucky, but he's a very good mood lifter, especially from the team of RC2. He could be potentially seen as the captain as well, just because of his, you know, lightheartedness and allowing the survivors to be a little bit more comfortable kind of place. But now, you know, moving on towards the second game, we're going to be able to see, second half, excuse me, we're going to be able to see RC City, who is our main rescuer of RC. 1.2 average rescues, 188.8% average decoding progress, and an escape probability rate of 80%. His rescues has always been very solid. I don't think there has been a single instance where he has failed rescue this IVS yet. As we see Soba there, just peeking through with his head.
And yeah, you mentioned that he's a happy-go-lucky mode lifter. You know, everybody is probably feeling very tense at that table. But there you go, Soba coming in with that, what do you call
Optimism.
it? Optimism. What do you call it? Like photobombing. I'm literally saying it. Yeah, photobombing coming in. But this is the stats I was talking about just now, Kuro. Zhen Zhenjiu. Maybe you'd like to take us through this one.
We're first place average deduction points of 11,479. We're second place average knockdowns of 7.83. We're first place average eliminations of 3.5. And then we see 0.83 also terror shocks, and the 4-man elimination rate also there is very high.
It's his average elimination is 3.5, and for the side of RC, of course they want to balance things out, right, against in their opponent's map selection. But the fact that he's 3.5 means that you really got to craft some miracle play here, some strategy that maybe you have yet to show against Zhen Zhenjiu.
Yeah, but we're going to move on straight towards the ban pick phase here, as we do see it's 23-1 to ACT. It's still round 1 second half, so no proper bans, but we'll be able to see that Seer and Explorer first 2 bans.
And from the side of RC, they're responding with the Gravekeeper as well as a Professor. We mentioned that Rowley's Professor, right? You know, it has been pretty good. So I am excited to see this one. And then they pick up the Puppeteer, potentially gearing up for a potential Goatman, like you mentioned.
But the meteorologist ban followed up by the magician, yeah, it does seem like something kind of makes it very obvious on what his picks wants to be. I would say from his side, if he does go Goldman, it will have to be Blink on that goat, just because it's a bit easier to secure the guaranteed tie too. So it's kind of like an obvious choice here from the side of Joe, but let's see what the last pick from Orsi will be.
Ah, Weeping Clown. Yesterday, we also saw them pick the Weeping Clown at Everest Slipping Town. Did a lot of harassment, by the way, and it wasted so much of the resentment from the Goatmen. So let's see if that is really gonna be affecting Joe in any way. And this is just gonna be exciting for us, right? Because this team comp, we've seen it before from RC, and they are picking it again. But the execution now, it will be against Joe.
It's a little bit harder to do it this time, especially with Goma, you know? Like, yes, even if the harassment is good, can you pull distance away? And, like, do you have enough time to break the cage first before you can get that that balloon pickup as well? Because, like, from the side of Hunter's Persona webs, you could still bring Mischievous for a fat balloon pickup if you're really afraid of Umpi's harassment with that Weeping Clown too. So I feel like it's overall not too bad, unless on this map, there is certain places where you could hide behind a wall to safely land those rocket hits.
Would be very difficult, but we are not seeing the Goatmen, we're seeing the Ivy instead. Kuro, what do you think of this? Who has the upper hand here?
It's so hard here really to say, because Orsi's team comp counters Ivy so well, especially with Professor who can get rid of, you know, those 100 stacks of revelations instantly with his shell shock. But it's going to be the area selection mode here. We go first. Let's see where they spawn.
Oh, not confirmed just yet, but they will be opening the center for Ivy to spawn in. Gravekeeper will be spawning at the first stop of the tram. Puppeteer will be at the geisha area, Whipping Clown right outside the graveyard, and Professor near the ass palette. Hunter will be spawning right outside the graveyard. Kuro, first chase, and how are you liking the spawn here?
It's overall not too bad from the side of RC. However, for Zhengzhou, I'm not too sure about that one, because you just safely give Corner House towards Puppeteer, but the potential here could be we want to force Puppeteer towards the back and get as much Revelation stacks, Fear stacks on towards that Puppeteer when we leech him at the corner. Those are kind of one of the ways that Puppeteer can get countered by Ivy, but it still takes a very long time, and Ivy can't map control in this case, just because of how the survivors spawn too.
And of course, this is just something that we are reviewing, right? Of course, and this is interesting because now that you mentioned he opened up the check area, and that means Joe might not be able to put that Ostrakon at any other ciphers if Puppeteer stays at that same area. Now, looking into our personas here, they've all got Flywheel, Borrowed Time, and very standard builds coming in from RC. But for Joe, Insolence, Detention, as well as a Blink.
Of course, this will be Game 1 second half between ACD versus RC here for IVS Finals. Professional commentators will be brought to you by Chicho and Kuroshiro, and once again, ACT is leading by 3 points, so RC this time has to return a 3-man escape, or else they will lose their very first round.
I'm not wasting any time. He will be pushing his ghost towards the center area rather than the Puppeteer, and main body will be heading to where the Weeping Clown is. And Weeping Clown is rotating towards the graveyard, so that shouldn't be a huge issue here. Rowley is already opening the ass palette area, and ciphers are being pushed.
We have Instant Detention alongside with Max Hunt here, Berserker, but of course the first chase will be Gravekeeper as 22 stacks on our hands. However, it's still Gravekeeper at the end of the day here once again, so let's not forget that this is still a very decent containment from at least guaranteed 90 seconds.
Yes, definitely. Now we're heading into the 40-second mark into the game, and still potentially chasing this Gravekeeper here. CT. God, that 100% scare.
But we missed our first hit there though. No, we didn't miss it. We just wanted to bait out the mini shell shock, but right now City very stable here. We didn't get that mini shell shock out, but that's okay. 1 second until our next shovel is ready. We could get back in.
Yeah, he has another shovel. So now looking into this, we're almost at our 70-second mark, and still no survivor down yet, and surfers are all looking pretty good.
But 42 stacks there from the side of Gravekeeper. We saw as well there Flywheel being used by Puppeteer for some odd reason, as we hide underneath the tram here just for a little bit more support and just for a little bit more kind of a leeway safe spot to be into. We're going to bring the Phantom here towards the the gate shot stop just in case City gets on, as he did here too. So we could potentially leech on towards Toba, or we could just teleport over here first and slowly make our way.
Yeah, and you mentioned 90 seconds. Now we're heading into our 100th second into the match, and still not a down on the Gravekeeper, and he can go into shovel mode again.
Oh, that's a beautiful dash from his side, but no more shovel left on our hands to use. Ooh, a nice revelation there for a main body. But it's still okay for now for Zunjo, because it's definitely still very tight guaranteeable. If we look at just the Cypher Machine kind of locations here, we did get... Ooh, Umpi coming in for the harass. Did we get it here on time? We did! Wow. That's a holding one, but it's still a hit down for City, but that's so much time, Bosch. Umpi from downtown.
Yes, every second counts here, and Umpi definitely making God's work here with that single rocket. Gravekeeper unfortunately will be chat at the basement. Second, fully skilled Ivy here with a blink. So Umpi gotta be very careful here. A single mistake and it will be it.
We can blink hit down here from basement. We need to make sure we time this very well from the side of this. Oh, hold on a second. We should be able to get a hit here. Are we holding blink? We're not holding blink. That's really bad here from Dylan. The Cypher Machine's being decoded so fast right now. Weeping Clown does not have Tide Turner though, however, so are we maybe gonna look still for this rescue, or are we going to sell?
If they sell here, then there won't be the potential chance for that 3 escape. We're seeing that blink hit onto the Whipping Clown. Umpi trying to make a mad dash for it, but he will be running away. Cypher still not primed just yet. Last Cypher at 80%.
Can't really blame Umpi there. He's done well with the rocket dash. However, with that leech onto his basement, it will just be an immediate teleport from the side of Zilinjo. So that's a very, very good utilization of our items. We're going to be able to get that corruption transference here as once again that goes down to Weeping Clown. Cypher Machine currently at 90 as Rowley wants to be the next one to come into rescue. But no one has borrowed time. No, it's not borrowed time. Tide Turner. So endgame here might look really messy for RC.
It will, and Whipping Clown, we gotta mention this, he doesn't have any items for endgame. Flywheel is still on cooldown, though Cypher is prime. And plus Ostracon will be at that Cypher now. So things are just looking rather difficult for RC to gear up for a 3 escape. Right now, a tie would be potentially at best.
7 seconds left until our corruption transference is ready. Oh, nice daunted there, Soba, brilliantly done as a speed boost to get out of Ivy's range, but the teleportation goes towards the wrong side of the map right now as the exit is currently at 27%. We're going to get that aeroplane to decode it instead just because he's the one that has jetpacks here still left on his hands to use. But here we can't see, right? Puppeteer still has another 5 seconds before we can leech on towards him, and he's still at full health.
Yeah, really annoying, you know, just all the map control coming in from Junjunjo, but this is what we expect for the end game, for the IV. As we see this, none of them are injured. They might want to buy out this detention period, and maybe they might have a standing chance for 3 escape. That's what we saw yesterday at Arms Factory. So Junjunjo trying to scout out for that single survivor, but out of sight.
Out of mind as well. Because like now we're at an issue where it's like there's 72 seconds of detention left. There is still 40 seconds of blink. So at least the good news is we can still blink someone down with detention. However, he can't hesitate for so long, because if he does, he might just see what happened with Sprinter yesterday. So we want to avoid that, especially when we're at such a great advantage point. Now we're in a scenario where we can't find anyone just yet. Everyone is currently still hiding, and Zenjo doesn't want to leave the area. So by here being nearby, but he can tank a detention hit. So let's not forget, it's still very scary for you to chase after Puppeteer.
And one thing to note now is that the dungeon is at the fake gate area. The detention will be up in 30 seconds. All of them are fully healed, and only the Whipping Clown has no items to work with.
But it's okay, because we can still go after this professor instead. There is blink ready on our hands to use, but if we blink here, we need to be very careful. Can we maybe force something out here? Or we need to make sure that we can at least... Oh, revelation here first! No, the flywheel comes out first. Rowley wanted to predict, but there's really not much left we can do in this scenario. Detention will be over. However, I don't think they can come in for rescue. There's going to be 3 Ostracon laid out on this side of the map.
Yeah, it's a good prediction though, we gotta admit. Rowley with that flywheel, but if only they had a Titan here, Kuro.
Yeah, but Puppeteer's coming in. That's kind of the one thing we weren't expecting. The boat gates are currently open right now. We're going to be able to get the rescue on time, and that's going to be the body block. No, that is a body block from the side of our survivor. However, once again, this professor can still get leech. We can't forget he still has a mini shot attack on his way to use as well. There's dungeon nearby here too. We got the revelation. Oh no, Rowley wanted to dodge it, but I think that's probably the best attempt we can do.
Yeah,
But
it's
it's
still
okay.
a good job, well done. It's a good attempt, you know. At least there the casual, if you try it, it's a tie. If you don't try it, it's a tie. It was a good gamble coming in from RC, and luckily, it still ended up as a tie for them. Now the gap
Yeah.
isn't that big, Kuro. It's a 2-point difference coming in BO1.
Yeah, it's still okay for them from the side of Orsi, and we can't forget, right? Orsi has Hermit into permanent, not Ivy. So this just means for the later rounds, Alf still has an easier way to, play around these characters too. So I just feel like from the side of Orsi, what they've done a lot is round 1s and round 2s is kind of using non-meta characters, and then for the later rounds, we gain back those advantage points. And you have Alf on your team. So, it's still not over just yet. Like, there's still this Alf factor we have to take into consideration.
Yeah, elf factor. That's the thing, right? You think that, having Akka at the start, it's scary already, but then afterwards we'll be seeing elf, even scarier, coming into the mix here. A crazy character pool, and it's very hard to predict what he's gonna play because he's just so efficient with every single hunter. So I'm excited for the later rounds, of course, but now that is it for BO1, with ACT leading by 2 points, 5-3 against RC, and still considered as a round win point for Team ACT.
Yeah, we see the match stats here too as well, right? It's only 2-2 here, a tie game from the side of Zinjo, with Puppeteer 81-second containment time, the Weeping Clown at 57 seconds, Professor at 48, and the Gravekeeper at 69 seconds. Tram also bought an extra additional seconds too, which were not included in these stats as well. So let's not forget, the kite was around 110 seconds when City actually went down on the ground.
Yeah, so I just want to say that, both sides of the team, they did a very good job. ACT survivors did amazing, actually, with a lot of the support coming in. Usually, BO1 will be seeing a lot of them focusing on decoding, but them picking up the antiquarian when it's open worked out for them. They have the point advantage now coming in, and this is just amazing because I think for RC survivor side, they wanted more for sure. Okay,
yeah,
but
definitely.
Jin Jin Joe's stats, we need to remember that average elimination was 3.5, and only this round he got a tie. So technically, I do still feel it's still a win for RC, and this is ACT's map selection.
Definitely. And it's not only that too, I just feel like from the side of Weeping Clown as well, it's a very good utilization of those rockets, honestly. It was a little bit unexpected, but we'll move on towards the highlights first, just before we come back for Game 2.
Jump. 倒了就去吧，倒了就去，倒了就去。我修2楼了，好，下了。
电梯还要20秒大概。哦，
在绕主动
25秒吧，我连连修的。能不能跟我修？我。
よけなかった。
よし。
あ、近い。近い。
ラウリー2台目でしょ。2台目。当たった。ナイス。オッケー。別に90人挟んでいいかな。挟めるかな。無理や。諦め。Cさん教えてあげて。距離感。
開けられる。追い切ってる。
気を耐えたい。
And welcome back to 2025 IVS Invitational, day number 4, Grand Finals matchup, BO2. We'll be seeing RC picking their map here, and this is going to be important. ACT, they picked a map, Ever Slipping Town, where also RC prefers that map, but ACT actually got the point advantage here.
Yes.
So with RC coming into the mix here, they could potentially pick the Moonlit River Park. They could pick that Red Church, which they've actually won against in this IVS.
Yeah, but then there's also different potentials here too, it's just because you still have those top 4 hunters ready from the side of RC as well. I feel like from the side of ACT, it's a lot of kind of predictions that we have to do to in which Hunter Aka will choose for game 2 for best of 2s right now. But it also says still up on the other side as well, but we'll think about that in game 3. But right now, it's just a 2-point difference, so it's not too bad at the end of the day. We can pick a good map for survivors, potentially speaking, get a 3-man escape, and then the Hunter just either needs to tie or even aim for a win, because you still have so many more Hunters to use.
Yeah, and I think also at the end, RC side, easier said than done. They have to execute it. Super difficult, especially against ACT, right? A team that is so, the experience that they have is so much more. They go up against Chinese mainland teams every single time. And they've already won them yesterday, and they know their play style now. So this is just gonna be interesting as to how it's gonna go. But let's look into our map ban and map picks.
It's going to be RC picking out Arms Factory for survivors to come out first, and the ACT banning out the Sacred Heart Hospital. We don't see Hospital as much because it does get banned, or even if it's not banned, you know, teams teams don't really opt out for that option as well. But Arms Factory is quite an interesting one because this was the map that Alf played during the finals last year. So I do wonder what else Aka could potentially pull out on this map.
Aka, he still has so much things to work with, right? The 4 meta hunters is still available. I don't hope that he plays the Nightmare here, of course. I hope he just sticks to the meta now, because this is your map. They need to get the advantage. If they don't get the advantage here, ACT is gonna be 2-0ing them here, and then coming BO3 is back to ACT's map selection, which is not ideal.
Definitely not. And it's also with the fact that now we're in a scenario where it's okay, we got to choose the map. This is a map where we have seen quite a lot of, a lot of roller coasters. 3-man escape, 3-man eliminations, clutch 4-man elimination, clutch ties. So Factory is kind of just one of those maps where I do feel like currently in the tourney meta, it's very kind of 50-50. You don't really know what's going to happen. Right, it's especially with now we know, okay, Arms Factory has been chosen. That's also because no Ivy will be selected from the side of ACT. So I feel like from the side of RC, and we have seen how well Ivy works on this map, it's definitely one of the better map choices. And there's a lot of palettes to counter Opera and Goatman.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned that because Ivy is out already, then it's no longer a threat to them. And this opens up for Aka to potentially pick that Ivy in this map, if it's not banned out, that is. So it just, right, that's correct. Sorry. So yeah, this is actually quite a smart choice coming in from RC. That could also be that game plan that they are looking for. And we just gotta wait, because RC survivors will be up first against ACT Hunter.
Yeah, but I do feel like we still have to be a bit more careful though from both sides. It's just, once again, we saw RC performing very solid earlier on, but this time it's a bit of a smaller map, so you will have more room for harassment, meaning Umpi will be kind of the main player here that will shine from the side of RC Survivors team comp, because he is the main harasser of this team. If we get rid of the Goldman here first, even with Opera Singer, forward can counter her to a certain extent as well, and buy more time.
Yeah, the forward, you mentioned it. We've also seen like the forward and meteorologist combo coming in. Yeah, so that could also be played here. Let's see. But they will be swapping Jun Jin out and Zhou Yu in.
Yes. We don't really have stats from the side of Zhou Yu because he hasn't really played. It's actually our first time seeing him play, especially on a grand final spot as well. It's quite an interesting decision made by the coach. But there could be some potential pocket picks here from the side of Zhou Yu, just because we know that game 1, it was Hermit being used by Aka, meaning we want to at least conserve some of our picks here for game 3, game 4, game 5, where we can reuse them over and over and over again. However, if that's the case, we need to make sure that it's a character that can guarantee tie, and we may need to make sure that it's a character that's so niche to the point that Zhou doesn't even touch that character in rank.
Yeah, and yeah, with that in mind, I just feel that this is something that they have been planning from ACT. Like, it can't be that until like the very last day then they decided to bring it out. I feel like this is like a, what do you call it? What card?
Trump card.
Yes, trump card. Sorry, my goodness, thank you so much, Kuro. Trump
Of
card.
course.
Yeah, coming in, and I'm trying to potentially look for statistics for these players at this point.
To be fair, they've hidden him pretty well. I haven't seen him at all during the IVL days. It's always been their main hunter, GZ9, and Jill. So like for Jiu to come out, like we have thought about it before, right? I've played Nayad on this map. I've played Bonbon on this map. I've also played Wax Artist on this map is a potential too, because I have yet to see Joe play Wax Artist. But what we see here is what with the cosplays. It's Mechanic. And I'm not sure which one the other one is, but we see quite a lot of one here too with Priestess and Meteorologist as well, the Eskin and the recent A-tier package.
Yeah, can't wait for your next cosplay, Kuro. And
Thank you. Time to get a wheelchair and sculptor's costume, eh?
As we look into this, I managed to find some stats for that Hunter player coming from ACT. So he's been with ACT for the past 2 months already, and the stats I have for him that I'm seeing here is that he plays the Breaking Will.
Yes.
But he also plays the Wax Artist. Night Watch.
Okay.
Yep, this 3.
Night Watch. Oh, Night Watch is a bit harder on this map. We have seen Sprinter performing really well with Wax Artist on this map before too, so there is still a potential there. But if we do run Night Watch, we might have to go with Confined Space. But of course, we're going to move on towards the ban pick phase here, as of course, game 1 permanent bans here is Ivy, and of course from the Survivor side, Gravekeeper, Professor, and the Puppeteer.
Right, so wow, just straight up banning up the forward. You mentioned just now, just like a few minutes ago, about the forward coming in from Umpi. And 9 Jill just seems to be that he is prepared for it. Now we're seeing the Archer getting picked here alongside the first officer. I'm excited.
Oh, you know, I was initially thinking about Clerk with these 2 first pick bans, but then with Archer being chosen out instantly as well, you know, it's just such easy a heart stroke towards that Clerk. 1 arrow towards the heart, you're in love, you're charmed, and you're stunned for a while. But Fine Investigator ban here, followed up by a Magician.
Interesting. And it just seems like a very strong team comp at this point in time. There is no weaklings that 9Jo could potentially go for. I'm interested to see what 9Jo will be picking here, whether it's going to be the Wax, whether it's going to be the Night Watch, because clearly the Breaking Will not be picked here at Arms Factory. And Seer is open. We forgot about that.
I'm not too sure about this now, because if this is the team comp we're going with, Bonbon would be the best counterfish to fully counter the team. You have, you know, Archer, who moves slow when she pulls that bow. You have Seer, who just doesn't do too well, depending on how good a Seer player is. And of course, a first officer is pretty hard to come in for the rescue if you just lay that red carpet on the ground.
Exactly. So I like the idea of you saying that maybe he could pick the Bonbon here, and it's a small map.
Yeah.
So that is a possibility. And even though we can pick that character, we don't know when it comes to the wealth experience, the skill level for that character. So it will be basically reading an entire new book at this point in time.
It's so hard to kind of predict what Joyu is going to play just because of how much hunters we have in our current character notebooks too. But like there is multiple possibilities with this, just because, you know, hey, Axeboy counters Archer, but it doesn't counter Seer and Magician. And of course, before we say much more, let's kind of wait to see what Joyu decides to choose.
We have about 10 seconds and we are seeing the Breaking Will. I already mentioned this. Kuro, you would agree, live audience, you would agree that Breaking Will not
it's locked in!
Factory.
I thought it was a bait! It's not a bait.
Yeah, when I said Breaking Will, when I researched him, I was like, yeah, that's not gonna happen at Arms Factory. It's just not gonna happen. But this is the specialty character that Joyu has. This is his specialty character.
But we have a Seer, Jojo. We have an Archer on this map. A Seer is such a small map with so many palettes. I'm not too sure how well this will go.
Yeah, I can already imagine like the shack or the factory area for this year is gonna happen, and they're just gonna keep rotating over and over again. Look at them. They are in areas where Breaking Will can't even access easily. With all that windows, those mobility, my goodness, and Breaking Will be spawning at the shack corner area, Kuro.
Going up against Asir potential first shade, but Shaq is just such a great place to contain with such a long window too. I feel like maybe Joyu wants to see how well Breaking Wheel does in Factory after his recent buffs of 5-second transformation time. However, for this game, we will have to bring Confined Space with one additional trait as well from the side of Hunter. Because if you don't have Confined Space, there's really no point in playing Breaking Wheel on a map like this. We've seen how bad he does before on this map, and lots of players have already been traumatized enough.
Yeah, picking a Breaking Wheel was insane, but let's trust the process. Let's see what Joyu can bring to the table here as he brings an Insolence and the window block as well as the blink here. Survivor side, we are only seeing 2 flywheels on Archer and Seer, but luckily it is nearby Joyu. So this is gonna be a tough game for ACT, but let's see. Game 2, first half at Arms Factory between RC Survivors versus ACT's Hunter Joyu, and this live commentary will be brought to you by Chocho and Kuroshiro Gaming.
Alright, here we go. The test begins as we're going to see how well this Breaking Wheel can drive. It's not a joker compared to before, but it's here getting straight towards that window right now as we will be able to save and make it true. Joyu changing his form towards human form as we finally do lock that window. However, another window here is locked ready too, but just seems like we're playing mind games with ourselves.
Exactly, as we see Soba already rotated to another window. This is just very easy. First skill hasn't been popped yet. There is very little chance, very low chance to get that spike onto Soba. Looking at his maneuvering, and look at him just absorbing the owl on the bottom left.
It's already at 25%. Speed boost here from the side. Ooh, nice spike on Soba, but the owl is ready for us to use. Soba owl will be dropped down here on time as a hit there will be registered just so we can be a bit closer towards window as we lock it, changing back towards wheel form.
Yeah, confined space now, that's communicated. We're seeing the bird at 80% and flywheel is ready. So that second spike, unfortunately, flywheel's not an extended spike as well.
The extended spike's just expired. And here we can see as well, so can we dodge this one? We did with an owl! Owl number 2 comes out. And of course, so bad. The window is ready. Oh, we got the spike though.
But the speed boost coming in now, blink coming in, trapped drone, but no trapped survivors. Soba still gets the hit regardless, but looking at our ciphers, almost a 3 full cipher kite.
Well, Soba already has under a half owl. Ultra on the outside, I'm not too sure about this. It's because basement's usually better to get more spikes, and now with 2 Titans on this field too, first officer is already nearby. We could potentially look for a backdoor rescue here, and I do think that probably would be for the best as well. The better health you maintain, the better it is for the survivor. Soba slowly making his... No, it's not Soba. City slowly making his way in.
Oh, just a free rescue just like that. Now Soba still trying to kite for his life here. We're seeing that he's still absorbing that owl. It's at 50%. So even if he downs here, by the second time, if he gets rescued, he can get another owl to work with. Now our 4th and 5th cipher still has yet been worked on, and yeah, the burst happens onto Soba.
Umpi nearby for the harassment. It's not bad. This is kind of where we talk about, ooh, the flywheel was a little bit mistimed, but this is where we talk about Archer before, right? We're now outside of the range, and Archer can still pull that bow and arrow to deal even more damage. Even when we pick up here, it's going to be instant stun. And that's kind of one of the scary things about Archer here. If you know how to play her well, it's always going to be very doable in any sense. But that is a beautiful terror shock. As we see here, Umpi wants a little bit more stacks on towards this survivor. But we just stand still, I think it'll be fine. That's going to be another heart rate. Not too sure about that. That's another vault over. I think Seer has his 3rd owl.
I think he might... Oh, almost there at 90%. So Soba might be able... he will use it at the second time. He will use it in his second round here.
Oh, Archer!
Oh my gosh. 3rd time in a row. And the bird support coming in. So Soba able to kite for the 4th time, I think, as we see the ciphers all geared up potentially for that endgame. Series hasn't even set on the chair for the 2nd time.
Oh, but Magician doesn't have flywheel, no knee-jerk reflex here, so Magician will be the next best chase, but it seems like we're going to go back straight towards Soba here once again. We've already consumed all the owls, but it's okay. It's still tie guaranteeable. It's here. Flywheel will be used there. No, we didn't dodge that spike, so we will still go down, unfortunately speaking. The dodge! As we're finally down towards the corner. No items left on the side of survivors, but the Cypher machine is primed.
Yeah, doesn't even matter here unless Nothing. It's just nothing. Just chair the seer, rescue him, Cypher pop. Somebody is already at the gate because there's 4 survivors, and that could be it. ACT with this breaking will pick at Arms Factory seems to be biting them in the end, but the Cypher was popped.
It's okay. It's because Seer doesn't have bar time, so you know it's fair enough. Like we want to utilize that tight turn time as well. But right now, if we don't go straight towards the other gate, it's kind of bad news. Umpi on this side right now, still trying to get rid of his spikes as much as he can. But I think that's currently primed right now. We don't know where Umpi is. That Tinnitus has finally been lost, but can we maybe find a Seer here once again? If this returns as a 4-man escape, that's going to be really bad for ACT. We're moving our way in. 3 survivors currently on the dash towards the gate. It's a mad dash towards heaven here as Archer's on his way, but not Yo.
Is he sure about this?
A bit too much. We don't even know where Seer is.
This is very risky. Okay, wait. I think he sees him now. Yes, he sees him now.
Yes,
But he stands up. The bird is only at 60%. Not quite enough.
Yeah, nice blink down, but I think this will mark the end of this game. Breaking Will just wasn't the best choice here. I feel like from the side of ACT, we not a good kind of choice. And with that Archer too, like it's as we've always said before, Archer is always strong. Like there's a reason why her win rate is at 40% on average. So I do believe Umpi kind of showcased to us why Archer is one of those characters that no matter what you do, it's just, you know, as long as you can use her to a decent level, you can perform to her at such a great pace.
Yeah, and I think we got to emphasize also on Umpi's Archer, right? You mentioned it a little already, but just now with 3 successful harassment, it bought out 100% Cypher, by the way. A 50-50 Cypher. Yeah. So that amount of time was so enough for them to play that end game, and it's just amazing coming in from RC. Yeah, and now all the points is back to how it started initially. Everything cancel each other out.
Of course. But like, it's so hard for us to say as well, because we kind of chose a breaking wheel into a map like this. Yes, we didn't do bad at first, but it was Archer's harass initially that bought them so much time. I feel like from the side of breaking wheel, if we just broke the pallets nearby, it would have been a bit easier. Maybe Joyu was a little bit hasty on his pickups on that Archer too, but I just feel like from his point of view, it's probably better to force out as much items as possible instead of breaking the pallets first and then waiting for our last version to go down when Archer can just harsh strike us immediately afterwards anyways. I feel like from his decision making, that's a really tough place to call, because it's like, okay, you're kind of, you know, counting down with time as well.
Absolutely. As we look into our match stats first, we're seeing 138 seconds of containment time coming in from the Seer, and Umpi's Archer, 91 seconds of harassment. All right, and yeah, overall, it's just an amazing job coming in. Umpi 3 full rescues, Rowley and City 1 each.
Yeah, and like it's all hello. I was just fixing my lights, but it's also wish I just feel like from Joyu, it's his first tournament as well, so we can't see a lot of hesitation from his side, especially with trying to locate where that Archer was as well. But like in a scenario now where we're currently back to 6-6, we need another tie game here from ACT to at least be at an even level. But at least the good news is there's not really any good news, because I feel like if we left wheel open for a bigger map, it kind of would be nicer.
Like honestly, usually hunters, maybe they get outplayed, you know, uncharacteristic pick, or like, you know, being very greedy, but this one just seems to be really kind of out of place with the breaking wheel, honestly. Usually you would pick if anything, it would be the survivor team comps that counters your hunter, but this one was the map itself that counted the breaking wheel. So it was just very unfortunate, though it was a specialty pick, and I do appreciate him bringing out the breaking wheel. Just really unfortunate. I feel like RC has potentially seen through them potentially bring out 9U as well. 9U as well.
Yeah, it's just so hard from the side of ACT right now. But like, just, you know, since that game is over right now, we'll move on straight towards Akkad then. Akkad for game 2, second half here. The survivors did a brilliant job with a 3-man escape last game. This game, he could potentially play whatever he wants here once again and continue to make, you know, a further kind of, you can just aim for a tie we don't have to use Anne because Alpha's speciality is Anne as well. So like from the side of Aka, there is also other potentials too. We could potentially see him with Ivy this game because it's just a smaller map too, but he does still have Goldman, Opera and Ivy open alongside with Hullabaloo, so I don't think there's enough bans and picks from the side of ACT to counter all of them.
Yes. I definitely do think so here, as we will be heading into the ban pick phase really soon. I think what would be best would be to look into this interview first before we continue.
但凡进或者不进的时候，都会有想要就进关押的这种想法。对，可能在心底埋藏着，但是萌芽也会经过时间推移，然后萌芽出来嘛。这是上海的赛程嘛，就是我们每赢一场的时候，对这个冠军渴望就增加100%的那种，不是1分，是100%的那种。对，每一场赢。
Well, we all want to win. Alf wants to get his first international. ACT wants to get theirs as well. But also at the same time, it's kind of like the rivalry is huge from both sides too. It's kind of like, oh, Zhenjiu, new Hunter coming in, did decent enough in co-op, but it just wasn't enough from his standards as well. And of course for Alf, he's won every single IGL for the past, I think, 4 to 5 years. He is definitely due at least one international. And of course, once again, IVS is kind of one of his best chances. Well, closest and best chances. There is still also Koa in the later rounds.
Yeah, and you just gotta wait every like half a year to reach to the international matches, tournaments again. So it's a very long wait, and Elf is still here, but now instead I feel like it's more of a sub hunter, right, since it's coming out in the later rounds. But still, he's still fully skilled, fully geared up for this. I'm excited to see him later on. But now we will be seeing Aka in this BO2 second half, and hopefully he does pick something that he is confident in to at least secure a tie game against such a strong Survivor team coming in from ACT.
But moving on straight towards the ban pick phase here, let's see. It's going to be Seer and Arrow playing his first 2 bans from the side of Aka. Arrow is an interesting one on this map. It's a relatively small map, but we still decided to ban him out anyways.
Yeah, and Mercenary and Fire Investigator will be picked up here. Fire Investigator, yeah, there's a lot of spots that he could potentially throw and block out places. So this is gonna be, still we haven't been able to see much just yet, but coordinates are getting banned out here from Aka.
We found out our soft support / strategic type character, so now we still do have, Puppeteer left to use, but it seems like it's going to be selected on towards Acrobat for more of a solid and solo containment. I feel like from the side of ACT, we're a little bit more primary focused on, countering that Ivy with these spam picks right now.
The Ivy. Yeah, if that's the case, then let's see how ACT Survivor is going to do. As of now, ACT Survivors have been pretty top-notch when it comes to their performance. They have made almost none mistakes happened here, but Barmit coming in against potentially an Ivy.
I feel like from the side of ACT right now, with the Barmate here being chosen, there might be some type of talk into saying, hey, we want Barmate to chase, Barmate to be chosen so Opera can chase after her, and then just so then Opera can easily, smoothly blink up, down during the bottle heal, during the doubling heal. But then also at the same time, it's kind of like with this Barmate pick, it's really, really safe going into Ivy too. So if Aka actually hardcore goes to Ivy, I just feel like it's too difficult for him to aim for even that tie.
Oh, then this just kind of puts Aka in a difficult situation once again. In BO1, it was the team comp that counters all the top 4 meta hunters, and then coming in now again, ACT putting Aka in a tough spot. What is he gonna ultimately pick here? But let's just wait and see. The hunter that Aka gonna pick here, let's see also whether ACT has picked the persona to go up well against him.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard here if everyone runs Flywheel up against an Opera Singer. If it's up against the Ivy, it's a little bit different. But Opera Singer, you need a whole set of different personas. You need those speed boosts, you need your reflex to pull distance away and get away from the pallets when she tries to, shadow dance in towards her remnant zones. So from the side of ACT, I feel like a lot of us might run non-borrowed time builds, but let's just see what Aka decides to go with first.
Alright, it's just within a matter of seconds. Ivy will be picked up here against this team comp at Arms Factory.
It's Aka actually decided to go hot-headed in towards this one right now because like it's so hard for an Ivy to catch up towards any of these survivors, especially for Barmaid too. Even if you do get early hits on towards a Barmaid, she has speed doubling, she has knee-jerk reflex, she has flywheel to get in between pallets or windows. So like from Aka's point of view, I feel like our main consideration of early game would be to map pressure before further looking on towards actually deciding on who we want to chase.
Yeah, but the map pressure here would kind of sometimes allow ACT to push certain ciphers. And we know that ACT Cypher Rush is insane. They always pop their ciphers, always get those escapes. We saw the high escape rate at the start with all of their survivors. So this is going to be very scary for Aka as we look into the map selection. Spawn locations here. Mercenary will be at the center, Barmaid at the front gate, Acrobat right outside the factory area, and so Fire Investigator and Barmaid will swap places where Fire Investigator will be at the front gate instead.
In this case, it's a bit different to what Orsi has done up against Dylan Joe's Ivy during game 1. Instead of going towards a corner each, it seems like we just want to delegate everyone into towards just one single area. It could be because they simply believe that Ivy can't just rotate around this map too easily, so there's no point. Therefore, we're going to be able to see Aka here as the Ivy spawning towards Moongate towards the back, meaning it will be a little bit harder to play if we do actually confine one of the Cypher machines near towards either the Tank Runes corner or factory. So in this case, early game decoding progress definitely will be slow.
Alright, so I really do hope that things will work out for Aka here. I know that right now, RC has the kind of the advantage within BO2 itself, but still very pressuring for Aka. I just hope the best for him here as we look into the persona, trump card, insolence, as well as the blink on the Ivy. For survivors like ACT, they have brought full kiting build on the Barmaid, just like you've predicted. Broken windows on the Acrobat, flywheel tight turner on the Fire Investigator, and a standard build for the Mercenary. And this will be game 2, second half at the Arms Factory between ACT survivors versus RC's Hunter Aka. And live commentary will be brought to you by Chocho and Kuroshiro Gaming.
Alright, a tie game is all what Aka needs here to bring the points back. We're going to go straight towards middle here with our Phantom form. We're going to go straight towards Junkyard entrance, as it seems like now Sen as the Acrobat will have to leave this area. Meanwhile, our Rescuer at middle also has to be careful too.
Yeah, a lot of map pressure coming in. You mentioned that the map pressure at the start might be very strong, and we're seeing exactly that happening. As we see that Aka I think he still has yet to see the survivor that he wants to chase.
And like the Cypher machine hasn't been decoded just yet, aside from Mercenary who's starting it right now. There is a 20% Cypher machine initially by the Barmaid, but it seems like Barmaid here will become our prominent chase. We have to be very careful in how we play this. We're rotating straight towards Junkyard Ruins, but Aka's main body is quite far away. We want to kind of lock Barmaid before we leech on towards her, but even so, I feel like if that's the case, it might be too long. Can we get a revelation? We didn't. Brilliantly done by Xiaoyang.
Yeah, crazily done by him as well. Now, looking at our ciphers, they're all being pushed, all 4 of them, maybe 3. But Barmaid is within this area. There's a lot of windows, pallets to work with. We're seeing the speed boost coming in. XY heading towards a very safe area again.
But once again, we can't forget, it's 50 stacks of revelation. We blink ready here just about on time, but no revelation here from Aka's main body. We're going to try to get a little bit more from our side here as well. We can't bottle over anything here just yet as the hit here. Fine will register. I don't think the villain can be drunk here, but if we decide to drink it here, that just means can we get a flywheel? We need a flywheel. Barmaid! 98 stacks of flywheel! That's not what we were looking for, but it's okay. There's still distance to pull out. Barmaid barely managed to do it, but it was Aka's biggest mistake there. When he used that revelation, he didn't get it, but it seems like the Barmaid will be healed up just on time. We can't get it, so it can Dublin, but it's okay. We're gonna lock the ciphers first, and Barmaid's kite was successful.
Yeah, what a hot hitter pick, right, with this IV. But we're seeing XY living to see another day as he gets his second hit, still surviving, and our cipher progress, Kuro, is amazing.
From the side of Aka, we just missed that revelation. Xiaoyan did such a great job, and now the airbag comes in through. We're gonna wait here just a little bit, just in case something got happened, but it's okay. Airbag speed boost, knee-jerk reflex from the window, because we're within range here. 3 Cypher machines about to be done. We leech on towards Barmaid here one more time, but the airbag, did the airbag do anything? It didn't. It pushed ourselves towards the Barmaid, and there we go. There goes down Barmaid. However, 3 Cypher machines are done. it's a good pace here from the side of ACT.
Yeah, ACT geared up to potentially have a potential 4-man endgame period. Let's see what Aka can do here to turn the tides to his favor. Gogo will be interrupted by this Ostracon coming in, and Aka is not gonna scout for survivors.
Ooh, this is really bad from the side of our fine investigator, but at least there's no damage rescue here, so Mercenary can rescue here one more time. Barmaid, on the other hand, we don't have knee-jerk reflex ready just yet. This Ostracon still another 15 seconds before we can dismantle it, and Xiao Yin, we're finally on our way out. 29 seconds until Flywheel is ready. Nice 40 seconds of Revelation, but we don't have Corruption Transference ready just yet.
We don't have it at all, you're right. As we see, Vomit still... Oh, the hit connects, unfortunately. But XY is at the other side, so there's gonna buy a little bit more time for him to get Chad here. Most likely gonna be at that corner area, but let's see who can come for this rescue. Mercenary?
Definitely. It seems like Merc is on his way towards the back. We can see him bottom left-hand side of our screen right now, but I just want to say Barmaid, really good job here onto running as far away from his survivors as possible. Gogo side from mission as the fire investigator cannot be leashed on anymore because we have an airbag right in between us. So we're currently stuck in between two balloons, but that's okay. 11 here coming for the rescue. A lot of pressure here from our mercenary, but it's okay. He can target Terror Shock it, and that's what he's good at. That's what we've chosen to send, coming in for the backdoor rescue here as well. But we need to make sure the body block comes through, so it's so much pressure.
Yeah, what a smart play. And what a smart team coming in from ACT survivors as well. Buying so much time right now just with the hold and the let go of the chair. So right now Cypher is at 93%. It's gonna be prime soon, and XY very close to flying out, but it should be a rescue anytime soon now.
We just have to make sure body blocking. We couldn't get it on time, so the pop has to be initialized right now. But it's okay. Everyone's at the gate right now, but the Phantom form is also there too. So Aka will not allow you to perform any more further than this. But we can't forget Aka is still on a time restraint. He does have Blink, however, which is the good news. But we'll go right now by himself. No dungeon here nearby. We're going to be able to teleport over as the Flywheel came to 95 stacks, as we barely got rid of the Ostracon that were within us. However, dungeon is currently near middle. We don't have any airbags left to ourselves to use, so this might be a little bit harder here to say. I don't think we can make it towards dungeon, as Blink is also ready up to. Aka Blink down for the guarantee save tie, and that's all what Aka needed for this one to bring all the points back.
Yeah, and we are back once again to ground zero with the score points here, a 5-3 between these two teams. So things are looking actually very intense in this BO5. Yesterday it was a 2-0 sweep coming from ACT, but RC, they came prepared this time around.
Yeah. And I do feel like now from both teams, yes, Aka used Hermit round 1, Yu used Waking Wheel round 2, and both teams has already used Ivy as well, so like everything is still 50-50. The survivors did manage to actually survive quite a lot from the pressure too, but I do think the only unfortunate part was the Barmaid not being able to receive that additional body block, just, you know, for a little bit more support.
Yeah, the additional body block, but honestly, if the body block did happen there, form endgame, 3 escape coming in from ACT was definitely possible. It will definitely bring it to ACT's favor once again. But although opportunity lost there, but still we are heading back to BO3 where ACT will have their map selection. But before we hit there, were there any highlights you'd like to mention?
I just think it was so unfortunate for Aka not being able to get that 100 stacks of elevation, because I feel like he was en route for a 3-man elimination in that game if he managed to get Barmaid down on time. But no, Barmaid was able to contain for a little while longer and containing towards Shaq as well, where the Fire Investigator is.
Yeah, XY's rotation, containment, and he knows exactly what needs to be done, what cannot be done here. And when it comes to execution, ACT Survivors still very top-notch here. And considering this team comp against Aka, I think Aka also did a great job with this tie, and that's the very least that we want of him in this half of the match.
Yeah, and especially with now, when we move on towards game 3, it's Alf that's going to come out as well. So at least we know from Aka's side, he's kind of done what he had to do. Now it's all up to Alf, as we see here with the points 8-8. But once again, the top 3 hunters are still available to use with the Goldman, Opera, and Ivy. So if both teams right now decide not Goldman, with the Goldman, Hullabaloo, and Opera, excuse me. So right now, if both teams, hunters, decide to not use any of the top 3, we will be able to see them for game 4 and for game 5.
which is quite rare, but definitely possible. The further the rounds go, the more bans from coming in from the servers too. So if there is the case, then we might not be able to see the last 3 meta hunters as well. So let's see what is it going to be coming in from both sides of the survivors. But that will be it for BO2. This is going to be a BO5 format. But let's hit to the highlights first and see what we had for BO2.
やるよ。いいねいいね。
うんぴよっていいけどなこれも。
まだ。
オッケーオッケー了解了解。
初手ねしない。つまのじゃなくて。当たるよ。
あついナイス。
けばい。
バレちゃうのか。
バレた。あ、気持ち
いいよ。はいナイス。
我回到救吧，走不掉。好溜。
堵门，等他堵门。
可以了，
压好了。
但我还没动，哎，没扔出来，可惜。没事。
加油。
3-4，继续。
And just like that, we are heading into BO3 of our grand finals matchup of the 2025 IVS Invitational tournament here. And it has been a pretty exciting run for the first 2 matches. Everything is still tied up 8-8 and still not a decisive winner at all.
Yeah, and like now it's up to ACT who gets to choose the map, so we do wonder, like now it's Every Sleeping Town being used, it's factory used from the side of RC as well, so both teams now are on an even ground, both teams got the advantage point they wanted, and of course on towards game 3. It will be ACT who gets to choose the map here one more time. However, we are going to be able to see Alf coming out to play as the Hunter, so we do want to know whether he's going to play within the first half or the second half.
I'm excited. I'm super excited if we're going to be seeing Elf. We know that he's very gifted when it comes to skills, when it comes to hero pools. He's very flexible when it comes to, okay, whatever the survivors are potentially going to pick to counter me, I have a hunter that I am comfortable enough to play up against with them. And we've seen that time and time again with him. I've always been very impressed with Elf, especially when he picked his spider at Lakeside Village last time.
Yeah, because like with Alf, we've seen Bonbon, Geisha, Wax Artist. We've also seen, as you said before, the Spider there too. There could be also different potential pocket picks from his side as well. We know he's definitely good with the top 4 hunters as well on his hunter pool list. But like you also have to consider that Ann pick from the side of, you know, Alf too. That is still a huge potential when it comes to that kind of 4-man elimination range, but Alf recently has been picked up that Nightmare too, as we saw before, so it does seem like Aka has influenced him a little bit, with Nightmare also being added towards his hunter pool. I just feel like in big maps he's going to excel the most.
Big maps, and you mentioned big maps, and what I also have here for ACT is that they always actually kind of prefer to pick big maps to play in. Leo's Memory and the Lakeside Village, which they've always been winning in.
But like it's kind of hard here now because we have seen Al's past records too. He always had, you know, 4-man eliminations as Bonbon on both Lakeside Village and Moonlit River Park. Now, of course, there was this one time last year with the Wax Artist that we can never forget when it comes to gate opening up against GR. So there is still that potential. Maybe Chinatown, can also be used too as a map here, preferable for, you know, game 3, just because of how well we actually can hide around this place.
But from the side of RC, seems like they will be having their hunter up first. They banned out the Red Church, and ACT picked up the Moonlit River Park, which is interesting because RC does quite well at Moonlit River Park in this 4 days.
Yeah. And we also get the survivors out here first from the side of the ACT, so at least we're going to be able to see Alf. Alf, you know, from our kind of hunter meta pool side as well, you also can't forget about Breaking Wheel, you also can't forget about just Dream Witch as well, and there's just so much more hunters to go with. I feel like from the side of ACT, they still conserve their Puppeteer, so I feel like maybe to respect Alf, that's why the Puppeteer wasn't chosen as well, just so we can keep using it game 4 and game 5.
Yeah, they also still has the aeroplaners to work around with. So many great characters left for this team here as we see the survivor side coming in from ACT. But what we're curious about is if it's definitely confirmed that we'll be seeing Elf from Team RC.
I think it should be. I mean, you kind of left Alf now with top 3 hunters. I do feel a bit bad for Aka in one sense, where he had to tank all the pressure into playing his pocket mates up against, such meta team comps like Archer, Meteorologist, Gravekeeper, Puppeteer. But he has done a really, really good job. And, with Alf's job here being done, it's now up to Alf to kind of take this baton on the relay race to continue to pull the points a bit further. Because I feel like for Game 1 and Game 2 from the side of RC, oh, there's Alf.
Yep, moment of truth, and exactly like you predicted. You know exactly the game plan of RC, man, Kuro. You know that exactly at BO3, Elf will pop up and save and show us exactly how this meta hunters can be played here. As we see that Survivor side, they will have 2 hunter bans that they have, and it will leave the last one potentially for Elf to pick.
Yeah, I don't think you should leave Annie for Alf, potentially speaking. The easiest one to leave it, I feel like, is Hullablu, just because his map control, has been reduced quite a lot. But like, Alf might not even choose Hullablu. We can just go with a Bonbon and then finish the game there with, a potential 3-man 4-man elimination. But of course, once again, right from the side of ACT, Meteorologist still available, Aeroplanus, as you said, Puppeteer. There's also Acrobat. No, Acrobat has been used, but there's also Patient, Force Stop. But it's still game 3, so like depending on who they ban, even if they do play distance pulling survivors, I genuinely don't think it's going to be enough.
And now that we're at Moonlit River Park, let's have a little bit of the playback later on, but let's look into the interview first.
考え方が結構変わって、今は結構楽しくやれてると思います。体力面とかプレッシャーとか特に感じてなくて、あとは自分たちのやってきたことをどれだけ出せるかだと思います。
There we go. He's enjoying it. Jojo, he's enjoying it. He's back. Man's finally back. Bro's fully back.
Yeah, but I believe that he was previously kind of like unwell, right? And now that he's finally back, I'm so glad that, his value edits RC in so many ways coming into the later rounds. And RC now fighting for that chance to be the champion of IVS Invitational 2025. So nothing is impossible, and so glad that Elf is fully recovered now.
Yes, definitely. And like from the side of RC2, it's nice to also have Aka, who is a prominent, good player with his niche characters to use as well. But it's just unfortunate he couldn't get more with his niche characters too. But like, I do feel like Aka is the one that will be handling the most pressure from the side of RC, especially round 1s and round 2s. And of course, round 3, 4, and 5 just gives Alpha a little bit more of a leeway to play more meta characters, as we have seen. Aka not utilizing any of the top 4, but instead trying to give Alpha a little bit more of a knack and a little bit more leeway to go up against ACT.
Yeah, there's just a lot of pressure from Aka's side now that he can finally, go to the bench, rest a little bit more. A lot of pressure because it really sets the tone for the first 2 matches. But luckily, things are still equal, 8-8. So things will look kind of sideways, possibly from here onwards. But let's see, Game 3 first half ban pick phase. RC's Hunter Elf has banned out the Seer and Priestess.
Yeah. From our side, oh my mic is working, sorry. From our side, it's going to be Goldman and Bomban there being banned. The Bomban respect there definitely is there, but that just leaves open the Opera Stinger and Hullablu as we chose out Journalist and Meteorologist first 2 picks.
Yes, and of course we can't forget about Elves' Gamekeeper. That hook at the first stop, if we all remember. Crazy one, but this just shows how it's just Elf. It's Elf things. As he will be bending out the Archer here.
It seems like he's going more towards Opera Singer or Hullablu, which is both really huge potential as well. But if ACT realizes this, then I don't really think Puppeteer can be saved. So we're going to go with Patient here instead. But we have seen how, Patient has been countered by Opera Singer quite a lot within, the past year or 2. So I'm not too sure about this pick.
I'm not too sure as well, considering that we've already mentioned this. Aeroplanus, Puppeteer, still available, still not banned out, but they don't want to pick it.
Oh, but the Wildling last ban is quite interesting. So I guess maybe we want to play Opera Singer, and then since there is no Wildling there, then it's a bit easier to go after either Gravekeeper or the Journalist. But once again, you have 2 slow decoders on the team. You might as well go after the Patient since he is there anyways, and leave the other 2 out there. Slow decoding, you have more advantage point towards the late and end game.
Yeah, Elf, when it comes to plays like this, he is just confident. He knows exactly what is expected, what should be, who should be chased and who should not be chased. And I'm just excited as to what Elf is gonna be picking here. Whether it's gonna be something we expect, or I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot that can be said here, honestly. Because, like, to counter Journalist, you can go Nayad. To counter Gravekeeper, you can also potentially go Nayad. And there's just so much more that Alf has on his hands to use that can counter this team comp. It's hard for ACT to really find a good enough versatile team that goes up against each of his hunters. And you still can't forget, the first 3 characters chosen will be permanent banned for Game 4 and for Game 5. So it's not easy from the side of ACT to actually make their draft picks here.
Not easy at all. But they have the Gravekeeper for later rounds, so I guess that still has that opening for them. That's possibly the that and also the Wilding left for them, so they don't want to keep their hands tied up against RC here. So let's see. Elf.
I feel like Waxstars wouldn't be a bad choice if we can get Journal's first chase with Warp, which is a bit easier too. But maybe from the side of Alf, one meta hunter used wouldn't be such a bad idea as we do decide to lock in this Opera Singer. Opera isn't bad against his team comp. Patient first chase, leaving out the 2 other rescuers, slow decoding. However, Meteorologist will be the big issue when it comes to long distance healing.
Long distance healing. So yeah, that's something that Elf would potentially have to look out for. And this is just gonna be a great one. Opera Singer, we've been seeing it time and time again getting selected here at the Moonlit River Park. But now down to the execution phase, the spawn locations, and the kiting routes coming in from the server side. What's it gonna be? As we look into these spawn locations here, will there be any mind games here?
We're gonna get Patient and North Bridge. Okay, seems like we want to spawn Patient a little bit farther away, but it's going to be Meteorologist here at 4 stop, 2 story given towards Journalist, and first stop for the Gravekeeper. We want to ensure that all rescuers can safely decode, but Alf deciding to actually spawn a broken carousel, meaning Patient has to rotate out really early. And there really isn't any good hook spots for you to use it, so we might have to rotate towards first 4 stop, where we do annoy Meteorologist a bit. It's just so then Meteorologist has to rotate out, and that's even less decoding progress.
Yeah, that's gonna affect their ciphers at the start. And yeah, Patient gotta rotate all the way to 4th stop, but the Opera Singer's speed when it comes to catching up to these survivors is insane. So let's see Elf. He's very smooth with this Opera Singer, and I can't wait to see his performance here. It will be his first performance here in the Grand Finals matchup. So trump card detention as well as a blink for the Opera Singer. Survivor side, we are seeing a 9-6 build on the Journalist, 3-9 build on the Meteorologist, 3-9 build on Patient, and a 3-6 build on the Gravekeeper. So this is BO3 first stop at the Moonlit River Park for ACT Survivors versus RC's Hunter, and this live commentary will be brought to you by Chocho and Kuroshiro Gaming.
Okay, Alf, this is our first game here, finally in the Grand Finals. We're going to go after 11 here first, who's playing Gravekeeper. But let's not forget, the moment you hit him out of the shovel, that's an immediate stop towards 2nd stop. But that's such a beautiful vault down there. As the pallets here has been dropped down, 11. Let's just see how long we can contain here. As finally the 2 pallets here has been broken, 20 seconds in towards the game.
Chasing a rescuer here, so at least ciphers outside will be pushed. 11 getting that first hit onto the shovel instead, sitting onto the tram. Believe that the 2nd stop was pressed, yes. So Gravekeeper will be heading straight to the 3rd stop. Zen still has yet to touch the cipher.
But it's okay, we've wasted so much time from the side of Operas here right now. Everyone's at a relatively safer location, side being a little bit closer nearby here, leaving 4 stop open for the rescuer or potentially Patient here to use. Alf, once again, seems like he really wants to go after this Gravekeeper.
Yeah, really locked in on this rescuer, as we see Elf still able to get within the farm. No mistakes made here. Meteorologist will be the 2nd chase here, as we see her already safely into 4th stop.
But you see how smooth Alpha is with this Opera Singer as well. Really caught up here so fast, so the pilot here will be forced to be dropped down. But now Meteorologist is still confined within the same area. We might need to use Clouds here once again. But the blink missed! Alpha's so close on that, but there's really nothing we can do in that scenario. But it's okay, so I can go back towards the force stop to loop once again. And this is such a hard place for a Meteorologist to kite as well with no items.
No items indeed, but missing that swing, unfortunately. Meteorologist is able to get that speed boost from that pallet, able to rotate towards the other side. So Elf, just taking a lot of time trying to down on this survivors, now changing targets once again to 11, putting that pressure on, but the shovel just in time.
But so much item here consumed from Survivor side. Meteorologist, no items. 11 buy yourselves around. Yes, there's 2 pilots left here to play around, but Shadow Dance back, can we get a hit? No hit over. A little bit unfortunate. Alf could not gain another speed boost there, but now 11 has to be very careful. We can't get Terror Shock there, so we'll have to take that hit. But at least the Cypher Machine is almost 3 Cypher done. But so much items are currently depleted. This Meteorologist is useless now.
Oh, and got out of Shadow Form, unfortunately, from Elf's side. But 11's just buying so much time. Look at the mind game. Winning against Elf.
But it's still fine. 11 doesn't really have anything else left to use here, so we're just gonna... Ooh, missed a hit, run as far away as possible. Can we maybe get the ball down here on time? No, it's a slow vault, unfortunately. But even if it's a slow vault, it's fine. Look at the ciphers right now. It's in total 340% Cypher Machine decoding progress.
Yeah, and look at the blink cooldown. It's almost halfway through since he missed his blink, and that was supposed to be his first hit. But this is just a game geared up for ACT right now. They have it in their pockets, and they might have a 4-man end game. High chance. As you see Gogo rotating towards this chair here. Does have a Titan to work with. A little boy is also in action here. Let's see.
The hit there will register, but we do have some Shadow Dances left to use. However, they will dissipate right now as 11 once again going in towards one of the corners. It seems like he wants to... I'm not sure with this rotation because he wants to go to a corner, but it seems like all the Cypher Machines are near God Kite, near 2-story. So it just seems like he wants to rotate away from here first, and we can start decoding that 40% Cypher Machine on this side.
Yeah, as we see 11 also down at the area where it's gonna take a lot of time to get Chet. So this creates such that Zen is already in the area. He doesn't have any Titan to work with. Cypher's only at 50%. Can Elf potentially force an early rescue here? But it seems like he's just gonna focus on the Cypher instead.
But that's okay. We don't mind here from the side of Journalist, because then she has 2 pilots here to play around with. There is Blink ready though. If we want to Blink, that wouldn't be a bad option here. But is Abnormal going to come out? Are we going to Abnormal? Alpha Abnormal say that's direct kick towards the Cypher Machine, but that's okay. Back to rescue here from the side of Survivors. Gravekeeper is finally out. We have 3 Survivors here to body block side. Open an additional new Cypher Machine as well, because we don't have any additional items left. But now here comes the issue. It's a single hit hunter we're up against. That's a great hit on towards the Patient, as we're finally be able to rotate out. But we have to get past 2 body blockers here from the side of Alpha. It's going to be a lot of pressure from our side. We're going to be able to get some sort of harassment here from the body block from Patient, but here once again it's gonna be vault over here from the side of Meteorologist. We've got one window, not a lot of that spaces, but can we get a hit there? Zen once again, the side dish didn't go through, and the recovery comes through as well.
And Cypher is at 60%. They are still trying to push for it, but now the hit through the paddock connects. 11 is left all alone here, but Elf will be chairing Zen instead and create potentially an opening going towards the basement. 11 possibly is gonna heal up XY, and Cypher at 80%. Are they gonna go for a pop straight away?
I think they should. In this star it's a bit hard, but we see bottom left here. Gogo is very nearby right now, but if Alf finds him, it might just be a bad idea. Gogo wants to stay at the back looking for the tie game because he has no items left. We want the Meteorologist to actually rotate out here first, but this is a bad idea if Meteorologist wants to come in, because in that case it's still an opera scene we're talking about. Potentially speaking, we should pop here. We see footprints. We see footprints from the Meteorologist, but Alf knows that there's 2 of you nearby. The chest is open now by Gravekeeper. What can he find from his lucky box? If he finds an elbow pad, that's a huge potential for not jetpack, an elbow pad in for the rescue. But let's see here. We got a syringe!
Crazy luck. But I'm not sure if the syringe is gonna do anything here, but let's see. The 2 of them are trying to come into the basement. A drop down hit here, and that might be it. It's very risky. Not sure if this is really worth the risk, as we see Gravekeeper heading down, trying to go for the rescue, but okay, he's able to get the rescue. Titurners, in fact, nobody's at the gate. Journalist is not in this area. Nobody's in this area. The drop down hit once again. A double down situation. 2 of them. And Elf knows exactly where 2 will be downed at.
The issue with the survivors really now is the fact that, okay, Patient's gonna run further away, but the gate just started being opened. Alf doesn't have teleport, so from the side of ACT, even if it did pop there and someone kind of healed, it should have been a guaranteed tie. However, I feel like with them coming in for the rescue here, they potentially speaking wanted to see whether or not Alf knows that there's a dungeon nearby. But in this case, Sen is very still close as well. So I don't think he'll be able to actually avoid Alf's deer hunts. So we should be able to see him up right now as we've managed to get this beautiful tie game.
Yeah, beautiful tie game indeed. Considering the start and how it went through the match, it seems to be that Alf was actually on the back foot. So I think this is quite disappointing for ACT survivors to play, to get this tie game when it was supposed to be a 4-man end game with a potential for a 3 escape.
Yeah, we do hear the screams from the fan as well, just to support Alf there too. It wasn't the best performance he had because of the blink miss on the meteorologist. I would say in that sense, it was a little bit unfortunate just because of how fast Meteor can actually get on her items as well. But in this case, look, it's still okay. It's a tie game. It's not like you lost that game as well, especially when you didn't have such a great early game.
Yeah, I just feel that maybe it was worth the risk. Because if someone was in the basement and they just popped the cipher, it would have potentially be a tie game. If they went down for that risk, which we saw just now, it's still a tie game. So ultimately, it was kind of worth the risk for ACT survivors to go for. It's just that Elf definitely won this trade, considering the start that he had.
Definitely. I feel like maybe from the side of Alf, since it was quite a stressful scenario, like when we got the drop down hit on towards Meteorologist, probably should have picked up the media and go for balloon hits instead. However, we'll move on towards the match stats here before we talk about anything else.
Yes, 11 with 143 seconds of containment time, very long. And also Meteorologist 94 seconds of containment time. It's amazing kiting coming in from ACT, but you've mentioned that one thing, that balloon potential hits onto inside the basement. That could have created an opening that maybe a 3k?
Yeah, there definitely was a potential there because if we just picked up Meteorologist as we walk in while Greyfever gets the rescue, even if Tie Turner does pop out, we can just hit first and then chair the Meteorologist, and even if the Cypher Machine does pop, you can hit the Greyfever once again and then go for the Meteorologist. In that case, it's 2 hits with Tie Turner, so Greyfever will go down, Meteorologist will go down, so even if the Cypher Machine pops, we could potentially get Meteor down and then look for Patient instead. It's kind of a lot of different scenarios in that case, but I do feel like, you know, in one sense as well, you could pick up Meteor, let them rescue, and then drop Meteor, and then wait until Titan is over, then chair Meteor back on towards the chair once again, and then in that case, it's kind of like a whole loop again where they have to come in to rescue.
Yes. So maybe a little bit of the decision making coming in from Elf, could have been a little bit better to turn things to even more towards his favor, because it was insane. The fact that he was able to, they came in with the body blocks, but it didn't really work out very well. But his decision to just let go of the last survivor and just went to chair in the basement instead was definitely the right decision there.
Definitely. And like, it's also the fact that, you know, from Al's point of view there, it was really hard to kind of get a rebound on that. But with 2 survivors injured, if they want to come in for rescue, I feel like in that case from ACT side, it was still so risky. Because in one sense, what you can say is like if the drop down hit actually landed twice, it would just be really bad. Because in that case, we're at a scenario where everyone's injured. Yes, even if the Cypher Machine pops, there will still be one on the ground while you go in for the rescue. So like from the side of ACT, that was a very bold move.
Very, very bold move. Yeah, they really betted on it all, and ultimately they got the tie, which they definitely was not very happy about. We saw their faces at the end there. They were kind of arguing maybe also about the game, the decisions there. So yeah, very unfortunate coming in to BO3 first half for ACT, but a relatively okay start for RC. We need to remember this is ACT's map selection at Moonlit River Park, so coming into BO3, are we going to be seeing Zhezhenjiu, or will 9U be the hunter still?
I do think it still should be Zhezhenjiu, because if Alf used the Opera Singer now, I feel like we can also use the Opera Singer too, but it just depends on who they want to ban. Zhezhenjiu's Ivy is gone, but there's still Hullabaloo available to play too. But like we saw what happened with Hullabaloo yesterday up against a Doctor. RC versus ACT, I don't think we can actually forget about that. So like from the side of Zhenzhou, like there is there's Opera, Hullabaloo, and Goldman, and of course you can't forget about his gamekeeper alongside with his Bonbon as well, and Dreamwitch.
Yeah, pretty much correctable. So it's best case scenario if we see Zhenzhou sitting on the hunter seat for team ACT. Yes, that's exactly the case. So yep, I love this switch up. I feel like it would definitely be more consistent, I would say, because Zhenzhou has been in the competitive scene way longer as compared to 9U. So this is gonna be probably a standard play coming in from Zhenzhou with the average elimination rate of 3.5 before BO5 started.
Yeah, and now from RC Survivor side as well, like we didn't do the best on this map the previous day, getting 4-man eliminated by a gamekeeper. However, there is still possible redemption kites here as well, so I just feel like from RC, it's okay since it was a tie game last game. It's honestly speaking not the worst case scenario. Tying on a big map like this, and it's also with the fact that it was ACT's map pick too. So Alf being able to get a tie game up against ACT's map pick, knowing that the Bonbon will be banned, it's still relatively decent. And of course with RC being able to choose a map next game too, it's not the worst case scenario. I know from Alf's point of view it wasn't the best performance he had, but it was just unfortunate parts where you didn't get that blinkish.
Yeah, and at this point in time, the least that kind of RC Survivors want to have would be at least a tie. Best case scenario, of course, a 3 escape. And we've seen very clutch gameplays coming in from RC Survivors with 3 escapes. So this is gonna be how I'm just curious to see how RC is gonna be playing this out here. They still have a lot of meta picks still in their arsenal here, so things are looking pretty good for RC to potentially gear up for at least a tie game in the second half.
Definitely. We see here, right, permabans for the Hunter side is Ivy and Great Movie, and from Survivor side, Puppeteer, Professor, Gravekeeper, and of course the Magician, Archer, and First Officer, as we see Seer and Ford first 2 bans.
Yeah, since BO2, we've been seeing this forward getting banned out, right? This MP's forward. So Zhenzhou just doesn't really want to deal with that at all. It's not going to create an opening, and this just means that he's respecting MP in some sense.
Definitely, yeah. And it's not only that too. It seems like from the side of Survivors, we're going to get rid of Gowan and Opera Singer, knowing that Hullabaloo is very tieable in a big map like this. It's not a bad decision made by RC, but of course these first 2 picks has to be at least delegated into countering the Hullabaloo.
Yes, definitely has to be here. As we see RC still taking the time to select here. They have to be very careful. Zhenzhou is the type to... Character pool is so large, you try to counter every single one of them, but there will always be loopholes that they might have overlooked.
Yeah, definitely. And like on such a big map like this as well, like, we do decide to come up with the Knight and Fire Investigator here first. But Knight is a really interesting pick. I guess in one sense, when it comes to going up against the Hullabaloo, we have seen Knight performing well. But it's also with the fact that it might not be a Hullabaloo.
Oh, what are you suggesting? What other hunters do you think Zhenzhou might take here?
I think Dreamwitch might come out for him, I won't lie.
Oh, okay. I like the suggestion that you're actually kind of putting on the table here. Yesterday we saw a Dreamwitch coming in from Sprinzer, right? And it was insane. But he didn't have a great end game scenario, but he got a 4K at the end. So Zhenzhou with this Dreamwitch here, I am curious about it as we see a coordinator getting picked up from RC.
Oh, but the lucky guy there last one. I guess we just don't want coordinator to have double gun. So in one sense, we might not be pivoting towards a Dreamwitch because we're afraid of stuns, but with City's last pick as the aeroplanist, their team comp, honestly speaking, isn't bad. They don't have a solid rescuer, like a Gravekeeper, First Officer, or a Mercenary, but they do have support rescuers where it's Coordinator, aeroplanist, and of course the Knight. However, they still do have to walk in from quite a bit of a long distance, so a lot of these rescues will have to be on foot and will have to be leaving the Cypher machines early just so we can guarantee it first.
Yeah, and this pretty sturdy team comp, everybody have their own way of surviving, kiting, And yeah, there's not much of a weak character per se in this team comp. Maybe after maybe after Cordy uses the gun, then like yeah, she's kind of like you just gotta rely on raw kiting. But other than that, things are just looking pretty good and geared up for RC. What's important would also be what Zhen Zhenjiu picks here. You said that maybe it wouldn't be a Dream Witch anymore.
No. I think it's a bit hard. Well, it's not hard for Dream Witch, but it's kind of just like the way he kind of ban picks there with getting rid of the lucky guy. It just feels like Dream Witch can't be the case because Cordy was chosen before too. So for Zhenjiu's kind of picks right now, you can't really go bomb because everyone's fast moving. You could potentially speaking still go Hullabaloo just because, you know, there's like this, you know, aeroplane is, what can you really do against them? There is also the Flying Investigator who can pull distance out as well. Or maybe if you want a Nightmare, but no, we're gonna go with Dream. And she said, okay.
Kuro, I love that it's playing exactly to what you're saying. So just keep talking. And
I don't know about
that
this.
you're suggesting.
Why did we ban? Well,
seeing...
I can see why we ban Lucky Guy, but I don't really see a way in how this will go well. Because like up against Knight, it's a bit hard, double attack prediction, you know. However, moving on towards Ares/Shimoda we go. Let's see where they spawn.
Alright, so Cordy will be spawning near the 4th stop. At the breach area, we're seeing the Knight. Fire Investigator will be at the double story area, whereas the 1st stop, we're seeing the Aeroplanist. Santer has yet to pick his spawn just yet, but he'll be standing at the moving carousel area.
Oh, okay. We're gonna spawn right near moving carousel. Fire Investigator probably won't be the best first chase. I feel like Coordinator will be. So for Zhenjiu's point of view, as our Dream Wish, Cordy first chase, Patrol drop down. You have 2 leashes nearby you. There's not much that you know Cordy can do when they gun. However, Knight can still come in for a support with double attack prediction. So that is still one thing that has to be cautious about right now.
They definitely have to be cautious about it as we head into the Persona Fate here. Trump Card Detention as well as a Patrol, the standard build for Dream Witch. For Survivor side, they do have 4 flywheels. 4 flywheels. This is going to be interesting as we see borrowed time on 3 of them and a tight turner. Only 1 tight turner on the Aeroplanist. So BO3 second half at the Moonlit River Park. Winning condition for ACT here in this round would be a 3K. This is going to be RC Survivors versus ACT's Hunter at Moonlit River Park. Live commentary will be brought to you by Chocho and Kuroshiro Gaming.
Okay, it's a moving Dream Witch now as we make our way towards, it seems like, City. We're going to ignore Coordinator for now since our gun doesn't really do much for us. However, the biggest issue of it all is going to be the Knight who can predict you and buy a lot of time for the Survivors. Right now, we're going to be able to see Trump Detention alongside with Wanderer, Berserker, and of course, Max Hunt.
Alright, so City already placing the first pellet down there, but nothing really happening here. Zhenjiu might be able to get a main body hit onto City, but the rotation, the kiting route coming in from City is doing very well. City's spawn follower has stopped moving, and Rowley coming in with that block.
We also see the speed boost here after the nullify blocks, just because of the fact that, you know, a Knight can only select 1 character to predict, so it is unfortunate, but your followers consider as 1 separate identity. As we see here, right, it's going to be Patroller coming in just about on time for the bite, as let's see if our follower is close enough. It seems like it is, but we might have to give the free leacher if that's the case, because if we cancel this one once again, it's just going to be so hard for us to do anything more. But City towards the back right now, no hits over. It seems like we managed to fly with the last bite.
Yeah, so forcing the basic hit there, the hit coming in from the spawn follower. City in a great position. Now the second patroller coming in. He should be down here. No flywheels to work with, but 2 pallets only.
But it's such a long pallet area. I'm not too sure we can actually bite on towards this. Can we bite out? We did manage to bite out on time. Okay. That is a definitely follower of Knight, I guess. We love the Knight so much. We actually got it on time with such a long animation from the vault there, but we're able to get double attack prediction there at least, but it seems like Knight should be able to get that block with a bit of a speed boost here too. That's nicely done by City, as our Cypher machines are closing up the 3 Cyphers.
Very disciplined coming in from Zhenjiu. As we see, the 3rd Cypher will be popped soon. We only have 1 tight turner in this matchup here, which is on the Aeroplanist, but he seems to be quite far away, so Rowley might be coming in for the... sorry, he is actually in the double story area only.
Well, I mean, to be fair, from our spectators who they're all kind of white outlines, so it's a bit hard for us to see. But Wanted Order is on Fire Investigator, however, and we do see Umpi finally on their way in as our aeroplanes. We have Flywheel and Titan here ready on our hands to use, but we do still have to be careful with the rotations here. It's currently 340% decoding progress in total, as Umpi's rescue might just be a little bit late, as we're going to drop down that patroller first.
The patroller will be able to bite onto Umpi here. He does have a jetpack to work with, Flywheel as well. Cypher is progressing very well, so if a rescue can happen here with that Titana, we could potentially be seeing a 4-man endgame here. Umpi, still upstairs.
Yeah, but as of now, we're gonna head on towards Umpi here because he just uses item. That's fine because our city's just going back towards the chair right now. So Umpi actually can't rescue. It's a brilliant chair camp here from the side of Dreamwitch. Realizing that now, no one can actually come in. Umpi wants to go for a backdoor, but I don't think jetpacks here are enough. So he's gonna look for the Cypher machine here first. As Umpi here one more time. No borrowed time. We can't forget. This is a survivor. That's currently the one that's most in danger. So let's not forget here, that Titaner did not come out, however Flywheel did. So if we actually go after the aeroplanes right now, this could lead to a 3-man elimination.
Yeah, the 3-man elimination that he wants for this matchup in his own map selection. As we see, aeroplane is still buying a lot of time. Won't be an instant down situation, it seems. And 6 Cypher being worked on, and our 50% Cypher on a standstill.
Ooh, jetpack here coming out here just on time as well, as we're able to make it towards the double pallets here near the V-shaped area. However, once again, Umpi facing up against the Max Hunt Dreamwitch here. We couldn't get the hit. That's a nice vault over on time, as that's our Divine Savior Grace. Extra Cypher machine currently 50%, so bad nearby as well to provide a little bit more harassment. But Umpi with only 1 jetpack left, we still have Tram here to use, thankfully.
Yeah, there's a lot of resources left here for everybody, so things are just looking pretty good for RC to potentially tie things out. Whether they could get a 3 escape is still a big question mark, but they will just pop that Cypher, and Umpi unfortunately will be down here.
But it's okay since Dreamwitch is so far away from the gate right now. Even if she tries to make a run for it, she wouldn't be able to kind of nullify the gate opening speed. So now, right now, I think we still should be fine overall. It's just more or less with the gate currently being at 60%, it should be a guaranteed tie game here. It's very nice containment from the side of Umpi, as we were able to contain for such a long time to guarantee this tie.
Yeah, it's just amazing kiting coming in from everybody actually in this team. Knight as well as the aeroplaners, and I think it seems to be that RC survivors are pretty satisfied with the result of the tie. We saw that they're all smiling mainly because this is actually ACT's map selection and they managed to tie things out, so map advantage will be back to RC again.
Yeah, for now, moving on towards Game 4, RC will be able to choose a map that is more suitable for Alf's Bonbon. And of course, we also can't forget about the fact that ACT still does have Opera Singer available, so no matter what happens here, you still only have 2 bans from the survivor side to give towards the Hunter. So in this case, I feel like from RC, it's going to be a lot of work that has to be done for Game 4 and for Game 5. But with all the points here still being tied up, we just can't be for sure yet.
Yeah, we can't be sure, and everything is still the same, 12 to 12. And we are heading into BO4 in our next round already. Things are looking so close to a point that I feel that one slip up from one of the survivors, it might be it. So I believe there's so much tension, so much stress, so much anxiety possibly with these players right now, because everything is on the line. Their pride, their honor for their own countries, but at the same time, the money that is in this. So I just know that this is going to be insane. Coming BO4, BO5, we're seeing even crazier characters for both Hunter and Survivors. But before we move on, of course, Kuro, let's look into our match stats first.
It's going to be coordinated with a 242% decoding progress, alongside with our aeroplane is 68-second kite with 190 decoding progress, our Knight here with 4% decoding progress with an 85-second kite, and of course, Fire Investigator with 210% decoding progress, alongside with barely seeing the Hunter.
Yeah, barely seeing the Hunter. The other two basically didn't even see the Dreamwitch at all. But here's the question for you, Kuro. We saw that he chased the Knight at the start. Do you think that was the right choice?
I don't think it was a bad choice, especially with the fact that I feel like Knight might be the most annoying one when it comes to him coming in to harass. However, also at the same time, it's kind of like, I don't think anyone in that team comp was an easy chase, especially with everyone already bringing Flywheel too. I feel like from the side of RC, they predicted that Dream Witch will come out, since they did leave that upper singer open, but Zenenjo didn't choose it. So now moving on forward, I feel like they could just keep all going knee-jerk reflex to counter all his other characters.
Ooh, maybe that was part of their plan all along. Struggle at the start, but afterwards things would be a lot easier, a lot briskly for them. But coming into this, BO3 just ended 12-12. We saw it, and RC will be having the map advantage. But before that, let's look into BO3 highlights first. We've seen Hermit, we've seen Breaking Wheel, we've seen the Dream Witch. What more is there for these hunters here? And I can't wait for them to surprise us coming into BO4 of our grand finals matchup in 2025 IVS Invitational.
Exactly, and not only that as well, moving on towards Game 4, no more permabans. Meaning, from the side of RC, however, they did get their Seer in towards the permabans. Or no, Seer was actually recycled because it was 4 pick. So this just means from both teams right now, you still have Seer Priestess, which definitely will be Alf's first 2 bans as well. However, I am quite intrigued into what map Alf will be choosing for our Game 4.
Not RC, but Elf. Elf will be picking this
Elf,
map.
it's
so
Elf.
just Elf. Yeah, prioritizing the hunter might be the winning solution for Team RC here.
Yes.
Maybe the Red Church, because RC does excel very well in that. And you know, now that I'm looking at my notes again, RC works very well in Moonlit River Park and they managed to tie things out. So maybe our ACT might have made a misstep there to pick into their opponent's map. Able to tie things out easily for RC.
Definitely, yeah, and especially with last game team comp as well, like there wasn't really any considerably slow decoders aside from the Knight. However, Knight being first chase, there was just more or less allowing survivors to contain, well, not contain decode for so long, and with the Cypher Machine being done so fast as well, I don't think there was any chance with our Dream Witch being actually able to get any map control potential. However, if we see the map ban picks here, it's going to be Chinatown being selected by RC, and the Hunter will come out first.
Honestly, if he picks like a spider here, I'm just gonna trust. Yeah, because it's Elf.
It is. However, like, you know, Alf on this map, he's played Geisha quite a lot, he's played Wax Artist quite a lot, and of course a Spider too that you can't neglect alongside Wish and Bonbon. These are going to be the top 5 hunters that from ACT they have to start thinking on how to deal up against. We know that up against all of them, knee-jerk reflex isn't bad, but there are still some in which Flywheel does work considerably well as well.
But if we're looking at it, yeah, they're all kind of single hit hunters. Maybe the spit from the spider, we'll consider it as maybe more than just a single hit hunter. But yeah, creating a team comp to go up against these 3 hunters now. Not sure what kind of draft ACT survivors can have here, considering that yeah, they do actually still have quite a bit of characters to pick, right? Puppeteer is still in the mix here, Aeroplanist as well.
Yeah, so I feel like from the side of Alf, if the issue with Alf now is he has to ban the Priestess and the Seer no matter what. It's just because it's such a large map after all, and if the Bonbon gets banned here once again from ACT, it just hurts him a little bit more by not banning. But once again, we're at a scenario where it's like, okay, ACT survivors have maintained a lot of kind of their, you know, good survivors such as the Aeroplanist, as you said, Puppeteer, and of course there's still the Mercenary yet to be used as well. But let's move on towards the ban pick. Here we go then. There is no, oh, never mind. But once again, there is no permabans anymore. And yes, we're finally in.
Yeah, no perma bans. And for ACT, exactly I predicted. Keep going, Kuro, keep going. Seer and Priest is getting banned out here as expected. And for ACT side, what two hunters will they ban out? They were banning out the Goatman and the Bonbon still. So we have the Spider, we have the Wax, we have the Geisha here.
Yeah, but it seems like Xiai is gonna go with the Archer pick here immediately from the side of ACT. The Gravekeeper pick isn't bad since we did ban the Bonbon for a reason. However, right now, third ban here from the side of Alf. We need to get rid of a secondary decoder or rescuer. Aeroplanets here isn't bad. Meteorologist in towards permaban, so there we go. That's gonna be arrow straight in towards the dungeon.
Maybe picking a Puppeteer here would be an option coming in from ACT, or if not, a Postman. I forgot about this.
You don't really see him often, I won't lie, but I do feel like ACT is one of those teams that do pick Postman the most out of all other teams. With this Postman support, I feel like it'll just be easier for Sai to get the movement speed boost later and to pull distance away, meanwhile holding that bow and arrow of hers.
Alright, helping his teammates with those envelope lattice coming in, but what would be their last pick here? We are seeing the Weeping Clown getting banned out here.
Weeping Clown is a rare one to be banning out. Maybe from the side of Alf. Okay, we're gonna go with Magician here. He's a little bit more of a solid pick. Potentially speaking, a little bit worried about... I'm not too sure why Magician was picked here. Because for Hullablue, you're not really afraid of Magician if you're playing Hullablue. But as of now, with these Survivor team comms here, I do feel like Postman might be the biggest trump card in this game, just because of the mental support that he can give, depending on what hunter here Alf will decide to go with.
My goodness, no easy chases here at all. I mean, we are seeing the Postman on Zen, but we've seen how Zen performed today, just today itself, just exceptional gameplays. So I just not too sure about what Elf can pick here, and a miracle coming in from Elf is definitely possible. He's created multiple miracles with his hunter pools. So this is just something that we could look forward to, what Elf would pick here. And you mentioned the Hula Balloon.
Yeah, there's a lot of options here for Alf, but like all the fast moving speed type hunters will have to go because of Archer. So no Geisha, no Soul Weaver, no, potentially speaking, Hulubu also can't be played as well. But then with the Postman and Gravekeeper, we're at a scenario where it's all very staple rescuers and very good solid support as well towards each character on this team comp. But Magician is the biggest outlier of it all. There isn't much where a Magician can do except for Kai'Sh. But if you really wanted a Kai'Sh, even whoever would have been better. However, it seems like we're just gonna go with Hullablue no matter what.
Yeah, safe. Maybe that could be the safe option that Elf feels for this matchup here. He is very confident. He knows exactly the mechanics when it comes to Hula Baloo as well. So we shall see what's it gonna be. Whether ACT is also geared up with their personas as well.
It's hard right now for Alpha, especially when Archer comes in to harass. It'll be a very long day for our poor Hullablue. But then once again, right, Archer, if Archer kind of drops her bow and arrow on you and you want to stand still to get rid of a laceration, the Postman stock is just going to come right in front of you and bite you and slow you down even more. So like with this type of team synergy here from both the Archer and the Postman, it works just so well. So you can't even chase after Postman first if you wanted to.
So it creates a situation where Elf gotta be kind of winning this mind game when it comes to the spawn locations, right? He doesn't want to be spawned near the Postman, he doesn't want to be spawned near the Archer, but look at them. They are stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, we see Gravekeeper at middle, meanwhile Postman at Umbrella Gate, meanwhile Archer is inside the hotel, as Pagoda will be given towards Magician. No matter where Hullabaloo spawns here, whether on the bottom left or on the middle right, it doesn't matter. Because Postman can't get direct support from Archer downstairs. And then if Archer gets first chase, that's okay. That's not what we're worried about. But it seems like Alpha's gonna actually spawn a top left, corner house.
Yeah, so this creates an opening for him to either chase the Magician or Gravekeeper, which is I should mention that that more easier chase compared to the other two that's the other side of the map. So I am quite interested as to how this is gonna play out here for Elf. This is gonna be a difficult match for Elf for sure. ACT Survivors drafted this very well, and I just hope that, fingers crossed, things do work out for RC. Things are tied up as of now, 12-12, as we look into the personas first.
Okay, it's going to be Magician on Flywheel TIE Turner alongside with Archer on Flywheel, Postman on Flywheel, and of course the TIE Turner given towards our Gravekeeper. This will be RC Alf with Instant Detention alongside with Warp. Warp being used to catch up towards the Survivor right after the last duration stack is not a bad choice. Once again, this will be IVS 2025 Grand Finals between RC versus ACT as we move on towards Game 4 first half with all the points currently being tied up. The professional commentators will be brought to you by Chocho and Kuroshiro as we will soon move on towards the game.
Elsa's hullabaloo, and seems like he will be locked in with Gogo's Magician, just heading straight for him. And we're seeing Gogo, he's also aware that Elf is right behind him.
Magician first chase is something we probably did want as well. However, that's going to be a movement speed letter there given towards Magician. Could not dodge the first mud ball, unfortunately speaking. However, the second one will be dodged successfully as we did consume one of our illusions.
Yeah, the double surprise coming in from Elf as well. Great prediction. And Gogo still able to kite it out for now. Does have a mud bomb you mentioned. And yeah, able to get the white one as well. Now within the red one, he managed to get the first hit onto Gogo. Very fast hit.
But for Magician right now, we do have red bombs on our hands to use. No more double surprise though, thankfully speaking here, as we finally did open up Dash Insolence. But right now, we're stuck at such a hard corner. It's so hard for this Magician to rotate unless the flywheel comes in clutch.
Alright, so no fly will be used here. Now the Magician one was used. Double surprise missing out, unfortunately. The black one missing out as well. And still, we'll be getting down here.
It was just unfortunate from the side of Magician because we weren't actually within the mud ball range. Like we were in snowball range, but not the mud ball range. But the flywheel was definitely nicely timed. So for Machine currently 80, well not 80, but 88%, 61, and 70% as we are around 75 seconds in our game.
Yeah, just really locked in when it comes to this as we see 11, yeah, coming in for the rescue, just in the outskirts, trying to get as much time being bought out here before the rescue actually happens. Elf is still holding on to the warp. So let's see how this warp might be put into action here to potentially give him the upper hand in this matchup.
But this will be an after half rescue, unfortunately. We're able to rotate the Gravekeeper here, it seems, but it might just be a backdoor rescue from the side of Gravekeeper. This is so good for Gravekeeper. We're going to be able to get the stacks from Laceration and the no damage rescue here once again. Archer came in clutch, but the question is, where did she come from? Now then, Magician, we're going to go back straight towards the containment area here as we have no items left on our hands to use. So the biggest question here is, we just need to go to a corner here once again. It is a hullabaloo, so it's only fair.
It's definitely fair. And looking at our ciphers, fifth one still untouched, but they definitely do seem to gear up potentially for a maybe 3-man end game. If the fifth cipher can, it will be around 20% when Magician is. Oh, Magician is already flying back. So right now things are just looking slightly towards, I think, Elsa's favor, maybe towards a tie game. Now the warp is being played into action here. XY managed to vault, no window boost unfortunately, but does have a flywheel to work with.
Oh, but this is going to be the matchup we're looking for right now. We're running straight towards the Hunter's face as XY coming get. And ooh, we did get something, but the speed boost isn't enough as we're able to land the Alf. That's all we need to
Laceration
easily. We got to wipe out, but no, the stun. We have one more jump over. That's going to be a dash back here immediately from Archer, but is it going to be enough as we're going to be able to land the red ball? One more mud ball left with the dash over. Laceration stun one more time. Archer, hard stun. We got it. That's the charm on the hullabaloo as we're able to get towards the staircase here one more time. A bit more time. But once again, the backdash and the vault over. But once again, it's Alf who gets the last laugh.
Yeah, pretty intense matchup there from XY. But yeah, this is just a crazy gameplay. We saw so much of the laceration coming through. But yeah, Elf ultimately comes up on top. 11 in the vicinity. Does not have a tight tunnel anymore, but the shovel will be put into good use here.
We have to get Gravekeeper to dash in with a shovel here. Even if we get hit, I guess we could take another hit, but it's potential that dashing is usually better to save our items, but that's going to be second shovel there used instantly as well. We are just missing one more mobile left on our hands to use, as the Cypher Machine is currently prime. However, there we go. That's going to be hit there, rescue. But Gravekeeper here getting targeted. I'm not too sure about this when Archer has no items left.
Yeah, we'll let the Archer off the hook for this moment here. Trying to tunnel down on 11 instead. Wants 11 more than the Archer. So, Elf will be carrying the Gravekeeper here. Archer, we see her on the bottom left, drops down, slow walking.
Oh, Alf didn't see. Did Alf see? Hold on a second. The question here is, did Alf see that Archer's already at the back? Because if he did, it's going to be so huge. That just means that he won't trapeze upstairs and save his trapeze for later on.
I feel like he saw it. He feels it. It's the hunter instincts, as we see that he's just gonna rotate around. He knows exactly now warp being used here. XY being pressured right behind. Jumps over, unfortunately.
But there's gonna be a snowball there. One more red ball on the hands to use. Double surprise is not gonna be able to land here as Archer able to get back the pallet, but it's okay. One dash to break. Got him on time. The Cypher Machine did pop. We're gonna go for the rescue here instantly. We need 2 more balls, but no double surprise. That's gonna be a Gravekeeper getting up. Archer still in the head right now. We still have flywheel to use in 2 seconds.
Another red one.
Can we get a red ball here on time? Can we get a flywheel? We did it. And that's Alf getting the Archer down, but it was a before half rescue. No one at the gate yet.
No one's at the gate, but Zen is closing. And Gravekeeper, we see him on the bottom left, is under the bridge area. So there's someone in the middle. If Alf decides to hit for Zen, at least there is the Gravekeeper to come for the rescue. But here's the thing, the double surprise will point out the nearest survivor.
Alf, we can't forget what happened last year. We found Gravekeeper here finally. There's one pallet there being dropped down in this area. However, Restaurant is where Dash Dungeon is. Survivor's going to be able to get at least a 1-man. The question is, can Gravekeeper somehow dodge all of these? We double surprise. Did it land? We're going straight towards the back right now, but there's no dungeon here, so Alf will be able to secure a beautiful 3-man eliminations, which is what he needed. And there we go. The bomb lands. And that's a 3-man for Alf, a huge leading victory towards the selection of RC's map.
Insane gameplay coming in from Alf, and that's exactly why he potentially have actually brought out the Hula Blue. He had a great spawn, and though it wasn't something that was to his favor with the Archer, with the, what was it? The
Postman.
The postman, thank you so much. Yeah, things were just looking so great for him. I mean, the magician, it was a relatively fast down, it was an over half rescue, the warp being put into use, and also him catching the Archer right behind that building, because we saw that she slow walked behind, hoping to not have this blood trace, but Elf with those eagle eyes, you can't escape him.
Yeah, the thing is, Alf was also looking upstairs too, you know, when Archer was initially up there, but Archer dropped down just a tiny bit too early, you know, because we were worried about that trapeze to go immediately upstairs, which is understandable as well. However, in that case, Alf, very beautiful decision with the warp to go straight towards Archer immediately. The rescue did happen, which is huge props to ACT, but it was that end game scenario where Gravekeeper had to stick near towards the backside, you know, of those buildings, but Alf was able to find them on time, and we were able to at least secure that 3k.
Yeah, he was able to secure the 3k, but I think on the bright side for ACT, considering the not too great of a start, and Elf being able to prioritize what's needed, them not giving a 5-point lead to Elf was actually still something. Now we're looking into our match stats here. Postman did not see Elf at all during the matchup. As we see, looking at the containment time, our first Kaider, Goko with the Magician, 75 seconds, XY with 72, and 11 with 58.
Yeah, and of course from the side of Alf, 42 survivor hits. 2 pallets destroyed and 7 knockdowns. 42 survivor hits is a lot of hits, especially from the double surprises side as well. But like we do see right from the side of Alf, definitely very happy with the current performance. But now pressure on Zunzunjo, as we are now leading by 2 points from the side of RC.
And somehow, somewhat, RC, if they're able to maintain this lead, that's a round point win above ACT. So it's going to be very crucial here. RC, fortunately enough, was able to get a 3k, 3 points. So let's hopefully, for the side of RC, to hopefully maintain this lead. But for ACT fans, of course, you want to see a comeback from Jin and Joe. And once again, average elimination of 3.5. Let's just keep that in mind. It's going to be pretty scary coming BO4.
Yeah, and especially with now moving on towards our second half of Game 4, we still have the top 3 hunters that can be used just because Dream was used in Game 3. So I just feel like from the side of RC, it's a huge pick and choose, and there's still Bomb Mount available left to use. There's still the Gamekeeper as well, and of course there's also an Ann. So like we can't forget, right, from the side of Ninja, still a lot of hunters that we can prioritize, so RC still has to be a little bit careful when it comes to drafting up against him.
Yeah, drafting will be very important. You just mentioned like 5-6 hunters that Junjunju could pick here. And yeah, considering that the Survivor side, there is a total of 9 bans already, 9 global bans already. It's gonna be getting harder and harder for them to draft something out that could work out for all the hunters that Junjunju can pick. So, do you think the pressure, honestly, do you think the pressure is a lot more on RC Survivor side or ACT's Hunter Junjunju side?
I think it's more on the Hunter side this time, because like RC still has characters that can use to guarantee ties. We can't forget, you know, Uki still has that forward, you can pair it with Mechanic, you have an Embalmer, you just have so many things from the side of RC to use.
Yeah, so many tieable characters that RC servers can pick. And for Junjunju, we saw him had a big smile on his face. So it just seems like technically he's supposed to have the highest pressure here compared to the higher pressure compared to the Survivors, but Survivors is actually having more of a serious expression. It's a more serious vibe as we see this.
Yeah. I mean, it is understandable as well, because like once again, like the ACT did beat RC yesterday, and for RC right now, it is one of those redemption games where they will have to kind of fight back now. We kind of swept RC 2-0, so I do think RC knows this as well, that it's not over just yet until they can at least secure this win.
Yeah, you can't be over the moon too quick, too early here. They got to secure this, and you can always celebrate after they get their champion, once they lift the champion trophy here. So ACT side, they also did mention that they are actually here to potentially get ready for the IVL. Yes, IVL. They're trying to get ready for IVL, and this is kind of like a training ground for them. And yes, they're actually doing very well here. And considering this is BO4 second half already, let's see what the ban pick is going to be. Now from the side of Junjunju, what is he going to ban here?
Alright, Seer Priestess first 2 bans from our side, as it's going 3-1 for RC. RC has 2 Hunter bans only, but there's 3 top meta characters that Junjunju can still use, so there is not enough bans, unfortunately, from the side of RC Survivor to fully counter it out.
Yeah, so there is still many hunters to work with. Junjunju, not too much pressure, I feel. He just has to see the team come and play around it, but the lucky guy coming into play here alongside the mercenary.
It's not bad, especially with the chest being so close towards each side of the map as well. The guy being a very prominent pick here as anti-current there finally banned. Seems like we might be looking towards a potential color blue pick if anti is banned exactly, and of course then it's gonna be filled out with a meteorologist.
Yeah, aeroplanes is still up for grabs here. So RC, a lot of options to choose from. Junjunju, they just have to respond accordingly. We'll be banning out the Novelist.
It's rare to see Novelist banned, especially when you don't play Gold Mine and Gold Mining permaban, but I guess in one sense it's understandable as well. But this just means RC gets a free pickup on the Aeroplanus. IGL from the Japan side, it's always been Aeroplanus. We haven't really seen Aeroplanes being chosen out by IVL so much, but IGL is the one that can use them towards such a great extent, to the point that it's actually scary and you can't even catch up to them.
Yeah, I think maybe it's probably KZNK on the Aeroplanus. We've seen him time and time again in IVS, just picking the Aeroplanus over and over again against many other teams. So, yeah, let's see how MP's Aeroplanus is gonna be here, going up against Junjunju. Now, is there any potential strategy that RC Survivors could go for with this team comp?
It's in one sense where everyone can contain, and there are 2 supporters with the lucky guy and the meteorologist. Wind, I feel like from the side of Junjunju, it's not easy to actually get much from this team aside from getting a tie. However, the one big breaking point from what I see here is gamekeeper. If you can cancel out the flying, if you can cancel out the jetpacks, if you can cancel out the ball from the lucky guy, it will be gamekeeper's hooks.
Gamekeeper also with the second skill able to get closer to survivors with the continuous hook. It could be a potential pick here, Kuro, with that gamekeeper. And it's definitely worth the risk. You know, worth the risk to potentially pull them back. As we see the Hula Baloo getting picked here.
It's okay from the side of survivors. I do believe that they kind of expected this as well. But however, since Alp did choose Hula Blue last game, why not go Hula Blue this game as well? Let's go head to head here. But in this case, it's a bit harder from the side of RC, I believe. Because even if you can pull distance out, it's a Hula Blue we're talking about. So it's still quite a hard one to go up against.
Still a hard one. And both sides, let's see their spawn locations now. For the survivor side, airplanes will be spawning in the hotel area. Umbrella, we have the Lucky Guy Center, we have the Mercenary, and at the pavilion area, we have the Meteorologist.
We're going to change, it seems, towards Lantern Gate for Meteorologist. In one sense, Hula Blue can actually spawn as top left corner house, in which we can lock the Cypher Machine near, that's what we're going to do. We're going to lock the Cypher Machine near Aeroplanes. However, the big issue then will be that Lucky Guy gets its items safely and fast. So there's a still huge potential in which, you know, Lucky Guy might also not be an option for choice as well for a chase. But if we go after Meteorologist, I feel like those bottle usages, it won't be as good as other hunters, but up against the Hula Blue, those double surprises are going to be really scary for her.
Right, double surprise on the Meteorologist. I am excited to see how this is going to turn out. Two coaches will be shaking their hands. The personas here will also determine how this matchup is going to turn out. We have the Meteorologist persona being really important here. Flywheel and a borrowed time. MP on Flywheel and Tide Turner. Lucky Guy on the Flywheel and Borrowed Time, and City on Borrowed Time, Tide Turner. Zhen Zhenjiu bring Trump Card, Insolence, and a Warp. So this is going to be Game 4 second half at Chinatown between RC Survivors versus ACT's Hunter Zhen Zhenjiu, and live commentary will be brought to you by Chocho and Kuroshiro Gaming for this Grand Finals matchup.
Alright, let's see here. Hula Blue going straight towards Rowley, whose Meteorologist already walking, trying to hide her footprints. But for Meteor here, the question is, we won't actually, no, we will be able to spot her from the back, but she's already run so far back right now that there's no point for our Hula Blue to go after her anymore.
And Zhenjiu doesn't really want to go for the person under the bridge, MP. As we see him just kind of in a lost situation. No Tinnitus being propped up here, Soba will help the Tinnitus being propped up here. Double surprise putting in as well. Soba on the Lucky Guy does have a flare gun and the elbow pad.
First choice on the Lucky Guy really isn't the best now for Zhenjiu because everyone can decode at a relatively fast pace. We have 2 items for usage as well, and a hotel area to loop around in. We want to try drop down a double. Oh, we did land nothing on towards that double surprise. As Soba here once again can easily rotate out. We could even consume an elbow pad here just to get away from the range, but nope, that's gonna be a red ball there landed, as it seems like the catch up is going to be here.
Yeah, taking a relatively long time to get the first half of the hit onto Soba. Soba doing a good job establishing that distance as well. Now the double surprise coming in again, and another white bomb. He will be getting it, but Flywheel's out of the area.
Unfortunately speaking, we're going to cancel it, but the wall!
Oh!
There was a wall there! Since when?
I didn't even see the wall, bro, but I guess there was because Zhenjiu moved exactly towards the direction in the split move. As we see, Lucky Guy trying to buy as much time as possible, but the first hit still registers.
But it's okay, we land the mud ball there, there's a snowball and a red ball there if we want to try to get towards the window, so that's going to be Soba going down. But where did the wall come from at that corner?
I need to see that again. I actually need to see that again.
That's definitely going to be a part of the highlights, but right now it's going to be Mercenary upstairs here who can rescue right before half without worry as well because it's an upstairs area. But we're going to vault over here up First City. We're currently at a really bad spot here. We're going to be able to land the blue as we're going to be, not blue, mud balls. We're going to be able to go down for no damage rescue. It is a bit of an early rescue, but that's okay. We don't need to worry about it anymore. As to elbow pads here, currently has been consumed.
Yep, as we see him just buying so much time here, but the Tide Turner is still in fact. If he's able to kite beyond the Tide Turner, that would be the most worth it game here. trait here for RC. Yep, still missing it up.
Okay, no, it's fine. There we go. There we go. I was a bit worried that we wouldn't be actually able to get much. However, from the side of our Hullabaloo, it is still trump card. So let's not forget, abnormal cancel happened. Umpi Cypher Machine will be locked there one more time. But it is an aeroplanist with a tie charter. For now, RC is looking closely towards a tie game. Oh, warp.
Able to execute that perfectly. Umpi also used up his levitation and the push from his jetpack. Able to get that rescue, most likely. Very safe one, in fact.
Unfortunately, it wasn't a no damage rescue, so Sova here will just go down towards the corner where it's a lot harder for us to actually chair. In this case, then, we might actually be able to force out the trump card from Zunanjo to maybe potentially go for a teleport, but since it is still on a 75-second cooldown, as we just used warp earlier, that may not happen.
Yeah, and that's alright. Ciphers are looking pretty good, very healthy. Meteorologist is still on a full bottle to work with. Mercenary, one elbow pad, and Aeroplanist has the jetpacks to work with. So they are geared up for the end game once it starts, as we see City trying to pop that center Cypher. But seems like it will be on a sensor at 65% instead.
Once again, Zunanjo looking for City here. That's going to be double bombs there, landed brilliantly, as we're just missing one more snowball left on our hands to use. We can't forget, we do have double surprise, as that finally did. Oh, that's not snowball, it's a mudball that we've left. However, like in our case scenario, Meteorologist does have rain clouds ready to heal the Merc. Also, at the same time, Meteorologist here being nearby, with full bottle on our hands to use. So up against a max presence, it's a bit harder to kite, but it's definitely doable, as that red ball did also land too, right in between. As of now, no one's willing to decode. I think in our case, we just want to look for an item for Merc.
Yeah, I think that would be the most important for them to potentially play this slowly so that it reduces the number of chance they give. Now, Rowley is giving that to Nidus alongside Umpi, and Umpi's, I believe his tracks will be seen here by Zunanjo.
Oh, but it's the fact that we didn't really see Meteorologist on their side as well. However, we want an aeroplanist to come in instead. We're potentially looking for a warp here when someone gets the Cypher Machine done. But that's going to be City here, spotted out instantly as well. City, we have to be very careful. Zunanjo not willing to get the warp out here just yet. Maybe we actually didn't see him on time, as Rowley finally starting that last Cypher Machine at Lantern Gate.
Yes, we see the double surprise, trying to find out the nearest survivor. Rowley trying to push another Cypher, right? But this is the thing, the Cyphers are actually seems to be quite close to one another, so it creates a situation where RC, they can't do much.
But Merc is at least looking for an item. We got an extra elbow pad here on our hands to use, so that's at least some sort of good news. However, if you do hold up that warp item, that's a nice pushback. Or Rowley could just tell his teammates where they are. However, City here will be spotted out instantly from the crows because no one was decoding. And then once again, we're going to teleport over here instantly as well, looking for City. But that's going to be Aeroplanist towards the backside. Nice elbow pad out. But I don't think we can actually get towards the win a double surprise ready in 2 seconds. Could we, City? Could we? We red ball. Nicely done. But Cypher Machine is currently primed by Aero.
Yeah, still not quite enough. Rowley tried to come and decode, but ultimately they communicated that Zunanjo will be heading back to the center Cypher. So, and ends up the Cypher just increased by a little bit, now at stagnant at 78%, and they don't want to decode the hotel Cypher for some reason.
Yeah, I feel like maybe it's because it's too close towards the Cypher Machine here at the 78%. But going back towards Mercenary here, who is around 64% healed, we did give a rain clouds out towards Umpi. He's finally under it right now. He definitely needs it the most. But once again, we're at a scenario where it's Rowdy. We finally got found here. Merc, self-heal has been used, and the chase will begin once again.
Yeah, and this time around, Rowley only has a flywheel to work with. There is no more bottles to work with for him, and we see another red bomb, and he will be getting his first hit. Mercenary still manages to use his self-heal here. Flywheels through.
The Cypher Machine is going to be decoded quite a lot. I feel like Merc can actually get that done on time, but he's going to retreat here for now, since it's not the worst case scenario. All you do have to be careful about is Merc not having not having exit pad anymore. Finally opening that Cypher Machine here, actually a hotel, as you mentioned before, Chocho. Should have been, you know, this one that's open a bit early on, but now Zunanjo's waiting and his teleport is ready.
Yes, so it creates another opportunity for Zunanjo to turn things around to his favor, but seems like he just gonna loiter around the center Cypher still and allow the hotel Cypher to be pushed.
But the longer we loiter, the worse it gets. Cypher Machine at 70% here because 2 other survivors are currently decoding a city, being the only one left here on this map. On this side of the map, excuse me, we're going to be able to get the hit there instantly. Even if we do pop here, let's not forget about one additional thing. Someone does have to come in to rescue, and it will have to be the aeroplaners. Unless we pop here instantly, that will be a different scenario, and there we go. The pop here will occur. No detention, as Umpi will be found. We're dropping this one near the dungeon!
I feel like the game plan here is that because he doesn't have self-heal, so we'll just leave him down there, but I didn't expect the dungeon to, yeah, right on top. But Umpi will be getting the chase here towards the end game, able to get the first hit onto him. The flywheel has already been expanded, and the gate is on a standstill.
Because we see bottom left, Mirage is coming for the heal here. So from the side of Arrow right now, yes, Arrow doesn't have borrowed time, but one more double surprise. Will this land? This will not land here. That's a very nice usage of the cooldown time during attack recovery animation. But just means that Merc can heal up on time, and we can teleport to the Merc. Both survivors now going separate paths. Rowley towards the back of Corner House, City towards the gate.
Yep, and Jun Joe has the Tinnitus being propped up here, and this is Meteorologist. No items to work with, only a flywheel. Mercenary City should be able to get the gate open, but I'm not sure whether they're gonna prioritize on... Oh, yeah, seems like on the bottom left, we're seeing him running away from the gate. Towards the gate. Okay. That scared me for a while.
So right now we're at a point where its dungeon is at restaurant. Mercenary currently still open the gate right now. Can we maybe teleport over instantly here? I think teleport will have to do. It's currently at 70%. Doesn't Joe? We're currently stuck on time right now. Still looking around to look for more people, but no. Rowley has a dungeon nearby. The gate is opened. 30 more seconds, and it's basement for Rowley. Rowley hiding inside basement right now. Doesn't Joe might get confused at where the survivor is, but here comes the Tinnitus. Can this color blue find this little mouse in towards the basement? We're looking from the side. If we look at bottom left, 1 second when a double surprise is ready, can we locate her?
That's the big question that we have here as we see Rowley already making his way to the bottom, to the dungeon. Unable to stop him, it seems. Doesn't fly with to work with, so this guarantees a tight game for RC. Exactly what they're looking for in this round half.
This Zunjo was so close for a 3-man elimination, but he was just too worried about Mercenary with the backdoor rescue. I feel like he shouldn't have been worried, especially when he had teleport ready as well. Could have went after Mirage's instantly charger and then teleport over towards the other side of the map. But with this one, let's congratulate RC for that beautiful tie game. And this is currently a 1-win lead.
1 win lead indeed. So now it's a 2-1 scenario coming into BO4 for RC versus ACT. So RC has the upper hand in this, and now going to BO5 later on, we'll be seeing ACT picking their map to potentially bounce back from there. But before we move on, of course, Kuro, just give us a little bit of what the highlights were for the second half.
I feel like from the side of ACT's Hunter, we did hesitate quite a lot in between the middle rounds, as we said before too, right? But from the side of RC, it could have went really bad if we prioritized on, chasing after the aeroplanes. Meanwhile, we still even haven't gotten the hotel Cypher Machine open just yet. I feel like from the side of our Hunter, it was a really nice map pressure, and from RC Survivor side, the response was just a bit slow. However, in our case here, because Zunjo did hesitate quite a lot, we were able to get the last Cypher Machine done on time.
Yeah, as we look into the match stats, Yasova at 78 seconds of containment time, and MP with 76 seconds of containment time, Rowley on 80 seconds, and City on 75. So really interesting, right, for the side of RC that they have yet to got the second Cypher to pop until the very, very end. Usually, the center Cypher will be popped very early into the game, and that it would, be a lot easier for the Survivor side. But not too sure what really happened when it came to the Cypher distribution. But ultimately, they did get the Cypher pop, and that is the main objective of the game. Now we're looking into our points.
Game 1, it was a win for ACT, and of course Game 2, it was RC bouncing back, making everything tied up. Game 3 was a 2-2 for both the Hunter and the Survivor side between the two teams, and of course, once again, this is our Game 4, where it was Aka with a beautiful 3-man elimination, and of course RC a very clutch tie.
Yes, and another highlight we'd like to mention about the second half would definitely be the gunshot. The failed gunshot somewhat. I usually looked through a little bit of the replay. I genuinely think it became a wall because of the box on the floor, but let's hit into the highlights of BO3 and BO4 and see what it's going to be.
死んだ死んだ死んだ。
一緒に圧かけるかこれもう追い切るな多分。
殺してこっちかも。
8レストラン。
行かないよ。これフラホ使っていいよ。
はいフラホ。
はいナイス。オッケー。
And that was the highlights. It seems to be that it was slightly cut shorter, like halfway through, because we didn't see the first half of the match in that highlights. But yeah, still, we are seeing that they are leading by 2 points for RC. And if they're able to tie themselves in BO5, RC would be able to take the champion trophy home from Shanghai. So this is looking very interesting. But for HCD side, they gotta work something out. Pick a map that would work for them and not for RC.
Exactly, yeah. And now we're at a point where it's... I feel like the Hunter will have the biggest pressure here just because they need to 3-man elimination or 4-man elimination. However, since it is ACT who gets to choose the map and RC who gets to choose the faction, I do believe they'll just get Alf first to see whether or not he can secure that 4-man elimination. If he can, I feel like we can just end the game within the first half. And of course, it's Alf here we're talking about up against ACT Survivor, map pick. He can counter quite a lot of them too, and we don't really have too much big map left aside from what do we use? We use Ever Sleeping, we use Chinatown. There is still Lakeside Village, and it seems like ACT is going to select that.
Yeah, Lakeside Village is definitely one of the maps that ACT excels very well in throughout the entire tournament. So they will be seeing ACT Survivor first, so exactly like you predicted, we will be seeing Elf coming up first. But what a bold statement for you to say, for him to clear things out in first half.
Well, he's done it multiple times, especially in Lakeside Village as well. So it's like, his Bonbon from elimination the last time 2 years ago in IVS. He also got a BQ from elimination on this map as well. So like it just opens up so much more option. It's also a decent map for Naya to be played to, as we have seen Alf choosing out Naya quite a lot of times, especially during these final moments.
And the thing about Elf is that he likes to end things with a huge impact. And yeah, just like you predicted, we might be seeing that happen. And of course, still, pressure is on both sides right now, so close to the finishing line already. And with this potential last half here, it could be it for ACT. So ACT, they gotta get it together. What team comp are they going to be picking here? Should they be stable here? Should they just tie things out here? Pick a team comp that can tie in Mechanic and Bomber coming in, things like this coming in. Would it be preferred? Or should they just go all in and pick something that is really strong for all of them?
Yeah, we're at a scenario where it's Alf getting that trim elimination last game would kind of definitely boosted his confidence up a lot. And it's a map, Lakeside Village. I feel like from the side of IGL, they are kind of the team that has been playing Lakeside Village a lot more compared to the CN teams, compared to the IVL teams. So they definitely do have more of a knack, even though, yes, ACT can perform well in a team comp like this. But if we spend too much time supporting in towards the earlier rounds, I just feel like it might come back to bite you.
It might. And just like that, we are heading into the ban pick phase this quickly, because currently it's game 5 first half with the Seer and Aeroplane is getting banned out here, and might be the potential deciding last half of this matchup.
We're getting rid of the distance pullers right now, and of course Seer too. From the side of ACT, Bonbon is a preferred ban, but I feel like they could leave it open just because of the amount of 2-story areas that does exist on this map as well. However, we are still missing just 2 picks, as it seems like, nope, still respecting ban the Bonbon, and we're gonna get Goldman in towards the ban as well.
Yeah, honestly, if I am a member of ACT right now sitting there, I would be so scared. Because Elf's character pool is just undeniable. It's extremely undeniable. And we're seeing the Explorer getting picked up here in the Lakeside Village alongside the Gravekeeper.
Okay, we might be going for a hiding strategy here, just in case Alf does play something uncanny. But with the Explorer here chosen out, Alf just has more of a reason to play that Naiad in our case. But of course, there is still other hunters that we can currently still think about, like the Hollow Blue too. But Hollow Blue can't really locate where Explorer is when he's in miniature mode.
As for Elf, he's banning out the Weeping Clown again. So Archer is open up for grabs. ACT prioritizing that as well.
There's not much slow-moving hunters on this map that you can select. However, Wax Artist is still available for him as well, especially up against Archer too. You would be the one that has the vantage point if you're playing Wax Artist. For the last bank here from the side of Alf, we could go with a faster decoder or with a supporter like Priestess. So with Priestess out of the loop, seems like Alf can just run Blink instead of Warp.
Blink instead of Warp. Alright, so let's just see what the last character is gonna be. The Priestess getting banned out. ACT also not prioritizing on Priestess anyway, so Professor coming out on top here. Kuro, you seem a little bit like...
It's a rare one. I feel like they're selecting Professor just so we can drop down the mini Shell Shock so they can use it after they get rescued and try Rebound Kite. However, from the side of Professor, even if we do things like this team comp is very vulnerable. Like, okay, Bonbon is out, however, what about Naiad? What about Wax Artist? What about, you know, just so much of the other potentials that are on this map as well? Even a Soul Weaver could do quite a good number on them. It's only Archer that's kind of the scary part of it all, but what if we chase Archer first? Or even a Bloody Queen.
Oh! Maybe there could be a pick here coming in from Elf. That is actually an interesting thought. Thank you for your insights there. But at the same time, yeah, quite interestingly that you mentioned it, because in BO4 they picked such a strong team comp to go up against Elf. But then coming our last half, potential last half of this match, of this grand finals matchup, they're picking something that is not the best.
Yeah. We don't even have Puppeteer here as well, and such a great team comp for Bloody Queen to play against, especially up against Archer and Professor. But I feel like they believe that if we have Explorer, Alpha won't select Bloody Queen. So that just means Cypher Rush is very doable. But what if Gravekeeper is chased? What will happen then? Nope, it's going to be the Wax Artist lock once again. We can't forget what happened with Wax Artist with Alf last time here up against MRC 2 years ago. It was a potential 4K, but we kind of misplayed the Hot Wax a little bit. But this time, it's going to be Redemption. It may not be MRC, but it's still another Chinese mainland team ACT heroes with us today.
It's gonna keep us on the edge of our seats with this outcome that Elf will bring to the table with this Wax Artist. All or nothing really when it comes to this, but he probably won't be able to find the Explorer, so options are up. It's either the Archer or the Professor here. Things are gonna look very difficult as we look into the spawn locations here. Will he be near the two that he wants to chase?
Okay. It will be Gravekeeper at 2-story. Meanwhile, the Gravekeeper at Shack, excuse me. Meanwhile, Professor at Big Boat, Archer towards the entrance of Dash, Small Boat area, and of course, the Explorer inside of Small Boat, and near to is that big windmill. That just means we open up the possibility of Cornfield spawn or maybe middle spawn here given towards Alf.
Alf will just spawn in the middle of all of them. So it opens up for the Archer or the Professor, but Kuro, in your opinion, who do you think, or what do you think Elf should go for?
I do believe it should be Archer first chase. It's so close for comfort as well. We want the Explorer to be safe, but I don't think Archer can contain for such a long time unless we're able to rotate in between those double 11 ASAP. But also at the same time, Alf can just bring Instant Attention alongside with either Teleport or Warp, so it just gives it more of a knack when it comes to going after the Archer too.
Yeah, so a very tough match here. We're seeing the Warp, like you've mentioned, Trump cut detention. And for Survivor side, Explorer does have the Flywheel Tight Turner, Archer with a 3-9 build, Professor with a 3-12 build, and 11 with a 3-6 build. So this is going to be a potential last half, Game 5 first half of Lakeside Village. If Elf gets a 4K here, it's the end. RC will win this matchup. ACT Survivors versus RC's Hunter Elf, and this live commentary will be brought to you by Chocho and Kuroshiro Gaming.
Okay, Alf This is his first. Could potentially be his first international win as we go straight towards Sen. Sen, Professor, first chase. We're running towards the outer side. Talking about potential with Claustrophobia, a Berserker, and Wanted Order, and the chase will finally begin.
So decided to go for the Archer. So leaving all those three together, chasing one person at the big boat, still unable to get any wax onto Zen at all.
But we still vaulted down. That's gonna be a free attack hit there. Unless we can recover on them. Can we? We couldn't. Alf, that's so big right there. Such a spot slow vault here from the side of Sen. Now we can lock the pallets and then said, yes, you have Shell Shock ready to use, but we're a wax artist, what we're talking about right now. We're able to vault over there on time, but it doesn't matter. No knee-jerk creep back, no speed boost. 96 stacks, base, no wow. And Sen goes down. 51 seconds.
What an opening coming in from Elsa's wax artist. Now looking at our ciphers. Not a lot, 150 if we're going to be counting in the Explorer pages. So Gogo, I think Gogo, it's not Gogo, 11 will be coming in for the rescue. We're seeing him on the bottom floor, first level, running up the stairs. So there wouldn't be much of a drop down hit. Elf, not sure if he manages to catch him off, but if he's able to get an early rescue, it will speed things up for him.
Oh, Alpha could potentially go for a double hit here. Double hit on towards 11 wouldn't be such a bad idea. First hit on towards Gravekeeper. Can we get it on towards Gravekeeper again? We can't. So now it's straight towards Zen. Drop down hit. It's a possible. It is. But no, it's going to be a stun duration there to Asai. That's going to be the item coming in here. But it's a wax artist we're talking about. Are you sure about this, Sai? That's going to be a lot of items consumed there. We might need some stun. Can we get some stun? We did. That's a hit. But we didn't cancel our attack, unfortunately speaking. But now we can stun ourselves here instantly. And Warp can come true. Now he stacks on towards the Professor right here. We have Blob Walks on our hands to use Blob Walks, but no Heart Strike on towards Sai, and that's gonna be a stun, but no, it's okay. It's a cancel out from both sides, but we're gonna lock the window first, and Al gets the upper hand on this fight. Flywheel is ready on the side side. Flywheel is dead, but he got in between the pallets, and the pallet will finally be broken. There's gonna be Explorer nearby, and the Heart Struck from the Archer one more time. Only one crossbow left on our hands to use the Archer back here once again with us. We need the body block here as much as we can, but the back step here came in true. Archer will go down for our Professor, but this play was so good. We have to change targets.
Yeah, there was really nothing Elf could really do there. So much of the full laceration stun coming through, and XY really played out of his mind here with this Archer. Zen will survive for another day. Decoding that cipher nearby. Explorer was seeing on the bottom left coming in for the rescue. Does have a tight turner to work with. So let's see how safe this rescue can be, because this is a second skilled wax artist we're talking about.
Oh, Explorer, we're on our way in right now. We fly already on our hands to use. Let's see how fast we can get towards the chair. We're gonna get one just out. Alf got it on time, but can the Flywheel come up on the Flywheel? We didn't hit the chair. We got the rescue on time. Oh my God, Explorer! As we got the hit there, it's gonna be a body block here. Explorer running away. Sai not going to her shack right now because we don't want a double down scenario, but it will still occur regardless of what happens. In our case, then Gravekeeper with Wanted Order. Go Cipher Machine there being locked, but now. How we got sent to backdoor heal.
My goodness, everyone playing out of their minds here. Crazy mind games and so much discipline coming in from both Elf as well as ACT survivors, especially Gogo with that Flywheel. Now 11 will be potentially just giving that to Nidus, I suppose. Nobody can come in for this rescue anyways. Cypher progress. Fifth one is actually getting worked on by the Professor, so still, I feel like things are still looking on the bright side for Elf.
Gravekeeper can make his way in towards the rescue. Yeah, but he has to be very careful. Because if we get... Oh, can we maybe get a pushback here on Alf? If we can push him. We didn't push back. We didn't even shock the Gravekeeper 11. What happened with the rescue? Send pop open his cipher. But Explorer finally fighting a little bit more pages. But this is going to be a 4-man elimination game. Teleport is ready on the side. If Explorer gets a 55% page, it's a teleport. Alf, go for the teleport. No, the cipher machine popped here first. We still have warp ready on our hands to use. The other two are going to meet up on heal. There's a potential there. But the moment we see the cipher machine shake, we can go. Alf could just go. He knows Explorer has pop open an extra 50% cipher machine on the other side. Go is now still decoding. We can teleport to look for Explorer. We did, and there we go. That's the man, the myth, and the legend. The pallet was dropped on the wrong side. Explorer down, and Gravekeeper after half rescued.
My goodness, I'm not too sure how ACT can potentially come back from this. Elf will be dropping the Explorer on the ground. Does not have self-heal to work with, so this forces survivors to come and heal him up, if any. But Elf, I think he sees the rescue potentially happening there. But nothing much he can really do at this point in time, since he's already expanded his teleport. So Yes, ACT. How are they gonna come back from this, Kuro?
They can't. I don't think they can. They're not even heating up right now. Sen's gonna be found here first as the Professor. Graveyard backdoor rescuing, but found as well from 11. We don't even have our mini shell shock left. That's gonna be the Cypher machine. They're locked instantly. No decoding progress for ACT. They want to go back and maybe look for Explorer's page, but that 6% page is not gonna pop open a Cypher. Both survivors coming in right now. Alf can just lock the Cypher machine behind you, so they can't even come in. 11 just by herself. Sen trying to go upstairs to decode, but this is such a lose-lose scenario for ACT. There's not much left on their hands.
Yeah, as well. And just 11 is just very tough. Everybody just stuck in a tough spot right now. And 11 will be able to get that hit onto the shovel instead. 99% Cypher.
100.
99%
Alf, we got it. We got a hot box right here. We're
let's-
gonna have to burst them down instantly. And the hit come through into the
Oh,
bounce.
missing it,
As well, but great, you are playing mind games. There will be a shell shock down. Nothing left on the hands to
gone.
use. A pickup for Alf. And the teleport ready Sen is in front of us, but the dungeon is there too. Alf just has to drop this one down in the middle and teleport over, and Sen's right
He
there.
sees him.
Alf, it's a 4-man Alf! It's a 4-man, and Sen is right in front of us. There's not much left for ACT to do. There's a Gravekeeper still on the ground, no flywheel. We shell shock first, beautiful shell shock first then. Still trying to fight for the last of ourselves right now. We're gonna take that pad drop down on time. Still flywheel left, Can we flywheel this one properly? Alf could just lock open the Cypher machine. Flywheel came in from Sen, but it wasn't timed properly.
Nothing he can
Good
do.
night, Sen. As you will go down, 11 finally getting up. But
Alright.
nothing left to use.
Alright. Still, we are nearing towards the end here. Elf still gunning down for that 4K here. Bring Zen so close over. Tinnitus still not being propped out here, but Elf's Hunter sense. He feels it. He feels 11 as the Tinnitus being propped out here. Now 11 is right on top of him. Question is whether 11 can last long enough for Zen to stand up and potentially open up the gate.
Oh no, we didn't win the pallet mine game there. Alf is just a different breed. He's hungry for his first international win, but he wants to go back to look at Sen first. We see where 11 is. He's still a shovel. That's gonna be Professor getting up. Professor, why are we getting up so fast? 11 isn't currently becoming the first chase here. We don't even have a good place to be in to contain. Triple pallets towards middle. Dungeon nearby as well, but a big rock is not gonna do you much. 25 seconds left until teleport is ready. You shouldn't have gotten up that early because now you're just gonna go down. You're a cannon fodder for the Gravekeeper, for Alf, who can teleport right after this as well. 2056 that we have a mini shell shock there left to use. We can just hot wax if we wanted, but no, it's not even necessary as Alf has made his mark on this map. 11 not even near a gate. He's nowhere left to go.
Yeah, it's really stuck in a rock and a hard place. We've been using this over and over again, but this is it. Elf, this could be his international win that he's been waiting for so long. 11 trying to come in to heal, but tonight is being propped up here. Full view of 11. Elf is not gonna give this chance.
This is our last attempt on healing the Professor, but the Professor is barely healed up on time. We can just wait for the Gravekeeper to get up. It's gonna be a pickup from Alf. It's a laugh towards your face. It's his first international win as 11 will deliver it to him for free to go up home. Let's congratulate RC for a beautiful 4-man elimination to finish things up, and Alf for his first international win right after his break.
And that's it. It's over. RC takes the final win here, and they are your 2025 IVS Invitational Grand Finals champion. And let's congratulate Team RC for a convincing win towards the end.
RC, they've finally done it. It's Alf's first international win.
Reject away! Reject away key！ 让我们恭喜 Reject 获得2025 MS 亚洲洲际赛总决赛的总冠军！恭喜 Reject！ 此时此刻，我们的队员们也是来到了舞台中央，相信他们也有非常多想要说的话。我们从离我最远的 CT 开始吧。我们也是首先有请礼仪小姐把我们的话筒给到 CT 选手。 City 来到上海，今天鏖战了2局，打到了 BO5。此时此刻感受如何呢？能和我们分享一下吗？
シティ選手、本日2連戦をして、しかも BO5 最後までも戦って、今のお気持ちを聞かせてください。
はい、今日は追われたりもして、追われる役もやったり救助役もやったり、なんかもうめちゃくちゃいろんなことしてすごい楽しかったです。今天的比赛，救人也有，还有自我也有，签字我觉得好，所以今天很开心。
今天是圆满的一天，是开心的一天。下一个问题想要给到 CT 身边的福库哦，对不起，给到身边的阿卡。想要问一下阿卡，有想过属于 Reject 第2个冠军会来得这么快吗？
では赤選手、このリジェクトにとっての2回目のチャンピオンがこんなに早く来るとは思いましたか？
いや、なんて
リジェクトの2回目の優勝がこんなに早く来ると思っていましたか？
いや、本当にチームのみんなが最高すぎて、もう絶対優胜できると思ってました。
成员的代价真的太棒了，我们也相信我们自己一定可以拿到这个胜利的。
心中有信念，然后他们就这样做到了。下面我们把话筒给到福库。这一次和队员们一起拿下这一座 IVS 的冠军奖杯，有没有什么话想要对和你一起并肩作战的队员们说的？
福福選手、今回皆さんと一緒にこの優勝を取れて、メンバーの皆さんへの言葉をお願いします。
いやー、IBS 日本初優勝でめっちゃ嬉しい気持ちと、あと僕的にはそのラオリにすごいいろんな気象学者とか他の足内のチェイスの仕方とか教えたりしてたので、それで勝ってくれてすごい嬉しいです。
首先，这一次他们是作为日本战队第一次在 IVS 获得了这个冠军，而且他们在战队训练的时候，他跟劳力选手做了非常多的训练，教了劳力选手一些牵制的，包括比如说气象学家，包括牵制跛脚羊的一些方式，然后他们的这些队友带着这些知识取得了最终的胜利，真的太开心了。
这一个冠军属于RC的每一个人，他们的每一个人都是今晚的主角。下一个问题给到 Sofa， 想问一下你这一次夺冠和在 IGL 夏季赛的夺冠相比，对于你来说会有一些什么不一样、特殊的含义和意义吗？
ではソバ選手、今回 IVS での優勝は IGL の優勝と何か違った意味を感じますか？
そうですね、今回僕たちちょっと IJL はこのハンターに引っ張ってもらったっていう感覚があったんですけど、今回 IVS は自分たちもしっかりハンターのことを引っ張れた。最後アルフレが決めてくれたからすごいいい勝ち方できたと思うんですけど、それまで僕たちが結構いい感じに引っ張れたと思うんで、すごいそういった意味ではすごい IJL より嬉しい優勝だったなって思います。
这次 IVS 相比于 IGL 的夺冠 ，IGL 的时候其实有一些是靠监管夺冠的一些地方，但是这一次在这个 IVS， 他们不只是监管，求生也与他们进行了双向奔赴，而且最后阿勒夫选手拿下了最终的胜利，真的非常的开心。
是，今天我们求生监管双向奔赴，一起扛住了压力，拿下了这一座宝贵的冠军奖杯。下一个问题给到劳力选手。今天其实，在开幕式之前，镜头给到他，能够看到他心情非常的兴奋。想要问一下，此时此刻他的感受如何？包括说今天在 BO4 走了一个很关键的地窖，对于他来说，当时心情又是什么样子的？能和我们大家分享一下吗？
ではラウリ選手、本日のその開幕式の時めちゃくちゃ盛り上がったいろいろ動きをしていただいて、そして本日の第4試合の逃げもすごく光っていたと思います。では何か今の心境を聞かせてください。
そうですね、ACD に一度負けてしまったんですけど、しっかりリベンジを果たすことができて嬉しかったのと、そばこ選手も言ってたように、サバイバーも今回しっかりハンターを引っ張って試合ができたので、このチーム全体でいい感じに支え合って勝つことができてすごく嬉しいです。そして、日本に帰ったらまたすぐリーグが始まるので、このいい勢いそのままで日本のリーグでもしっかり、いい成績を残せたらなと思います。
首先这次 IVS 之前有输给 ACT， 所以在这次决赛拿到了最终的胜利，真的非常的开心。而且刚才索宝选手也有提到，他们这一次是监管和求生的双向奔赴，真的非常的开心。而且在这次 IVS 结束之后，我们秋季赛也马上就要开始了，他们也希望乘着这一份气势，在秋季赛拿到好成绩。
相信他们一定会带着今天的这样子的一种感觉夺冠的力量，继续去冲击你们的下一个冠军。下面我们把话筒给到刚刚换了一下位置的 UNP 先来吧。今天我们其实在赛场上看到了他非常多，不管是牵制还是 OB 还是救人，非常多高光的名场面。但还是想要问一下他，我们在这4天的比赛当中有没有经历过哪一些比较艰难的时刻？大家又是怎么样共同扛过来的？
ではユンピー選手、本日の試合ではもうチェイスも粘着も救助も本当に光っていたと思います。ではここ数日この IVS の中で何か困難に出会ったタイミングとかってあったりします？そして皆さんでどういうふうに乗り越えてきましたか？
チームとしての困難というか、初日から昨日ぐらいまで自分自身の調子があんまり出てなくて、で、ちょっといろいろ悩んだりとか、自分でどうしようかなとか迷ってたんですけど、とりあえず昨日もう結構遅くまでタイマンしたりとかして、自分なりに調整して、今日1試合目からあと130ビジネスぶちかまして、自分の実力発揮できたんで、めちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。
其实这次比赛从一开始到昨天为止，其实Unp选手自己的状态他一直觉得不是特别的好。那到昨天晚上他也做了很久的单练，而且在今天的第一场比赛也成功牵制了130秒。他对于今天的那个胜利非常的开心。
其实 Unp 这几天的表现大家有目共睹，哪怕是做得这么好了，他仍然觉得还不够，还在努力。那我们既然都换了位置，我们先问到哈虎教练吧。作为队伍里的教练，这一次陪伴队伍拿下了你们的第2个冠军，能不能来为我们大家总结一下这一趟 IVS 之旅有一些什么样子的收获和感受呢？
ではハフコーチ、今回リジェクトを敷いて2回目の優勝を取れて、いろいろこの IVS をまとめていただけますか？皆さんのパフォーマンスを。
そうですね、日本地区のリーグと違ってやっぱ予想外のこといっぱいで、みんなにもすごいなんか大変、日本よりなんなら大変な試合をいっぱいしてもらうと思うんですけど、しっかりパフォーマンス出て最高の仲間たちです。ありがとうございます。
IVS 与 IGL 不同，其实会发生非常多意想不到的事情。那么他们队员其实在整个这个比赛中也遇到了很多不如意的事情，但是能和这些队员一起拿到最终的冠军，真的太高兴了！大家真的是最棒的队友，真的是最棒的队友。
是的，在短的4天时间，需要去面临对战到来自不同各个赛区的队伍，其实是一项非常艰巨的挑战。但是2C 他们做到了。最后一个问题想要问到我身旁的阿拉夫选手，这不是他第一次站在 IVS 冠亚的舞台上，但是这是没有留遗憾的一次冠亚对决。他今天打得好不好？想要问一下阿拉夫，此时此刻有没有什么话想要送给一直以来努力的自己的？
ではアルフ選手、この IVS の決勝舞台には何度か立っていただいて、でも今回はようやく悔いなしにチャンピオンを取れたと思うので、今まで頑張ってきた自分への言葉をお願いします。
僕たちの最終目標はもちろん COA で優勝することなんですけど、個人的には本当にこの IVS っていうものにかける思いがちょっと他の人とは違って、決勝にも何度も立ったけど優勝できなかったし、去年負けちゃって、でもまた帰ってこれてよかったです。
对于阿勒夫选手来说 ，IVS 其实和别人可能有一些意义不同的感觉。那去年他们也站上了这个舞台，但是还是最后中失利。但是这一次可以站在这个舞台上，能夺到最终的冠军，真的太好了。
感谢一直以来为着冠军拼搏努力的阿勒夫，感谢你成为阿勒夫。下面也是让我们有请 Reject 的所有成员捧起属于他们的冠军奖杯，有请。
ではトロフィーを一緒に持ち上げてください。
今天这一场金色的雨为 Reject 落下，不仅仅落在了每一位队员的身上，相信也落进了我们所有粉丝的心里。感谢 Reject 在这4天为我们带来的精彩比赛。接下来也是让我们有请第5人格赛事负责人张燕先生上台，为我们的 Reject 战队颁发属于他们的冠军奖牌，有请。
じゃあ皆さん一度戻っていただきます。
哪怕到现在，我能够看到阿勒夫的眼睛里仍然饱含着泪水。相信这一座冠军奖杯对于他来说有很特殊的含义。这是 RC 队史上的第2个冠军，也是他们获得的第1个国际赛事的冠军。在这4天的时间里面，他们有过高光，也有过低谷。他们带着必胜的决心，紧紧的、团结一致的走到了今天，拿下了比赛的胜利。我想 RC 的这一趟旅程不会再有遗憾了。今天他们表现实在是太棒了，是不是？他们就是今天实至名归的冠军。看到队员们脸上洋溢着的笑容，真的由衷的为他们感到开心，也能够切身的体会到他们的这一种幸福感。感谢张先生，我们可以一起看向前方，合影留念，记录一下这属于冠军的荣耀时刻。
一緒に前を向いて写真を撮りましょう。
我们一起对着镜头露出最灿烂的笑容。感谢大家，感谢张恩先生，也再一次有请张恩先生为我们的冠军颁发奖金板，有请。大家要推选老李来拿奖金板。看到大家如此的兴奋，那接下来还有一个非常重磅而又充满悬念的奖项没有公布，那就是今天的 FMVP 归属。下面也是让我们把话筒给到张恩先生，有请他来为我们宣布本次的 FMVP 得主，有请。
FMVP 是阿勒夫。
让我们恭喜阿勒夫获得本次 IVS 的 FMVP， 恭喜阿勒夫！也是有请张扬先生为阿勒夫颁上属于他的 FMVP 奖状。队友们也是纷纷的上前向阿勒夫祝贺。我们可以一起看向前方，合影留念。恭喜阿勒夫，也是感谢张先生，可以先移步台下稍事休息，感谢。下面我们再一次把话筒给到阿勒夫选手，让他再来和我们讲几句吧。有想过这一次会获得 FMVP 吗？
ではアルフ選手、本日これ FMVP を取れるとは思いましたか？
いやもちろん最後僕が勝ったからっていうのはあると思うんですけど、本当にみんなが練習も本番も頑張っていいプレーして もちろんなんかうまくいかなかった時悔しい時もあったと思うんですけど、みんなで一丸となって頑張って優勝できたことを嬉しく思います。ありがとうございました。
当然，这次最后一局确实是阿勒夫选手拿到了最终的胜利，但是这一次真的是大家一起做了非常多的努力以及训练，所以这一次和所有的这些成员一起夺冠，真的太好了。
是，今天冠军的背后不是只有阿勒夫一个人的努力，是凝结了我们2C 战队所有成员的努力。还想要问一下阿勒夫选手，此时此刻有没有什么话想要对今天来到现场以及在线上为你应援的粉丝朋友们呢？有没有什么话想要对他们说？
ではアルフ選手、今回現場に、応援しに来ていただいたファンの方、そしてオンラインで見ていただいているファンの方への言葉をお願いします。
僕が去年、休止してから、今に至るまでずっと応援してくれてた皆さんには本当に感謝の気持ちでいっぱいです。いつも応援ありがとうございます。これからもよろしくお願いします。
感谢大家一直以来的支持，从去年发生了很多到现在，谢谢大家一直以来的支持。那么今后我也会继续努力的，希望大家继续支持我们。
感谢大家对于阿勒夫的陪伴，相信他也会和你们一起走过接下来的每一段旅程。再一次恭喜阿勒夫获得本次的 FMVP。接下来也是让我们有请冠军成员在镜头上签下属于他们的签名，有请。
では皆さん順番にこちらのペンで貴重なサインをお願いいたします。
お前バカでかけけお前。
非常有默契的把名字签在了阿勒夫的周围。感谢我们的每一位选手，最后也是让我们再一次有請冠軍戰隊捧起屬於他們的冠軍獎杯，享受屬於他們的奪冠時刻吧。
では皆さん最後もう一度トロフィーを持ち上げてください。
今天我們是2025年的第2場國際盛會到這裡就要落下帷幕了。4天的時間非常短暫，感謝8支戰隊在這4天時間裡面為我們帶來的每一場精彩的比賽。感謝來到線下以及在線上陪伴我們的粉絲朋友們，感謝大家，我們明年深淵見。
快走！一星还有2秒，一星好了，我下一个保证。你要翻，你要抢不过吗？我给你扛，来，过来，一会自己的。好了，下。好了，我帮你扛。好，行，扛到。 不躲开，倒地看，倒地看，开，变，可惜，他不会，可惜了。
Try to find my own cause, forgetting what it was. Then I hear all your voices calling my name. When you're all out by my side, I feel a sense of pride. Using dreams as a guide, they shine so bright. Every setback is a push to move forward. Not afraid just 'cause I know you're all on board. Through the fires we unite again. No one dares to A bond so strong, no one can compete. United we stand, we won't accept defeat. We'll fight together